بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والدي صاحب السمو الشيخ الدكتور سلطان بن محمد القاسمي، عضو المجلس الأعلى حاكم إمارة الشارقة، حفظكم الله ورعاكم. سعادة الدكتورة محدث الهاشمي، رئيس هيئة الشارقة للتعليم الخاص، رئيس أكاديمية الشارقة للتعليم، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرني أن أرحب بكم جميعاً في الدورة الخامسة من قمة الشارقة الدولية لتطوير التعليم، التي تنعقد تحت شعار معاً نصنع الأثر، وتأتي امتداداً لمسيرة راسخة من نجاحات حققتها الدورات السابقة، لتؤكد مجدداً مكانتها كمنصة تعليمية رائدة تجمع المعلمين وقادة المدارس وصناع السياسات والباحثين من مرحلة الطفولة المبكرة وحتى التعليم العالي والتعلم مدى الحياة، في إطار يعزز التكامل بين مراحل التعليم ويواكب التحولات المتسارعة في هذا القطاع الحيوي. الحضور الكريم، ننتقل وإياكم لمشاهدة العرض المرئي الافتتاحي القمة في أرقام، الذي يستعرض أبرز محاور هذه القمة وإنجازاتها في الدورات السابقة.
تبدأ التحولات الكبرى بإيمان راسخ، إيمان بأن التعليم ينهض حين تتلاقى الأصوات وتتوحد الغاية ويصبح مسؤولية مشتركة. ما بدأ فكرة تحول إلى مساحة يرسم فيها مستقبل التعليم. ومن هذه الرؤية انطلق حوار تربوي وعميق جمع نخبة من خبراء التعليم ليؤسسوا مساحة للتفكير المشترك. ترسخ الأساس فاتسعت الدائرة، تنوعت الأفكار وتلاقت التجارب، وتحول الحوار إلى جسر يربط الشارقة بالعالم، حيث أصبح التعليم مساحة للتلاقي وتبادل الخبرات وصناعة فهم أعمق للتحديات المشتركة. وبدأت إعادة تشكيل التعليم من الداخل تقودها التجربة ويثريها الدليل. وفي لحظة فارقة لم يعد التأثير هدفاً منفرداً، بل أصبح الاصطفاف ضرورة، وتكامل الجهود نهجاً، والشراكات جسراً يمتد من الحدث إلى المنظومة. هنا تحولت القمة إلى منصة تنسق فيها القرارات ويعاد فيها تشكيل الغد التعليمي. واليوم تصل المسيرة إلى أفق أوسع، مشاركات عالمية متنوعة، مسارات أكثر تخصصاً، وتفاعل يجمع القادة والباحثين والممارسين في مشهد يعكس مكانة الشارقة كمنصة دولية لصناعة مستقبل التعليم. وبعد رحلة من الإصغاء والتعلم المشترك والقيادة الواعية، تتجلى حقيقة واحدة: الأثر لا يصنع منفرداً، بل يولد حين تتكامل الأنظمة وتتلاقى القطاعات ضمن منظومة مشتركة مستدامة. معاً نصنع الأثر. مرحباً بكم في قمة الشارقة الدولية لتطوير التعليم.
الحضور الكريم، نستهل برنامجنا اليوم بكلمة ترحيبية تلقيها سعادة الدكتورة محدث الهاشمي، رئيس هيئة الشارقة للتعليم الخاص، رئيس أكاديمية الشارقة للتعليم، فلتتفضل مشكورة.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. صاحب السمو الشيخ الدكتور سلطان بن محمد القاسمي، عضو المجلس الأعلى حاكم إمارة الشارقة، يحفظكم الله ويرعاكم. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، ممثلي منظمة الأمم المتحدة للتربية والعلم والثقافة اليونسكو، ضيوفنا من الوفود الدولية، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أهلاً وسهلاً بكم معنا في إمارة الشارقة، إمارة العلم والثقافة والكتاب، الإمارة التي ترحب بضيوفها أيما ترحيب وتقول لهم: ابتسم أنت في الشارقة. صاحب السمو، أي غبطة وأي بهجة تغمرنا ونحن نحظى برعايتكم وتشريفكم الشخصي لقمتنا هذه، قمة الشارقة الدولية لتطوير التعليم، القمة التي تجمع قادة الفكر التربوي والخبراء وصناع القرار والمؤسسات التعليمية بشعارها في نسختها الخامسة هذه: معاً نصنع الأثر. الحضور الكريم، ندرك وعميقاً أن التعليم الأصيل رحلة مستمرة تتطلب رؤية واضحة تؤمن بالإنسان وتطلق لإبداعه وابتكاره العنان. وإذ نؤكد على إيماننا الراسخ بأن الاستثمار الحقيقي هو في الإنسان، مستلهمين رؤية صاحب السمو إذ يقول: سيبقى الإنسان هو المحور الأول لعملنا، وسيظل رهاننا على الطاقة والثروة البشرية في البناء والاستدامة والتقدم. هذه الرؤية التي تجسد مسيرة من النماء والبناء وترسم بخطوط من نور برنامج الشارقة المتكامل الذي يرافق ابن الشارقة في كل مراحله العمرية منذ اللحظة الأولى لولادته، ويمتد معه ربع قرن من الزمان. تبدأ الرحلة في هذا البرنامج المتكامل بمنح الأمهات إجازة وضع تمتد أشهراً 3، لتتواصل بعدها الرعاية عبر شبكة حضانات الشارقة الحكومية الموزعة جغرافياً، بما يضمن استمتاع أطفالنا ببيئة آمنة محفزة ترعى نموهم المبكر. ليكمل بعدها أبناؤنا رحلتهم التعليمية إلى رياض الأطفال، فالمدارس وفق مسار تعليمي تلتزم فيه الشارقة من خلال هيئة الشارقة للتعليم الخاص بأعلى معايير الجودة، وغايتها التمكين وتحقيق الاستدامة. وتأتي جائزة الشارقة للتفوق والتميز التربوي في هذا البرنامج لتحتفي بتميز هذا الطالب ومعلمه والمؤسسات التعليمية التي تعنى به. وفي تناغم يصل الطفولة المبكرة بالشباب اليافع لتكتشف المواهب وتنمى المهارات وتعزز القيم الوطنية. تتقدم في هذا البرنامج مؤسسة ربع قرن لصناعة القادة والمبتكرين بمراكزها التي تحتضن الأطفال والناشئة والفتيات، ومراكز الشارقة لتطوير القدرات، مع العديد من المؤسسات المجتمعية الأخرى التي تعزز هذا البرنامج وتدرجه في سياساتها ورؤيتها. وفي هذا البرنامج أنشئت أكاديمية مختصة، هي أكاديمية الشارقة للتعليم، والتي تهتم بمعلمي ابن الشارقة تدريباً وتأهيلاً وتمكيناً لضمان تقديم أعلى مستويات التجويد في التعليم. وها هو ابن الشارقة يتابع دراسته الجامعية في جامعات أسست لتقدم له أرقى البرامج الأكاديمية، تلك التي يتعهدها مجلس الشارقة للتعليم العالي والبحث العلمي والذي أسس مؤخراً ليرقى بهذه البرامج. إنها رحلة تبدأ منذ الخطوة الأولى التي يخطوها ابن الشارقة إلى تخرجه وفق مسار رسمته رؤيتكم يا صاحب السمو في برنامج الشارقة المتكامل، بدءاً من الحضانات ووصولاً به إلى الدراسات العليا، لنحظى وفي ربع قرن بعلماء وقادة غد من أبناء الإمارة يقودون المسيرة. حضورنا الكريم، تشكل هذه القمة العالمية واحدة من أدوات تحقيق برنامج الشارقة المتكامل، إذ تهدف إلى تطوير التعليم ومشاركة فضل الممارسات وصناعة الأثر. وما اختيار منظمة اليونسكو لإمارة الشارقة للمشاركة في الجولة التجريبية لأداة التقييم الذاتي لرعاية وتعليم الطفولة المبكرة إلا تتويج لبرنامج الشارقة المتكامل، تتويج نفخر به ونعتز. ختاماً، نشكر سموكم على تشريفكم لنا، وفي حضرتكم لا نملك إلا أن نقول إنه لعهد علينا أن نكرس مكانة الشارقة على خارطة العالم التعليمية. ضيوفنا الكرام، ندعوكم إلى استثمار هذه القمة والمشاركة في حوارات مثمرة ورؤية تعليمية مشتركة نتقاسمها معاً من أجل صناعة الأثر. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكراً سعادة الدكتورة محدثة الهاشمي على هذه الكلمة الملهمة. الحضور الكريم، نستمع الآن إلى الكلمة التي تلقيها معالي سارة الأميري وزيرة التربية والتعليم، فلتتفضل مشكورة.
صاحب السمو الشيخ الدكتور سلطان بن محمد القاسمي، عضو المجلس الأعلى حاكم الشارقة، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني أن أقف أمامكم اليوم في قمة الشارقة الدولية لتطوير التعليم، هذه المنصة التي أصبحت محطة أساسية في المشهد التعليمي في دولة الإمارات، ومنبراً يجمع صناع القرار والتربويين والباحثين والمجتمع حول هدف واحد: ريادة مستقبل التعليم. نلتقي اليوم في لحظة مفصلية، العالم يتغير بوتيرة غير مسبوقة، والتكنولوجيا تعيد تشكيل أسلوب حياتنا، شخصيات أبنائنا، وطبيعة أعمالنا، وحتى طريقة تفكيرنا. في الماضي كان التحدي في التعليم هو الوصول إلى المعرفة وسد الفجوات المعرفية. اليوم المعرفة متاحة بضغطة زر، لكن التحدي الحقيقي أصبح أعمق. كيف ننمي القدرة على التفكير؟ كيف نحصن أبنائنا بالأسس التي تمكنهم من الفهم والتحليل واتخاذ القرار في عالم يمتلئ بالمعلومات ويزداد تعقيداً يوم بعد يوم؟ وفي عصر الذكاء الاصطناعي يستطيع الطالب أن يحصل على إجابة خلال ثواني، لكن هل يمتلك القدرة على تقييم تلك الإجابة؟ هل يستطيع أن يميز بين الرأي والحقيقة؟ هل يملك الأساس العلمي واللغوي والقيمي الذي يجعله يستخدم التكنولوجيا كأداة تعزز قدراته؟ لا بديل له. هذا هو الاستثمار الحقيقي في التعليم. من هنا فإن الابتكار في التعليم لا يعني فقط إدخال أدوات رقمية في الفصول الدراسية. الابتكار الحقيقي يبدأ بإعادة النظر في جوهر العملية التعليمية. ماذا نعلم؟ كيف نعلم؟ ولماذا نعلم؟ نحتاج إلى تعليم يبني الفهم العميق قبل السرعة، يرسخ التفكير النقدي قبل الاعتماد على الإجابات الجاهزة، ويغرز القيم والهوية إلى جانب المهارات المستقبلية. وفي الوقت ذاته لا يمكن أن نتحدث عن مستقبل التعليم دون أن نتحدث عن التمكين والدمج. كل طالب مهما كانت خلفيته أو قدراته يجب أن يشعر أن له مكاناً في هذا النظام، وأن لديه فرصة حقيقية ليصل إلى أقصى إمكاناته. التعليم العادل ليس شعاراً، بل هو أساس التنمية المستدامة. كما أن نجاح أي تحول تعليمي يتطلب شراكة حقيقية. المعلم هو حجر الأساس، صانع السياسة هو الممكن، الأسرة شريك رئيسي، والمجتمع هي الحاضنة. عندما تعمل هذه الأطراف في انسجام يصبح الأثر أعمق وأبقى. إن طموحنا اليوم لا يجب أن يكون مجرد مواكبة التغييرات العالمية، بل أن نصوغ نموذجاً تعليمياً يعكس قيمنا ويستثمر في إنساننا ويعزز قدراتنا الوطنية على الابتكار والإنتاج. التعليم لم يعد قطاعاً خدمياً فقط، بل أصبح مشروع دولة، ومستقبل أبناء ليس ملفاً مؤجلاً بل مسؤولية آنية. معاً يمكننا أن ننتقل من تبادل الأفكار إلى صناعة التحول، ومن النقاش إلى التنفيذ، ومن الرؤية إلى واقع ملموس في مدارسنا وجامعاتنا. معاً نصنع الأثر، ومعاً نؤسس لتعليم لا يواكب المستقبل فحسب بل يصنعه. شكراً لكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
شكراً معالي الوزيرة سارة الأميري على هذه الكلمة القيمة التي تعكس رؤية واضحة لمستقبل التعليم، وتؤكد أهمية التعاون والابتكار في صناعة أثر تعليمي مستدام. ننتقل الآن إلى فقرة مميزة من برنامجنا مع عرض تقديمي بعنوان حكاية أثر، والذي تحكي قصة أسرة إماراتية في الشارقة تجسد رحلة أطفال نشأوا في ظل منظومة آمنت بهم منذ سنواتهم الأولى، ورأت في التعليم رحلة حياة، وفي الأسرة شريكاً أساسياً في صناعة الأثر وبناء المستقبل.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. والدنا الغالي صاحب السمو الشيخ الدكتور سلطان بن محمد القاسمي، حفظكم الله ورعاكم. السلام على الجمع الكريم الذي حضر من كل حدب وصوب من أهل العلم والتربية والثقافة. نحن أسرة إماراتية من الشارقة، جئنا لنحكي لكم حكاية آلاف العائلات مثلنا يكبر أطفالهم بمنظومة آمنت بهم منذ سنواتهم الأولى، ورأت في التعليم رحلة حياة، وفي الأسرة شريكاً أساسياً.
في الشارقة التعليم ليس مؤسسة واحدة ولا مرحلة واحدة، بل مسار متكامل.
مسار يبدأ من الطفولة المبكرة، حيث يجد الطفل بيئة آمنة يتعلم فيها أن يجرب وأن يخطئ دون خوف، وأن يجد صوته بكل ثقة.
ثم تأتي المدرسة ويتعلم الطفل أن يفكر بصوت عال، وأن يتعاون مع زملائه ليحقق أهدافه.
وتستمر الرحلة في الجامعات، حيث يتحول البحث والتحليل لأدوات لفهم الواقع ولتطويره.
ولا يتوقف التعلم عند الصف، بل يمتد إلى المكتبات والمتاحف والمراكز الثقافية والمؤسسات مثل ربع قرن وسجايا، وكل مساحة تجعل المعرفة جزءاً من الحياة اليومية.
وفي قلب هذه المنظومة تقف الأسرة كشريكاً أساسياً في التربية والتعليم، وتكبر مع أبنائها.
نحن اليوم على هذا المسرح أسرة من آلاف الأسر التي تشكلها هذه المنظومة المتكاملة.
نظام حي لرؤية واضحة وإيمان بالتعليم.
ربي يحفظك يا والدنا الغالي سلطان.
آمين.
نشكر الأسرة الإماراتية على هذا العرض المؤثر. والآن لنستمع إلى كلمة الدكتور برهان شقرون، رئيس قسم السياسات وأنظمة التعلم مدى الحياة في منظمة اليونسكو، فليتفضل مشكورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين صاحب السمو الشيخ الدكتور سلطان بن محمد القاسمي، أصحاب السعادة، زملائي الكرام، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. تتشرف منظمة اليونسكو بالتواجد في إمارة الشارقة للمشاركة في أعمال الدورة الخامسة من قمة الشارقة الدولية لتطوير التعليم، التي تعقد برعاية كريمة من صاحب السمو الشيخ الدكتور سلطان بن محمد القاسمي. في مستقل هذه المداخلة اسمحوا لي أن أبدأ بثلاث حالات سريعة لثلاثة متعلمين في ثلاث لحظات مفصلية. طفلة تنطق كلماتها الأولى، معلمة تعيد التفكير في أساليب التقييم في عالم يتشكل تحت تأثير الذكاء الاصطناعي، شخص بالغ بعد سنوات من الانقطاع عن الدراسة يعود إلى التعلم لأن متطلبات الحياة والعمل تفرض ذلك. إذا كانت هذه المسارات الثلاثة متصلة فإن للتعليم أثراً حقيقياً وملموساً. أما إذا بقيت منفصلة فإن التعليم يتحول إلى سلسلة من المحطات المتفرقة، بدلاً من أن يكون منظومة متكاملة تدفع الأفراد والمجتمعات إلى الأمام. ومن هنا يكتسب شعار قمتنا اليوم معاً نصنع الأثر أهمية بالغة. صممت هذه القمة خصيصاً لربط منظومة التعليم في شمولها الكامل، من الطفولة المبكرة إلى التعلم مدى الحياة، من السياسات إلى الممارسات، من الابتكار إلى الشمول، ومن الأفكار إلى التطبيق. ونجتمع اليوم في لحظة عالمية تتسم بمفارقة عميقة وبقدر كبير من عدم اليقين. نعم، عدد الأطفال الملتحقين بالمدارس اليوم أكبر من أي وقت مضى، ومع ذلك لا يزال ملايين المتعلمين محرومين من أساسيات التعليم، إذ لا يحقق 617 مليون طفل ومراهق الحد الأدنى من الكفاءة في القراءة والرياضيات، ولا يستطيع 53% من الأطفال في البلدان ذات الدخل المنخفض والمتوسط قراءة جملة بسيطة عند بلوغهم سن العاشرة. كما يغادر كثيرون المدرسة دون امتلاك المهارات والقيم اللازمة للتعامل مع تحديات عصرنا، من التكنولوجيا المتسارعة إلى تغير المناخ وصولاً إلى التفكك الاجتماعي. وفي الوقت ذاته يشهد نسيج التعاون الدولي توتراً متزايداً، إذ
Many institutions are multinational institutions are working in order to respond to different challenges that are very intricate, and still political conflict is undermining this ability to work together, in addition to climate change and other challenges facing peoples all over the world. Long life learning should be our goal for education, because this is how our brains are enriched, and this is why early childhood education is not just for the early stages. It's something that would prepare them for long life learning. We have to get rid of deprivation from an early age in order to have equity and gender parity that would help in enhancing prosperity and economic growth. Your Highness, the efforts in order to be equipped with all the challenges of the technology that has increased over the years. Sharjah has invested greatly in its educational staff, and it became a regional reference that is a pioneer in its field. You have the policies and the different institutions that were established for the sake of education, like SPIA and SIA. UNESCO is fully prepared to advance education in all arenas based on evidence in order to transform the system to have the right equipment and right tools to have a significant impact. And the pilot experience of Sharjah was one of our first ECC PAT. This has created great transformations and great. We will continue to discuss this in the afternoon today with regards to its dimensions as well as its benefits. I would like to express my thanks to SIA and all the partners that have worked on the success of this event. The happiest individual is the individual that makes others happy. We want to bring happiness to all children all over the world. Peace be upon you all.
We would like to thank Dr. Burhan Shakroun for his speech. We are here meeting today to celebrate 31 years of a long journey to make education a mission that is always renewed, and innovation as a culture that education benefits from. The Sharjah Education in Excellence Award was created 31 years ago under the patronage of His Highness Sheikh Dr. Sultan bin Mohammed Al Qasimi, member of the Supreme Council and ruler of Sharjah. May God protect him. It was one of the first awards that were created at the state level. It's a pillar in supporting education and institutional and individual excellence. It also supports the educational institutions to keep giving and to keep going. So today we are reflecting on this journey. So we had 44 participations, and in 11 categories, 20 workshops were created with 11 supporting institutions, and we have 50 winners who have created beautiful projects. Also, the satisfaction level was 99%, and so many people are now employable. And so this enshrines the quality of the projects created, and the award is still here to support sustainable and quality education. Now we would like to look at another video that sheds the light on such ambition and such an award that celebrates the human being and achievement.
من البيت بدأت الحكاية. هنا بدأ الإيمان بالفكرة. في المدرسة نما الحلم وتحول إلى إنجاز. طرق مختلفة وغاية واحدة. تجتمع الجهود لنحتفي بالتميز. رمز يتوج به الجهد وتخلد به المسيرة. هنا تروى قصص النجاح. والآن حان وقت الحصاد لثمرة جهد مشترك صنعناه معا يدا بيد.
نصل الآن إلى لحظة لا.
Now we reach a point where it's not only a celebration. It is the appreciation of efforts who made a difference, who believed that education is the best way to create an independent human being. Now we would like to invite His Highness Sheikh Dr. Sultan bin Muhammad Al-Qasimi, ruler of Sharjah, to take the stage to also honor the award winners. Also, Dr. Muhammad Al-Hashimi and Dr. Muhaddith Al-Hashimi and His Excellency Ali Al-Husani, also we are inviting you to the stage. Education and partnerships in education create the human being and the future. This creates and empowers the educational institutions and celebrates them. The award winner of Best Partnership, the winner is Himaya International Center, General Department of Anti-Narcotics, Dubai Police.
مدارس أرست معايير التميز وسعت إلى خلق بيئة تعليمية.
Schools that supported excellence and improved the quality of education, they also were deserving of this. The winners of the second position is Applied Technology School. Second position, Applied Technology School and Alliance School Ministry Program.
ننتقل لفئة الحضانة المتميزة.
Excellent Nursery, a nursery that nailed the early childhood education and supported children and built their personalities from the beginning. The winners are the nursery of the Emiri Guard.
ننتقل للمركز الثاني فئة الحضانة المتميزة
In second position, Jumana bin Abi Talib Nursery.
كفاءات تربوية أسهمت في تطوير
Educational competencies that developed the educational process and achieve a huge amount of quality and excellence and innovation. Excellent teacher category and supportive employment. First position, Dana Kamal Muhammad Abdul Jabbar.
المركز الثاني في فئة المعلم
Second position in distinguished teacher category, Hanad Mahmoud Musa Al-Bawadi. Distinguished support jobs category, Fatima Ismail Muhammad Saraira. We are celebrating a category which is the parents who support their children and contribute to the values in education. The distinguished parent category, Fijaya Mohini Rajin Kumar. In second position in distinguished parent category, Yasmin Marwan Zahra.
المركز الثالث في فئة ولي
Third position, Musa Mubarak Abed Ahmad Zahmi.
ها نحن نصل إلى لحظة تتجلى فيها ثمار الجد.
We are now reaching a point where perseverance is celebrated for students who were excellent and so ambitious. They are the foundation for the future. The distinguished student category.
فئة الطالب المتميز الحلقة الثانية.
The distinguished student category, phase 2.
فئة الطالب المتميز الحلقة الثالثة.
Distinguished student category, phase 3.
في هذه الفئة نحتفي بطلاب.
In this category, we are celebrating students who faced challenge with so much perseverance and turned difficulties into bridges that will lead them to success. They proved that will create success, and they deserve every appreciation and honor. This category is Distinguished Students of Determination.
شكرا لسموكم راعي التميز وداعم.
Thank you, Your Highness, for patroning and supporting the educational journey. We are so happy to have you around us. We are now witnessing the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between the Sharjah Islamic Bank, the Sharjah Private Education Authority, the Ministry of Education, and the Sharjah Finance Department. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
يسعدنا أن يشهد سموكم توقيع اتفاقيات التعاون بين كل من هيئة الشارقة.
It's our privilege to have His Highness witness the Memorandum of Understanding signing with Sharjah Islamic Bank, Sharjah Private Education Authority, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of UAE, and Sharjah Finance Department.
في هذه اللحظات نشهد توقيع الاتفاقية.
At the moment, we are witnessing the signing of the memorandum of understanding with Sharjah Islamic Bank, SPIA, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the UAE,
نشكر المعني.
We thank the parties concerned, and now we witness the memorandum of understanding signing of SPIA and the investment bank of Sharjah. And now so this is the signing of the memorandum of understanding between the investment bank and SIA, Sharjah Education Academy. Congratulations, Your Highness, and congratulations to all of us for this partnership that has been forged here, that supports the Sharjah vision to create a promising future in education for the next generations.
نصل إلى ختام.
With this, we conclude our ceremony. And we extend our thanks to you and our appreciation for your presence with us today. And we pledge, Your Highness, that we will work diligently in order to uplift the education in Sharjah, in order for Sharjah to always remain a beacon of knowledge and education and culture. Kindly take your seats until His Highness takes leave. Kindly remain seated until His Highness departs in order to commence with our activities for today's event. There are many discussions and presentations and workshops that will be presented throughout the day. You can see the live feed over the YouTube platform. Peace be upon you all.
Assalamu alaikum.
Peace be upon you all.
Here at the Invest Bank Hall. I am Aisha Al-Mazmi, and I would like to send off a very warm welcome on this sunny, chilly morning to day one of the 5th edition of the Sharjah International Summit on Improvement and Education. Are we ready? All right. It is an absolute privilege to gather once again in Invest Bank Hall as we continue building a platform that brings together policymakers, educators, researchers, innovators, and students to shape the future of learning together. As we begin this inspiring day, I encourage you to connect with fellow attendees, engage fully in our discussions, and take advantage of every opportunity to exchange ideas. Our aim is to leave today not only informed, but empowered, ready to translate dialogue into measurable and meaningful impact. We now start this summit with a session that places students at the center of this conversation. The future of education in our eyes invites us to listen carefully to the voices shaping tomorrow, young leaders whose perspectives, challenges, inspire and ground our aspirations in lived experiences. So we begin this session with our speakers. So please join me in welcoming Hamad Al-Hashimi, the President of Sharjah Youth Shura Council. Saif Al-Kindi, Member of Sharjah Youth Shura Council. Shok Khalil Ishaqo, General Secretariat at the Sharjah Shura Council. And moderated by Dr. Ahmed Sha'ban, Strategy and Corporate Excellence Expert at Sharjah Private Education Authority. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to please remain seated as we are beginning our next session. And our lovely speakers and moderators are waiting for you to share their experiences. So please take a seat as soon as you can so that we can begin our exciting, eventful day. Our lovely guests, we are beginning our session very soon, so please remain seated. There will be plenty of time to take pictures and chat during our coffee breaks and our lunch breaks, so let's give some time to our lovely speakers who are going to be joining us right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats before we start the session. We will start momentarily. The future of education in the eyes of our youth. Once again, let's welcome Hamad Al-Hashimi, Saif Al-Kindi, Shok Khalil Ishaqo, and Dr. Ahmed Sha'ban.
Our dear guests,
أيها الحضور الكرام، حان الوقت لكي
session titled The Future of Education in Our Eyes. I would like to note that this will be done in the Arabic language, so if you require a translation device, please feel free to grab one before they begin. أعزائنا الحضور سنبدأ أول جلسة.
We will start our first session for today. Once again, welcome Hamad Al-Hashimi, Saif Al-Kindi, and Dr. Ahmed Shaban.
It's a great pleasure to meet all of you today. This session will be in English and Arabic, so kindly, if you are English speaking, use the headsets for the translation. This session will be in Arabic. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحضور الكريم أبناؤنا وبناتنا.
Peace be upon you all. My dear students and youth from Sharjah Youth Shura Council, I am pleased to be with you today in this panel discussion in order to put the youth in the center of our dialogue as part of the shapers of education and its future. Sharjah, under the leadership of His Highness Sheikh Dr. Sultan bin Mohammed Al-Qasimi, has made sure that education is the most important investment. It's very important to invest in the youth because this is the real wealth. We listen to our youth today, to your aspirations and to your concerns. You are the generation that is witnessing the accelerated changes in technologies. You are the ones who is faced with artificial intelligence. You are the ones who will shape education for the future. We want to see your viewpoint. We want to see what are your challenges and your dreams. What are the skills that you feel are important for the future? This discussion is not to answer questions, but also to inspire. It's not only to talk about the future, but to create it. We will now introduce our guests to introduce themselves and the Sharjah Youth Shura Council. Peace be upon you all. Peace that extends to the heavens and earth. I am Mohammed Al-Hashimi, President of Sharjah Youth Shura Council. I might say that I am ambitious in different fields, especially in technology, robotics, and artificial intelligence. I have been awarded international awards in technology and artificial intelligence. Our entity is dedicated to create new generations of leaders. We have 40 members from 40 institutes related to the youth of Sharjah and other 40 from the, female representatives. We have different courses and protocols and etiquette and it's under the umbrella of the Executive Consultative Council of Sharjah. It raises awareness, responsibility, and taking part in creating decisions to be in the forefront of Sharjah and its progress. I am the son of Sharjah, Saif Al-Kindi from Kelba. I am the Secretary General of Sharjah Youth Shura Council. My presence here is not only because of my personal experience, but to present the voice of a group of youth that live with the details of the educational system, with all its challenges, aspirations, and dreams. We saw that it's very crucial for the youth to be part of the strategic discussions, especially in education. This is the foundation that establishes the capabilities of human beings and their career future. It instills values and determines how prepared we are for a rapidly changing future. We want to see what are the challenges in order to reach the future education. We have a practical experience that heads towards a development, showing that the student is not just a recipient of knowledge, but a partner in making decisions. I'll start with the first question. This question is to Hamad. If you compare your experience with other parts of the world, what do you think distinguishes education in Sharjah? Because we are students in Sharjah, when we compare education in this emirate and other peers all around the world, is that we have a clear vision. There's a stability in the system. Education in Sharjah today is not considering the student as a number in a register or a list. There's a keenness, an authentic keenness to present a high-quality education, as well as discipline. There's a balanced relationship between the students and the teachers. We don't seek perfection, but we have a very steady and sturdy foundation because of the directives of our leadership. We focus on this without losing our morality or losing our moral compass. Ms. Shok, peace be upon you all. I'm Shok Khalil Ishaqo. I'm a student in Sharjah University in health sciences. I am a member and the General Secretary of Sharjah Shura Youth Council. I'm very pleased to be with you. I hope that this would be an exciting and enjoyable discussion. What are the challenges that you face in universities and schools? We have a gap between what we learn and what we need. These things that we need in our practical life and for our professional development. There is a lot of focus on condensing the content, the educational content. This is why students are focused on the grades rather than focusing on the value of the information they acquire. Sharjah has always been in the forefront in problem solving. This is why we have Ruba Qarn, or quarter of a century, for the life skills. We solve the problem at the emirate level, As for the UAE, Her Excellency Sarah Amira, the Minister of Education, participated in a seminar, and they spoke about a very important topic. How can we aspire to a model that would enhance everyday life and skills? This reflected the awareness of the ministry that this aspect is very important. And this is why the minister decided to waive the exams for the second semester. This is why we are focused on solving the problems that we encounter. And any education system would face challenges. This is part and parcel of what education systems are about. It's always seeking to develop and improve. Talking about the future from your eyes, the way you see it, what do you think should be added to the curricula? I believe that 3 skills are very crucial for the future. First, critical thinking, because knowledge is available, but to distinguish and differentiate between what is correct and what is misleading and what is erroneous is still emerging. Digital industry and its skills, emotional intelligence, financial culture. We need skills to deal with the world. Talking about the teacher of the future. Shok, how do you imagine or envision the future teacher? What are the attributes that this teacher must have? I agree with Saif that the future teacher has to be a person that doesn't explain the lesson, because everyone can obtain that knowledge. Anyone can search this information and find it. The role of the teacher is not about the information, but to guide the students to find their capabilities and their gifts and talents, especially in technology. Because of the digital transformation, it's very important for the teacher that keeps up with this change, that he would have emotional intelligence in order to deal with the students adequately. And Her Excellency Sarah Amiri participated in a conference 3 weeks ago in Switzerland, and she talked about training courses that are implemented on the teachers so that they would provide teachers with AI literacy and help them guide the students on using this technology and other technologies the right way. As you see, the path of the country is sound, and it's very important that the students don't focus on getting grades, but to have the skills that enable them to face the problems and the challenges of the future and have the skills of problem solving in order to deal with this life. Talking about the future jobs, what do you think are very important to be obtained as skills? I believe that those that focus on the future, like cybersecurity, technology, and AI, the education system should provide the required skills instead of focusing on the results, but focus on the journey of education itself. These skills are only instilled and fortified with application. When the student starts discussing things with his team members and faces real problems and work on solving them, this is what prepares them. education that prepares the students for life, provides the students tools for creativity, and innovation. How could you contribute as youth in improving and enhancing the education experience or operation? As far as I'm concerned, they are partners not only in benefiting from knowledge, but partners in creating it. Student councils enrich the students in the schools in order to reflect the directives of the country on different ministerial and authorial level, creating voluntarily initiatives in order to become, instead of receivers of the knowledge, to creators of this knowledge. I would like to ask one question to the audience. If you were in a decision-making position, what is the decision that you would make in order to improve education in Sharjah? With just one sentence, the first thing I would do is making sure that we create fortified relationship between the different parties involved. Education should be part of reality, not something that is intangible and that loses effect. Creating skills would create a society that is more coherent and more aware to listen before we speak. We should have a flexible education system that acknowledges the differences between students and different talents. They are not all created in the same form. Each one has its own attributes and diversity. The first decision I would make to enhance education in Sharjah is reshaping some of the education curricula. I concur with Hamad. Some of the curricula that we have should be more flexible with regards to the future generation of students. There's a density of topics and contents, and at times there's a detachment between the content and the application. I would work on creating an educational module that would establish a common ground between life and practice and theory. Make sure that there's no density in knowledge that is not applicable, so that we would invest truly in developing the students. If I were in a decision-making position, I will ask a question to myself and to the system around me. Are we creating a learner that memorizes, or a human being that is capable of shaping the future? So we have to develop the teaching, the learning experience itself. We need learning that would enhance critical thinking, innovation, and awareness. We need intellects that can analyze and solve problems. Just like our beloved father, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed Sultan Al-Qasimi, he wants this system to put the students in the center of the experience. So it's going to be student-centric in order to enhance and improve the learning environment. It is an exploration journey, not memorization. At the same time, we need to have the culture instilled and openness towards others and open-mindedness. So you have a lot of key sentences. You have lessening the stuffy materials and the density of content, focusing on the skills for the life instead of the theory. Thank you very much for your input.
We got the mic back. Thank you for those. Your voices remind us that meaningful educational reform must always begin with those it is meant to serve, and it's always wonderful to hear from the future generation. As we shift from the voice of the students to the system innovation, our next session explores how regulatory sandboxes are reshaping the way schools experiment, adapt, and evolve responsibly. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Russell Cayley, the CEO of Allmac AI and Ilham Studio, Abir Al-Amiri, the Director of Ecosystem Development of Sharjah Entrepreneurship Center, Tahir Gharib, the Director of Salam Education, and this is going to be moderated by Wajdi Manna'i, the Senior Advisor in Innovation and Advancement of Education, Sharjah Private Education Authority.
Hello and good morning, everyone. Thank you for being with us this morning. As my colleagues and my panelists getting mic'd up, I want to again welcome you to the 5th edition of the Sharjah International Education Summit on Improvement. Today in this session, our topic is about regulatory sandboxes. I'm hoping through this conversation, we'll be able to explore more what they are, what are they used for, and how we can see their impact from different aspects of the system. We have a set of panelists from the ecosystem of education, and we would like to hear from each one of them, how do they see sandboxes in education, regulatory sandboxes in education. One of the things about regulatory sandboxes is, what we hear is it's a space where innovation happens. It enables innovation within complex education system. As the name indicated, it's a sandbox. It's a license to play, possibly invent something that works and spread it and scale it. We hear about this mainly in finance. You probably learned about digital banks and how to use blockchain. But what does that mean in education? I'm very delighted here to be with one of my wonderful panelists who will introduce themselves shortly. But my name is Wajdi Manna'i. I head the Improvement Science Department and Innovation at Sharjah Private Education Authority. I'm going to turn into my panelists and let them introduce themselves. We have Tahir, Abir, and Russell. Tahir, if you'd like to tell us a few words about who you are and what are you doing in the education system?
Sure. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everybody. My name is Tahir. I am the CEO of Salam Education. We are a family-run education group in Dubai. We've been operating for over 40 years. And we have 2 British curriculum schools with over 3,500 children that we serve.
Thank you, Tahir. Abir.
Assalamu alaikum. It's a pleasure to be with you here today. I'm Abir Al-Amiri, Director of Ecosystem Development at the Sharjah Entrepreneurship Center, where we predominantly run incubator and accelerator programs for startups. And one of our priority sectors is education, where we're working very closely with the Sharjah Private Education Authority and the Education Academy here in Sharjah to introduce startups and innovative solutions into the ecosystem.
Russell?
Good morning. Sorry. Good morning, everybody. Happy Saturday. I'm Russell Cayley. I have 2 companies, one Elham Studio, where we work with schools across the world doing curriculum design, and Almac AI, in which is an AI lab, which is very heavily invested in education. So we're looking at how AI can basically ease some of the pain points for educators and release them to do, I think, what we all want, which is more of the human stuff.
Thank you. When you hear or when you think about regulatory sandbox in education, what problem are we trying to solve with that? From your own perspective, where you sit in the system, what kind of problem would that solve for you? And it's open for you all to participate.
So I think one of the realities of education is that it is naturally a very risk-averse environment. It's one that demands a certain level of rigidity and standardization. And I think there's a sense in the community, in the school community as well as the wider community, that that's something we want to try and hack a little bit and see what that might open up as far as opportunity, growth, and value for students in particular, but also for staff.
Cool. What about you, Abir?
I echo that as well. I think when it comes to regulatory sandboxes, it's a place to experiment, test, and refine solutions. Coming from the startup background, it's a place where we can validate and verify solutions that innovators are already building. So working hand in hand with schools, with educators, with students, and policymakers, you're able to actually introduce interventions at a faster rate and refine them at a level that would be more valid for the ultimate outcomes that you're looking to achieve.
So about 15-ish years ago, we launched an insane concept, the world's first traveling school. And the only reason we were able to thrive was we were allowed to sandbox a curriculum. Most people thought we were insane. Luckily, an accrediting body, a regulator out in the US, allowed us to sandbox a very unique approach to education. And so I sit here saying that sandboxes and that approach, whatever label we want to put on it, actually was the vehicle that allowed Think Global School, which I led for about 7 years, it allowed us to thrive. So I think, although it's a topic in a panel right now, actually, if these sandboxes are used as a tool, I guess I've seen the power of them and what they can achieve. And like I said, I wouldn't be sat here, I wouldn't do 90% of the stuff that I've done recently without a sandbox allowing us to take an insane leap into the future and into an alternative approach.
So it sounds like this is a safe space within the education system, or whatever level, whether it's at the school or at the district or in the classroom itself, where you get to try new things. You deregulate slightly within confinement of certain structures, and you get to try a few things, and some of them will succeed, some of them will fail. When they succeed, how can I scale what succeeded? How can I scale it and spread it, scaling within the institution or the school and spread it elsewhere? I mean, and that's, as a regulator, the role is to see where these best practices are flourishing and really thinking about this cross-pollination and scaling them and spreading them elsewhere. Russell, I have a question for you. From your perspective, do you see sandboxes as a simple permission to experiment with our students' lives, educational lives, or is it really an opportunity to rethink truly what learning means in general?
I think there should be, I don't think we should impose them. I think that gets us into dangerous territory. So every project I've been part of that had a sandbox attached to it, parents voluntarily adopted in. And what was actually fascinating at Think Global School is students would actually go through, now you think these kids are going to go around the world, 4 countries every year. When we jumped on the parent call, some parents didn't even know they'd applied. And they were like, we don't know what we're doing here. And the student was so desperate to get out of, and I think the speaker and the MC said it perfectly, we moved to the children to the system. You know, some of these children were so desperate to get out of the system, they'd gone on this journey of application, and they just said, okay, if I get in, hopefully mom and dad will let me go. So I think, and most parents didn't resist when they saw the passion and the fire in these students that wanted to do something else. So I think they should be opted into. We're currently doing a project in Dubai with Al Fataim right now with some students on the cusp of primary and middle school. And again, that again was opted into. Parents voluntarily wanting to come into our sandbox and experiment with AI tools, project-based learning, interdisciplinary approach. So I think it's not it should be an experiment that has all stakeholders saying yes to.
And what are you seeing happening with this experiment in Al Fataim specifically? Any initial insights that you're seeing flourishing based on this new context of using the sandbox there?
Yeah, I mean, I did a TED Talk out in Shanghai about 3 years ago, and one of the main message I said is trust. We've got to have trust in the system. We've got to trust the teachers. We've got to trust the young people. And I think what we've been very used to is we've experimented, and as soon as there's a kind of, deviation or a problem or a divot in the road, we've panicked and gone back to norm very quickly. That magnetic pull of tradition and norm, is so strong. It's so strong. And I think we've got to kind of have the courage to get through the first 6 months. That's exactly what we've done in the experiment in Dubai. We've said straight up, it's going to be rocky for 6 months. But it's going to be okay. It took us 10 years to build Think Global School. It took 10 years. So it's a long process, this. It doesn't happen overnight. Celebrate the small wins and just be open and say, yeah, we're going to hit some bumps in the road, and that's okay.
Yeah, worth the investment of time and effort. Tahir, from an school operation standpoint, what do regulatory sandboxes allow you to do as an operator of a school that traditional system do not let you or confine you to a certain structure?
So one of the things that we've been doing over the last couple of years is using one of the deregulatory permissions that they have at the KHDA in Dubai to increasingly conceptualize our schools as platforms where we integrate and coordinate learning across much more diverse contexts. And I think one of the things with schools is that they're often seen as gatekeepers, controlling learning and controlling access to learning. So what we've been trying to use this vehicle for is to remove some of that structure and try to replace it with time dedicated to more open curriculum pathways and experiences that are often driven by need and opportunity. So I think that permission to take advantage of opportunities, and there are so many opportunities. And until you actually open that door as a school to see what's out there and see who's willing to contribute, until you actually take that step, you don't realize how much potential there is. And I think just building off what Russell said, it really comes down to the parents. When we've had a lot of success with these programs, it's because parents have the appetite for a certain level of risk, and there's a discomfort with the excessive rigor in schools, and we're surprised how many parents are actually willing to step away from some of that standardization, away from some of that rigor, as long as the core is protected, and allow their students to experience things that are undefined yet, or unstructured, or leave it up to open-ended situations where that's the space for judgment to really become refined and reasoning to really become refined, because otherwise we're always in situations which are predetermined. And you get a lot of judgment and reasoning development in predetermined situations, but it goes to a limit. So what we found is when we've given those spaces for students to be in unstructured environments with purpose, that reasoning and judgment really come to flourish.
Awesome. Abir, from a startup ecosystem perspective, what do you think the role of startup would play in a regulatory sandbox-enabled system?
They would support in fast-tracking education reform, I'd say. It's a place, as you would mention, is to really test new solutions and ways of actually implementing different forms of education. But as ecosystem builders, I think we sit right in the middle of this education universe where we are very well connected to the regulatory bodies, to the operational schools, to the startups themselves, and can play the role of the mediator and facilitator. So as Akshara, having SPIA on our board, working very closely with schools, understanding global innovations that are taking place around the world when it comes to education, bringing that to Sharjah, we're able to provide these insights, feed them to the startups, and mediate the relationship between the startups and the school. Similar to what we're doing with the schools through SPIA and the Access Sharjah Challenge, where we're working with Evolved Careers, who are also with us today at a session at 6 p.m. to talk more about that project. It's very controlled, I'd say, regulatory sandbox that we've created, where we're looking at capturing the future skills for students, and SPIA, along with Evolved Careers and Sharjah, we're able to really plug the solution in, adapt it as we go continuously in order to ensure that we get the right outcome we're looking for. So by the end of this pilot, if it's successful, then we go back to that scale question that you had. And it's very, very important. I think just as important as it is to have the parents' buy-in, is to have the schools buy-in as well, and the schools and the teachers to have the appetite to actually try something new, especially given the burden of admin work and responsibilities that they have towards the students.
The Access Sharjah Challenge is probably the seeds, the first seeds to this possibly regulatory sandbox that we, inshallah, will have here in Sharjah. And the idea for everyone is this initiative by our partner Sharjah, and this to align with our strategy at SPIA about measuring and enhancing skills, 21st century skills. And we partnered with Sharjah and their startups to really build a product that is used in schools to assess, measure, and intervene to maximize and move the needle on all of the skills that we care about here in Sharjah, that we developed a profile of a graduate for. And I believe, I hope, those are the beginning of seeds that we will plant together to see this flourishing. I'm going to turn to Russell. Russell, do you think sandboxes should focus on new products, or should they help us build ecosystems where learning and foresights are meaningfully connected, rather than just thinking about building these new products? How can we align what the future is awaiting for us to do and learning?
All of the above.
All of the above.
So I'm growing increasingly concerned, and I've been thinking about this the last few weeks. We just did a piece of research, and we talked to a lot of leaders in places like Silicon Valley, Wall Street, other hubs around the world. And I don't know if anyone's seen the movie The Big Short, where Michael Burry, played by Christian Bale, realizes they're in a potential bubble. And I'm just curious, if we are heading that way in education, we keep building products that I'm not seeing anyone's enthusiastic about out in the world outside education. Like when we're talking to CEOs, when we're talking to people who are passionate about learning, that we mention kind of the traditional path probably most people in this room were on, and people roll their eyes, people are like, oh, you know, you can do it all on your phone now. But we keep building them. And there's this growing tension in me that feels like, what happens when we're moving into a different generation of parents now. The parents, you know, we're moving into the millennial generation of parents who have different expectations. They want different things. My parents just plodded on. You go in there, you're doing that. This generation's different. So I'm growing increasingly concerned we're building a product that's dislocated from the desire of the people in places like Sharjah, places like Dubai, Abu Dhabi, etc. So I think anything that can be an exploration, anything that brings foresight into leadership, we're looking over the horizon and saying, what if? I don't see enough of that. Because, I'm growing increasingly worried that the dislocation is becoming more and more evident. And we're still early, we can still do something about this. So if sandboxes are a legitimate way to explore and begin the conversation about how we change what we're doing, then let's go for it.
Yeah.
As long as people say opt in on the parent level, then I don't think we've got much to lose, because everyone's talking about this. So let's start, I think, being a bit brave and being a bit courageous about it.
And I think it gets us back to the question of relation of trust. The regulator, the school, the parents, the community. And as much as we anchor that trust, I know that it's safe to try things. And I'm not running into major risks. And it's okay to fail and learn and reiterate. being agile about it. So that speaks to me. Tahir, what do you think the roles of the community, the ecosystem, the industry partners that can play in a regulatory educational sandbox?
So I think they can play a tremendous part, and I think it's a growing necessary part as well. You know, like I said, schools are typically the control figures. So they're the ones with the locked doors, and things from the outside aren't able to get in, and things from the inside aren't able to get out. So I think once schools are brave enough to really open those doors and see what partners are willing to contribute, the value proposition just massively increases. And we've seen that with partners that we've worked with, their willingness to contribute time and really the desire to be part of something that is contributing to education and growth and value for students is incredible. And you know, when we talk about AI and technology and how it relates to personalization of learning, I really question that, because for me, I can see how technology and AI can customize learning, and I think it does that really well. But for me, when I think of personalization of learning, it's about the relationships. Fundamentally, it's about the relationships, and those are becoming harder to sustain in an increasingly pressured environment. So where we're able to use these sandboxes to open doors of collaboration, where parents' involvement can escalate to a higher level, where partnership integration can grow to a higher level, I think there's so much value to gain there, and I'm very curious to pursue that exploration.
Cool. Abir, schools are often strapped for limited resources and capacity. What do you think that the role of startups realistically is to support schools rather than adding burden to them?
I think similar to what Salam Education is doing, having a sandbox within the schools where they're working with partners and kind of reinventing the way that education is being delivered. This is where startups can come in. And I'd say it's very important to actually identify the needs you're looking for at a school level, what solutions or what problems you're looking to address, so that you can then find the right solution. A lot of times what we see when we interact with schools is that they have a lot of challenges, but they're unable to pinpoint one that will really move the needle. So if you're able to do that, and there are lots of, again, ecosystem builders that play this role in supporting, identifying your challenge statements to begin with, and then matching it to the right startup that's able to really plug themselves into the school system and be one with the team, and not rather be an addition or an additional layer or an additional burden that the school or the teacher needs to think about.
I like that, because most of the products that you would see out there, they're solution looking for a problem, but you're reversing the problem here and saying, well, if you're working with a startup, the startup it wants to learn from you, and it will tailor make whatever product innovation intervention in ways that solves your issues, but it's so tailored to it. And we're growing together, and the cost is very low initially because we're all learning at the same time. So I'm designing not for you, but with you in a way.
Exactly, you're one. Yeah. You're one team at the end of the day solving for the same challenges.
Cool, cool. Thank you. I have one last question for you before we conclude. If tomorrow you could design a sandbox experiment to transform education in the UAE, what would that look like? From an incubator, accelerator perspective, from an innovator company, or from an operational institution? Not all at once. Go ahead.
I would take 5 schools from Sharjah's ecosystem. I'd put them on a different track of regulation and inspection, not completely dislocate it from what else is going on. I would take maybe 2 or 3 spots within the regulatory system and allow them to experiment. And I would also have a consistent team come in to work with them over a 2 or 3 year period, not a new set of team going in who don't know the school, who don't understand the school. So I would extract schools that want to take the risk, that want to be courageous, and I would, because that's how we did it. Our accreditation system team were more like mentors and coaches than coming in and going, this is wrong. Not saying that happens, but I'm just saying that's what people fear. So I would allow a small group of schools to really experiment and then coach them through a 3 year process and be very clear what the experiment is and also what we mean by innovation. Because we use that word a lot, but I think we all have probably a different definition of it. So I think we've got to allow a sandbox to exist that is really letting a school flourish, because there's energy there. I see that. Micro schools, a huge thing in the US now. It's beginning to come over here. People are talking about Alpha. One of my favorite schools, Nuvu, out in Boston, phenomenal school, Acton Academy. So they're getting a lot of press, and they're having a lot of success as well.
Cool. Abir, Tahar?
We work very closely with universities, more specifically senior students who have built products, whether it's engineering or if they're in the marketing college, and we support them in actually building ventures. The work that we see come out of these students, once they're done with their course and now they join our incubator program, is phenomenal. They discover new career paths, they build relationships with people across different disciplines, different age groups. And if we were able to actually introduce that at a younger level, in a school level, let's look at building ventures at school. This could be focused on biology, could be focused on physics. It's a way to actually take all of your theoretical learnings in the classroom and actually build something where you're also able to then gain life skills. You can work with your teachers, you can work with other students from other schools. But this is something that I wouldn't introduce immediately, but something we can work towards in the future.
Thank you.
So I would continue looking for opportunities to de-implement. I think Russell and Abir pointed to it. Everything in schools is always about layering new initiatives and new ideas and new things on top of existing systems, and then it just strangles everyone and everything. So I'd be looking at opportunities to de-implement wherever possible and experiment, especially with the less risky parts of the curriculum, again, to create more time. Some things I'm really curious about is how do we make the experience of coaching more fundamental to the school experience? How do we manage to create systems for parents to be bigger contributors to the educational experience on a day-to-day basis? And these are things that we typically refrain from because we're worried about what the consequences might be, or how would we manage these type of things on the ground. So I would definitely be trying to create small areas where we can test those theories and see if we can create something better than what we think.
All right. Well, I want to thank all my panelists today, Russell, Abir, and Tahir. I think it's a very important space to be created in our institution, a place to innovate, to experiment, to try safely for our children, safely for our school, and our community. And I think this is a beginning of a conversation that I would love to see continuing. And SPIA being always your partner in trying to, I always say SPIA is like a government institution that acts like a startup on the inside. So would love to keep exploring this space and enabling our schools to try these new things. But thank you all for being here with me today. Thank you.
Thank you of how thoughtful regulation can serve as a catalyst for innovation rather than a constraint. And before we begin our next session, I would like to kindly request everyone to come forward, especially if you're sitting at the very back, just so that we can appear like a community since we're all here together. So once again, if you are sitting at the back or in the middle, there are spaces in the front, so please do come closer to the stage. Now, our next session is all about language because it is more than communication, it is identity. Our next session explores how Arabic preservation and literacy data support heritage and future readiness. Please join me in welcoming Iyad Darausha, the General Manager of Miqyas Ad-Dad.
Peace be upon you all.
If you are in need of the translation devices, please seek for one. Thank you. And thanks for the introduction. شكرا للمقدمة وأهمية.
Thank you for the introduction about the importance of language, any language. And the Arabic language, for us, it's an identity, it's a culture. It's not just an identity and culture. I will present you with 4 ideas and then end with a question that might reflect the importance of rethinking how Arabic is taught. As we say in Arabic language, we always say that it's a culture and it's an identity. From my viewpoint, that's true. But we didn't ask the right question. Is it true that it's a cultural portfolio and identity? Or has it become part of the educational decision? We're not talking about Arabic as a subject matter. We're talking about a communication tool in science, maths, Islamic, and so on. My message is very simple. Through 4 messages that I present before you. How can the Arabic language how could the Arabic language be part of the decision making? How to preserve its identity? How to be able to measure profound comprehension in the students, and how can we create an impact that could be managed by data? I will start with the first idea. From my point of view, Arabic language is not just a discipline and a content in the educational curriculum. Every decision we make, whether it's for curricula or for pedagogy, and assessment and policies, is impacted directly with how proficient the students are in language, how well they are in reading, how closely connected it is to the content. It would be a facilitator in measuring this content. We need clear measure tools in order to assess this competency and the proficiency in Arabic. This would be a very important step in order to measure reading and readability in students. We have to ask ourselves always, does this content rendered readable? Can it be understood and comprehended? Does it have the impact that we desire? This is very important for the decision maker, especially when you talk about reading proficiency and deep comprehension and analysis. Knowledge has been closer to us more than ever. But to understand and to analyze, this is what we seek. The amount of knowledge and information that students need, whether it's for interaction, for AI, for learning the content. All of this is equated with the ability of the student to understand and analyze the content. This morning, the UNESCO referred to different studies. We in the Arab world, our students who are less than 10 years of age cannot comprehend a simple text. Also, international comparisons shows that 30% improvement would be witnessed if it's based on evidence, not impressions. If we reach that position, if we reach that status, to talk about language as a decision or as a content. This slide is representing the second idea or the second message. I always repeat over and over. The language is the vessel of identity. Identity is not preserved by mottos and slogans and emotional discourse. It is preserved when I know how to read my identity. The ability of the learner to read and understand and comprehend and interact with the text. This is where language becomes the vessel of identity. And when we talk about language skills or reading skills, it is an indicator, according to the international studies, that there is a declining relationship between the language and the student. This is a very salient example. We see people talking with each other, speaking with each other in other languages instead of Arabic. Why is that? Because the relationship between the recipient and the language is declining. We cannot start from the first point, which is measuring the ability to comprehend our reading, and then we could start building the content and trying different methods and pedagogical approaches. If we reach that point, then we will make a quantum leap instead of preserving identity as lip service, transforming it into a responsibility that we can follow up and safeguard. The third point, which is considered the center of what I want you to think about. Unlike other languages, the Arabic language does not have a credible reading measure that is assessed. Other languages do. When I say the reading balance or reading gauge, this means the ability to measure the proficiency of understanding, comprehending, and analyzing. On the other hand, the ability to measure the difficulty or the simplicity of the text. This means that I have a good content that is measurable, and if I have the tools that enables me to gather the data that are accurate, then I would have an impact is measurable. I think the slides are more important than my face on the screen. Once we achieve that, we have a common language between the decision maker and the teacher. A language that relies on data, not on impressions and expectations. This is where improvement authentically happens. Then, at that stage, we will know what to improve and why. Is the problem with the student that is 4 years of age? Is it because of 1, 2, and 3? Or is it a generic problem? And those who thinks that the vernacular would not affect or impact acquiring language, that is wrong. It will enhance the ability to acquire the standard Arabic. It's very important that I improve the ability to read and comprehend. There are some studies that we did in Miqyas al-Dad that the results of students the reason for them not getting good grades is not because of knowledge and information. It's because of comprehension. Comprehension was one of the major factors that led them to score low in the international tests. The fourth message, or the idea that I want to present you with, like I mentioned before, if the content is measurable, this means that we could link it to the quality of education, and we can allocate the resources where they are needed. We invest in the content, in pedagogy. We must reach a point where the start for us would be the learner, not learning outcomes. The learner should be the one who determines how to deal with them according to the content and how to gradually improve him in the reading comprehension, so that we would say that the learner is able to be proficient and well-versed in the Arabic language. At that stage, the Arabic language becomes an identity, a culture, and a way of life. To conclude, I would like to say the following. When we situate the Arabic language in the center of decision-making, and we can measure reading, and we can forge strategies based on accurate data, we will move from preserving the identity to creating impact in education and in a national impact that is sustainable. We should base our measures on evidence, not on impressions. We have to focus on the learner, first of all, and then the content, and then the measurement. Thank you very much for having me here in this wonderful summit. And now I will leave the floor to our wonderful presenter. Thank you
and identity can work together to strengthen heritage and progress. Inclusion defines who we are. Today, we launch Sharjah's inclusive education policy, reaffirming our commitment to equity for every learner. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Hanadi Suwaidi, the Director of Sharjah Center for Learning Difficulties, and Mr. Abdullah Al-Marzougi, the Director of Educational Institution Sector at Sharjah Private Education Authority.
Assalamu alaikum.
Peace be upon you all. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests of this great summit, starting from the efforts that have been exerted by Sharjah and UAE and its national policy of empowering learners with special educational needs, we announce the launch of our policy regarding special need education and integration. This policy seeks to instill the integrated education and providing students with disabilities an equitable and fair education in order to empower them academically and socially. It also fortifies the culture based on equity and fairness and integration. We would like to thank our partners for preparing and designing this policy and its implementation later on in order to develop it more and more in the future. Thank you, Mr. Abdullah. Peace be upon you all. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to be with you because we are presenting the policy that puts the student at the heart of the attention of education, providing him with the right skills that is aligned with his abilities and his needs. The integrated education, it's not an addition to the educational work. It is the basis on which practices and policies should be built. We are working towards this commitment by putting an institutional framework to provide the services to students. The goal we have is clear, that all students will have all the supports they need at the time they need it, by early detection of his needs, preparing the arrangements that enable them to participate effectively. And this includes special needs, special educational needs and disabilities, by having curricula that responds to diversity and respects it. This will create a big difference in the life of students within the school. It will make a difference in the way he understands and participates, and him feeling that he is a functional and active member of society. Doing that will lead us to uplift education for all. Based on this policy, supporting the student doesn't end in the educational institution, but through coordination with the concerned parties and the integration of services and their sustainability. This should continue throughout his different stages of education in order to prepare him for the future. This is done according to the efforts that have been done by SPIA and dealing with partners with the Sharjah City for Humanitarian Services and other important and concerned parties such as SIA and others that make a huge difference in schools and enhance the role of families.
We would want an impact that guarantees learning and achievement. We would like to create a pioneering product to enhance partnership and quality education. The real investment is really in students and their future. I would like to thank all those who participated in creating this policy. I would like to invite you all to the stage for me to thank you, Mrs. Dua, Your Excellency, Mrs. Mona, Dr. Iman, Mr. Ahmed Salim from Learning Disabilities. We don't have anyone from SIA? Mrs. Khawla? Social services as well, if there is anyone present. Please take the stage. Thank you very much.
Shukran jazilan, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Inclusive education for every learner. Our next keynote offers a strategic view of Sharjah's K-12 ecosystem and its future direction. Please join me in welcoming Chinmay Javeri, the partner at LEK Consulting.
Excuse me. Good morning. I think the excitement that we saw coming into this conference, which was beautifully organized by Sharjah Education Academy and SPIA, is reflective of the excitement that we see in the Sharjah education market today, especially on the K-12 side. My name is Chinmay Javeri. I'm a partner at LEK's Global Education Practice. A little bit about our firm. LEK is headquartered in London. We have 27 offices globally. Where we come in quite effectively is we work with the largest investors and operators in the global education ecosystem, but we also work very closely with regulators like SPIA, KHD, and ADEC in the region. In terms of our clients, we are fortunate to have some of the largest education companies as a part of our client roster here. In terms of the coverage of what we are trying to present today, I wanted to briefly present an overview of the Sharjah education K-12 market, and then the key considerations and takeaways as you look at a market like Sharjah. To start off with, the Sharjah market is quite large. It is 251,000 students. Interestingly, over the last 6 years has grown quite actively, around 3% growth. Just to contrast it, it is amongst the largest 3 markets that we see in the region. At 251,000 students, it is pretty much the similar size as we see in Abu Dhabi and slightly smaller than Dubai. The other interesting nuance is 83% of the market is private schooling. So there is a fairly large opportunity that we see for private schools in the market there. Within the market, as you see, it is international schools that drive 85% of the enrollments there. Interestingly, even that growth rate over the last 6 years has consistently grown at 3 to 4%. What are the key drivers for growth, right? And that is why the Sharjah market is very exciting. One is the strong demographic growth. The local population within the school-going age between 4 to 18 is growing quite rapidly. There's growing affluence. And interestingly, because of SPIA coming in and the massive changes that they've undertaken, Sharjah is attracting strong quality institutions here. But interestingly, in addition to all of that, the UAE continues growing quite rapidly because of the inflow of expatriates. And Sharjah is a large beneficiary of the inflow of expatriates too. Just in terms of the market, we've segmented the market in various sub-segments. In terms of the growth that we see in the market, the premium end of the market, which is schools between 40,000 dirhams and 60,000 dirhams, are growing quite rapidly. They've actually grown at 10% in volume terms, which is one of the fastest growth rates that we see in the market. The other segment is actually mid-market, which is anywhere between 20,000 dirhams to 40,000 dirhams. The other interesting nuance of this market is that the market is operating at an 80% capacity utilization, with some segments at 70% capacity utilization. Any market that starts inching towards 80% is a very healthy market, even from an operator standpoint, and which is where this market does present a unique opportunity for new operators to come into. If we look at the curriculum mix within the market, it is a healthy mix of British, American, and Indian curriculum as we look at it across the price segments. Interestingly, at the premium end, because of the presence of a few prestigious schools, you also see Australian curriculum being quite dominant. But all in all, as a market, we do continue seeing growth for American curriculum, which is what the Emiratis and Arab expatriate parents prefer, British curriculum, which is what the expatriates prefer, and Indian curriculum for the South Asian community too. So the market, in addition to strong growth dynamics, also presents a unique opportunity for operators across the 3 curricula too. I mean, the other interesting nuance that we see in Sharjah is the fact that there is a lot of new real estate coming in, and that presents an opportunity in terms of widespread growth of the K-12 schools. I mean, as SPIA was mentioning, even yesterday in the workshop that we had, that the intent is to have schools all across the city and not having them clustered in a particular region. As you see on this map, there is enough real estate development that we see across price segments in the city. And there also it is a very interesting opportunity to have new schools. So all in all, as we have shown through this presentation, Sharjah is an exciting market because of the growth contours, because of the curriculum mix, because of the price points that we see. But what are the things that operators need to be assessing as they look at the Sharjah market carefully? One is to tweak the offering in line with the market. A premium offering in Dubai and Abu Dhabi is different to the premium offering here. And there are very successful models that you see, be it in the premium end or the mid-market end, and tweak the offering in line with the market needs. Also study the market in terms of the relevant micro-catchment. I mean, the market is now moving towards a 20 to 30-minute drive time, so look at your micro-catchment. What is the new housing coming in? What is the target demographics that you will cater to within that micro-catchment? And finally, deliver the relevant curricula in line with the unmet needs of the micro-catchment. So although Sharjah as an overall market is attractive, the operators do need to keep these nuances in mind. I think from a regulator standpoint, SPIA is doing a very good job in terms of improving the academic quality. They have a very high proportion of their schools between good, very good, and outstanding. But as they want to attract more investors and operators, they need to continue having a very robust data mechanism, data tracking mechanism to continue showing how attractive the market is for new investors and operators. Also, land is one of the key requirements. And as the market has a lot of individual landlords, I think SPIA could do a good job in terms of connecting the landlords with the operators, because that is where you will facilitate new supply within the market. And I think from a regulatory framework, they do have a fee growth framework, which is interesting, but as long as they can continue following that transparently and having the robust inspections and rating framework, I think that will really go a long way in terms of attracting new investors and operators within the market. So I would like to thank you all for spending time with us, and I would like to thank SPIA for giving us the opportunity. My colleagues and me are here throughout the day, happy to answer any questions in one-to-one chats throughout the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Chinmay, for that insightful and strategic keynote on Sharjah's K-12 ecosystem and its future direction. Collaboration at scale requires evidence, alignment, and trust. Our next session reflects on the role of large-scale assessments in driving system-wide improvement and measurable outcomes. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Grace Grima, the Director of International Assessments at Pearson Education.
Good morning, everyone. It is my absolute honor and pleasure to be spending these next 15 minutes with you, sharing my reflections of how international large-scale assessment can help us with impact on improvement. I am the Director of International Assessment at Pearson Education, as I've been introduced. And in Pearson, we are the largest education company focusing on all areas of education, but the department that I work in works specifically with governments around the world on education reform, assessment services, and capacity building. My colleague Mustafa and I are here all day, and we'll be very happy to meet with you with any questions and follow up afterwards. So sit, relax, and enjoy this reflective session. Thank you. So this is an overview of what I'm going to be talking about today. I'm focusing specifically on TIMSS, PEARLS, and PISA, because these are the K-12 ILSAs that happen globally. I'm looking at purposes, outcomes, and impact in general at system level, but then I'm going to focus in on two examples, the assessment frameworks and the item banks that they provide. So in this session, we're looking at content as well as processes, because the processes themselves have a lot of good lessons and good practice for countries as they are working on school improvement. So as I said, these are the three ILSAs that I'm focusing on. In the workshop yesterday, I'm very aware that many people are very familiar with these assessments, but for those who are not, I'm just going to give a very brief overview. So TIMSS is Maths and Science, grade 4 and grade 8. It has been taking place since 1995 with a 4-year cycle. So many countries take part. In the last cycle, over 64 countries participated. And the 2023 cycle, which was the last cycle, was already transitioned to computer-based assessment. We're currently already working on the 2027 cycle with the field trial taking part in March. So the international results for these ILSAs are based on the pupil assessment as well as a pupil questionnaire that follows the assessment, together with a number of context questionnaires that are completed by the principals, by the teachers, and by the parents or the carers. Apart from these ILSAs, TIMSS, and PEARLS, right, also collect information about the national context that shape the maths and science education via a curriculum questionnaire that is completed by every participating country, and each country also produces a country-specific encyclopedia chapter. So if we're interested in a particular country, what their policies are, what their structure is like, the encyclopedia that comes out just before the results are published is a very good reference point for us all. Several people in the room, I'm sure, together with myself, may have been present at the TIMSS 23 international results launch in Dubai in December 2024. And another interesting element of these ILSAs is that many countries publish a national report and deliver other dissemination activities on the same day as the international reports and in the coming months, working mostly with policymakers, practitioners, in this case, maths and science teachers. PEARLS is a different assessment, also by IEA in Boston. So PEARLS has been conducted since 2001. It has a 5-year cycle, and it focuses on reading with understanding. So again, it takes place in a number of countries. Last cycle, 57 countries. This year, we are doing the main study for PEARLS 2026, which is happening even in this region. So, PEARLS is recognized as the global standard for monitoring reading comprehension. And the focus, as I say, is reading with understanding. This assessment is a valuable vehicle for studying whether new or revised policies impact achievement. PEARLS 26 is the first time that all the assessment will be digital. And as I will explain a bit later, these assessments have a very comprehensive framework. In this case, the framework focuses on the two overarching purposes of reading, in and out of school.
سواء كان في داخل المدارس
And to acquire and use information. The international results, same as for TIMSS, are based on the pupil assessments and the questionnaires. There are also the curriculum questionnaire and the encyclopedia. And interestingly, in the next cycle, in 2031, both TIMSS and PEARLS happen at the same year, because one has a 4-year cycle, the other one has a 5-year cycle, and it will be a very good year to look at developments happening with the same primary school cohorts. The other ILSA that I'm going to be referring to today is PISA. So PISA is OECD's Program for International Student Assessment. PISA is not aligned to any curriculum, but it actually measures 15-year-olds' use of their reading, maths, and science knowledge and skills in real-life situations. So a lot of the assessment is scenario-based. What I did not mention, and I should, is that I work directly with these ILSAs. So I am the National Research Coordinator for TIMSS and PEARLS in the UK, for PEARLS in the 4 countries, England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland, and TIMSS in Scotland, Northern Ireland, and Wales. And I am also the MPM for PISA in England, Wales, and Northern Ireland. So I know these studies quite well. So PISA, before we launch into the actual discussion I want to get into, but we know that it is the largest assessment, international assessment globally, with over 100 countries that have participated over time. This is the 9th cycle, right? And we're at the analysis stage of the PISA 25, and the results will be published in September of this year. So PISA is another computer-based assessment which focuses on 3 core areas: math, science, and reading. 1 focal area in every cycle. So in this cycle, it is science. Interestingly, PISA also includes an innovative domain in every cycle. So in this cycle, it's learning in a digital world. In the next cycle, it will be media and artificial intelligence literacy. So the difference of PISA between the other ILSAs is that PISA evaluates how well students use their knowledge and skills to solve new challenges in a practical, real-world situation. It was interesting to listen to the student council session where these skills align to what the students are actually asking for. Like the other ILSAs, PISA also collects data via questionnaires. In this case, system leaders, school principals, and students. And as we know, right, these context questionnaires are very important because they show us how learning relates to the demographic, social, and economic aspects of the learning experience. So with reliable data on gaps in access and differences in outcomes between groups of students, countries can determine whether all students are given equal opportunities to succeed at schools and beyond. The last point I'll make about PISA, it is one of the primary sources that UN and its members use in monitoring progress towards the achievement of the Education Sustainable Development Goal of 2030. So that's an overview of the ILSAs and what they are, right? Their purposes are very similar in nature. So they are developed on a particular cognitive domains, as we've just seen. And the primary focus is on assessing the proficiency distributions in these cognitive domains for each participating country or economy. As I mentioned, they also include the questionnaires, and therefore they offer a comprehensive view of the learning environment, the economic, cultural, and social status, and other important contextual factors that impact the participants' performance. So, the ILSAs in nature help those of us who work at country level in different ways, right? To derive meaningful insights about what's actually happening using an external lens, to help us formulate education policies, and also to devise target interventions to improve learning outcomes of particular countries. And I cannot emphasize enough how important this approach is. So, focusing now on the impact on improvement outcomes, because that is the theme of this conference, right? So, a representative sample is usually chosen by a country, right? And the sample is weighted. Then the primary outcomes of the ILSAS is the database that includes the cognitive scores, the background informations, and the associated sample weights. All these are very, very important. So this is all very valuable data at country level, because it is a comprehensive database containing a wide range of variables that are very useful for secondary analysis, even though the media usually focus on the rankings. But there is a lot more value that we can get from these data sets. So these data sets across all the ILSAs have high potential and notable impact in the development of education policies around the world. The second point is that ILSAs strategically are designed to facilitate comparison across cycles, thus empowering participating countries and economies to concentrate on assessing changes in scores over time, rather than overly emphasizing comparison with other countries. This longitudinal aspect of ILSAS is quite a distinctive factor, and it is one that we need to make good use of. I'm not going to go into this because of time, but to maintain this comparability across countries and across cycles, ILSAS implements rigorous regulations which are available in the public domain. I give you some references there. And the last point I want to make before giving you some specific examples is which are the best features of these ILSAs, right? It is the frameworks that present the conceptual foundation of the assessments, as well as the technical reports that give the detailed explanations that are published by both IEA for TIMSS and PEARLS and by OECD for PISA. The second point is the actual publication of these conceptual frameworks, which are discussed by experts around the world, and the technical standards that are examined thoroughly, again, by experts around the world. So these are very valuable and have impacted national level curriculum development and educational assessments around the world. These concepts and standards hold significant influence both at national level curriculum development and also educational assessment and also research in education-related fields. So at a country and international level, these are the most important elements of ILSAS. But since we are reflecting on improvements in schools, which is the workshop that I ran yesterday, I would like to give a couple of examples to show you at school level as well. But before I do that, I'll just conclude on the key benefits of participating. So these are international benchmarks of learning outcomes, and they tend to measure allowing countries to follow progress over time, right? The other point is that they provide us with insights into performance, experience, and attitudes. All three are very important in response to other policies and practices from around the world, helping policymakers gain insights into how to help students learn better, teachers teach better, and school systems to operate more efficiently. And as I've mentioned, the rich database and international reports can help countries identify strengths and weaknesses of their systems, refine policy priorities, and set new goals for improvement. I want to very quickly give us two quick examples. So one is the assessment frameworks, and here I just show you the three frameworks, right, for TIMSS, PEARLS, and PISA. So the way the frameworks work, right, and here I give an example from the last TIMSS cycle. The frameworks are organized around two dimensions. The content dimension, specifying the subject matter, and then the cognitive dimension, which is specifying the thinking processes. More and more, the move is focusing more on the cognitive domains rather than the content dimension, although both are very important. Here, I give you an example from both maths and science, just to show that up front, right, it is decided the curriculum area, the content area, what percentage of the total assessment they will hold, and then, very importantly, the cognitive domains, and again, what proportion of their assessment will focus on those skills. We will see there, right, as with the grade 8 assessment, the cognitive skills move in order to allow more space for reasoning. Here, the point I just want to make, and I'll close here on the assessment frameworks before I give you another example, is that the three main skills, right, are knowing, applying, and reasoning. And these frameworks give us very good insights. In this case, what does knowing mean in mathematics, right? And they provide us with very clear definitions. The same for science, right? So reasoning in science is different from reasoning in maths. And again here, I give you the detail of what reasoning in science looks like in the TIMSS framework. The other example I want to refer to is the item banks, right? That again are a phenomena that is being used even at national level in many countries. And the good practice in this ILSAS is the way that these item banks are developed, right? So item banks obviously have items of variable demand, right? And focused, that are developed and trialed, leading to an extensive bank of thoroughly developed items, right? The process starts with item drafting, okay? And in the ILSAS, the items are drafted by the participating countries as well as by experts. The items, after the content is done, the focus, again very important in assessment, is the layout of the assessment. How does the layout show when we are producing these items on screen? Once that is completed, we go into the item review phase. Okay, so we verify the content correctness, we consider the cultural perspectives to prevent bias, and we conduct an overall evaluation of item appropriateness. Once all that is completed, we then move to a field trial. For TIMSS, it's happening in March this year, and this takes place around the world at the same time. So we collect data for psychometric analysis, performance, right? And through this process, we then choose which items make it to the main study. All ILSAs are made up of trend items that are used in previous cycles and new items that are developed for the particular item. That's where the performance across cycles can be evaluated. So, in terms of final reflections, right, ILSAs do provide us with very comprehensive data sets that enable us to understand the assessment results that inform developments in the enacted curriculum. So it is important to make very good use of these data sets. ILSAs provide us with detailed and updated educational frameworks. This, for me, is one of the strongest positives of all ILSAs. So all ILSAs are updated, you know, with expertise around the world. And their use should be optimized in education, assessment, and teacher development. And the point that I would like to end with today is that in development item banks, there are key important factors on assessment that we all need to consider when developing other assessments at national, regional, and even school level. So it is important that the assessment instruments are aligned with the intended learning outcomes, and we ensure that the assessments are measuring what they are designed to measure. So again, very important validity, right? The assessment outcomes need to be dependable and consistent across learners, context, and administrators, and administrations, excuse me. So here we're looking at reliability. All learners should have equitable opportunities to demonstrate what they know and can do through inclusive and accessible design, looking at fairness and accessibility. The expectations, criteria, and processes need to be clear, defensible, and secure. Here we're thinking about transparency and integrity. And finally, the assessments need to reflect real-life applications and meaningful use of knowledge and skills, the authenticity. Again, referring to the Student Council and how both teaching and assessment need to reflect the real world. I end with the important point of the value on impact. So all assessments, ILSAs and others, should support learning to improve continuous improvement at learner, institutional, and system level. Thank you very much for your time. As I said, if you'd like to follow up, we are here all day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Grace, for showing how collaboration and evidence can turn ambition into measurable impact. As artificial intelligence reshapes industries worldwide, education systems must rethink how they plan and lead transformation. So please join me in welcoming Muriel Poisson, the team leader AI, knowledge generation and mobilization at UNESCO.
So good morning, good afternoon. Very happy to be with all of you today to talk about quite interesting and new topic. Our institute, the UNESCO International Institute for Educational Planning, has been embarking, which is the topic of AI, how it can help us rethink planning and management for the future. So let me start with this first graph. I'm sure that you've been listening a lot to different type of speeches talking about the use of AI as part of the teaching and learning process, how AI can help students learn, how AI can reduce pressure on teachers by providing tools, insights, administrative support, and so on. But within our UNESCO Institute, we are trying to look at this important topic from a different perspective, trying to see also how AI can have a great potential to transform planning, management, and also policy making within the education sector. So what we are talking about here is the use of AI as a tool to guide decision making by helping to analyze vast amounts of available data, provide modeling, forecasting, or by flagging some very specific problems areas within the education sector. We are talking about, as you see here in the example that are provided, the use of AI for teacher allocation systems, use of AI for early warning systems, use of AI in terms of support to financial management or to procurement systems. So within our Institute of UNESCO, we have recently carried out a survey of about more than 100 national education sector plans, trying to review how AI and new technology is being integrated as part of those plans. And it's very clear that here there is a trend that there are more and more countries that are now trying to integrate AI and other advanced tools as part of the overall reflections related to planning and decision making, even though clearly we are only at a very early stage of it. So now on this slide that I'm sharing with you, well, this is an extract from recent OECD publications, our colleagues from OECD, that is dedicated to governing by artificial intelligence, and which try to examine the adoption of AI for use by the public administration. And if you have a look in details at this policy cycle, you will see that, in fact, AI has potentially impact at all levels of the policy cycle, from policy making to the implementation of policies and also to the monitoring and evaluation framework. And here, public bodies, public administrations have a very unique role to play, because they are both the users of this technology, try to integrate it as part of the planning and management process, but at the same time, they are the regulator also of AI. So they have a very unique responsibility to ensure that AI is one that really serves human rights and the SDG 4, promoting equality, access, and equity at the center of AI development. So now let me focus much more specifically on the topic of AI and educational planning to see what can be the very specific benefits that can be drawn by this technology to the planning field. So as you see on these slides, we have identified three main key areas where we believe that these tools can create some added value. So the first one, the most important one, is that it can help improved decision-making, tool that can help policymakers, planners, managers take data-based decisions based on real-time information, including in crisis situations. Second, the idea is that the use of such tools can also help improve productivity in terms of the management of the education sector by speeding up, streamlining, automatizing a number of administrative decisions, including in complex situations. And lastly, that it can help improve transparency in different ways by reducing risk of corruptions, detecting more easily different types of anomalies within the system, and also facilitating citizen oversight. So I'm going to provide 3 concrete examples taken from 3 different regions to illustrate the type of use of AI in the field of planning and management. So the first one, as you see, is the use of that type of tools to help manage teacher and pupil assignment. And here the examples that is providing is coming from Latin America, where several countries, including Chile, Peru, Brazil, Argentina, have been introducing centralized assignment systems for students and for teachers using algorithms to make decisions on allocations of pupils and of teachers, and that have been adapted to the specific priorities and needs of each of those education systems. And so in addition to increasing transparency by ensuring clear processes, this system has also helped improve communications with stakeholders by providing information about potential schools where they can be assigned. They have been using nudges, chatbots in a number of cases to help guide stakeholders through the systems and to ensure optimal outcomes. And well, this type of systems, clearly, as you see at the bottom in terms of conditions and challenges, requires a number of conditions to be able to operate in a fruitful way. They need, of course, to have very strong data sets, quality information, clearly established centralized norms and procedures. And there are a number of risks and challenges that are attached to them in terms of use of personal data for decision-making, privacy issues, and so on. And one of the biggest challenges being such systems may also tend to improve a number of barriers within the system, such as social and ethnic segregation. Now, the second example that I wanted to share with you, well, is coming from Asia, and which shows how artificial intelligence can be used to strengthen the TVET sector, technical and vocational education sector. And so here, the context was that there was a very rapidly changing job market in the context of Singapore that can exacerbate the job skills gap, increasing unemployment and leaving also some vital industries being unserved. And so in this context, there is this initiative that has been developed called My Careers Future Platforms, which uses machine learning technology to match potential applicants with relevant job offers, and at the same time also provide tips and career guidance to help applicants overcome skills gap. And so this platform is freely available for all Singapore residents. So here again, as you see, a number of challenges, a number of risks related to potential misuse of data, potential bias in the guidance that is given to job seekers. In addition, the tool is opt-in on behalf of potential employers, so the breadth, reliability of data depends on buy-in from the general public and also from industry. But at the same time, well, this is a kind of revolution in terms of making the connections with the needs of the people that are looking for a job and the labor market. Then the last example that I wanted to share with you is about, again, the use of AI and new technologies, in this case, to foster crisis management. And so this example is coming from the Philippines, which, as you may know, is one of the world's most disaster-prone countries, with climate change having a very huge impact on school infrastructure and the continuity of learning. And so in this context, the Department of Education from this country has developed this initiative that is entitled Comprehensive School Safety Assessment, which consists in a series of applications and data tools for crisis monitoring and school safety management. So they use and they leverage cloud databases, GIS information systems to collect school-level data, map risk, organize post-disaster interventions in the hardest hot areas, and also the students and the communities are engaged in providing data on their own schools to help authorities act on local concerns in real time. And so AI is part of it. It's mobilizing all other types of advanced digital tools, and clearly there is considerable opportunities in the next stages for risk reduction via modeling and improved planning in such context, with again all kinds of challenges, risk attached to that, including, for instance, the importance of relying on digital literacy and connectivity of individual at school level. So to sum up, well, clearly the field of AI and planning is a world of potentials, but not only. And as you've seen in the various examples that I've shared with you, I've highlighted some of the very different ways that it can help and harness to improve productivity, to improve decision making, to improve transparency. But at the same time, that there are a lot of challenges and potential risk attached to that. Not all systems are equal in the face of AI, of course. For some, the key challenges may relate to leadership. For others, the lack of skills. For others, the lack of legal or technical infrastructure. Number of risk attached, limited or poorly chosen data sets, algorithm bias, discrimination, and so on. Other types of risk, as you see here, for instance, decontextualization of data, risk of standardization in a way, in the way education systems are being managed. And so these are some of the potential risk of AI adoptions that in some cases may clearly outweigh some of the potential benefits. So the real question that it raised is, well, in order to make sure that AI serves the education system, public institutions need to steer the process based on clear human-centered principles. And so this would be my last slide on how to integrate AI into the policy and planning cycle, taking a human-centered approach. You see a quote at the very top coming from UNESCO, and maybe some of you that are familiar with the topic of AI know that there has been a lot of very important frameworks and documents and publications from UNESCO on the topic. This one at the top is an extract from UNESCO guidance for generative AI in education and research from 2021 that mentioned that in terms of governance, a human-centered approach requires proper regulation that can ensure human agency, transparency, and public accountability. So in concrete terms, as you see on this graph that I'm showing here, the importance is to see, well, how this human-centered principle can apply to each of the steps of the policy and planning cycle, from foresight and sectoral analysis. How can AI help define what issues needs to be prioritized? In terms of policy formulations and planning, how can AI inform policy choices? In terms of governance, implementations, resource allocation, how can AI support operational decisions and management processes? And finally, as regards monitoring and evaluations, how can AI support the monitoring, evaluations, and revisions of policies? So this includes, for instance, in terms of the mitigation risk, to make sure that we address a number of risks from this perspective. For instance, to pay attention on the clear limits on automated decision-making to address issues such as discriminations, exclusions, diffusion of responsibility. This means also to pay proper attention to stakeholder participations to minimize agenda capture. This means also contestability of those AI results to reduce instances of unintended harm. So there are many different ways and different types of new questions that are now addressed to education planners and managers and decision makers in this process. So this is an opening debate, I would say, that our institute is contributing to. We have a large research that is currently launched in 10 countries around the world to try really to document specific cases of innovative ways of integrating AI as part of the planning and management process. We are also currently developing a MOOC with our colleagues from UNESCO headquarters on the use of AI in education for decision makers. And so if you're interested to learn a little bit more about our work in this domain, please do not hesitate to come to me. So this is our institute. We are a research training technical institute. We have a lot of resources, publications, and also offer related to training. So do not hesitate to come to us. Thank you very much. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Muriel, for your insightful perspective on how AI can support smarter planning and responsible leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the close of our first segment this morning. Please enjoy some coffee as you head down to the breakout session that you registered for. These sessions will continue the conversation across our core tracks and offer focused, practical engagement with our speakers and facilitators. Our members are available throughout the venue if you need assistance finding your assigned room. We will reconvene here in the Invest Bank Hall at 1:50 p.m. to begin our second segment. So please keep an eye out on the time and listen closely to the announcements made through the PA system. We look forward to welcoming you back shortly in a bit. Enjoy your break.
2, 2, 2. Hey, hey. Test 1, 2. Hey, hey, 1, 2. 2, 2, 2, 2. Hey, hey, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, 1, 2. Two, 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 two. Hey, 1, 2.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope that you had a refreshing moment, had your coffee, had your caffeine, and had a wonderful lunch. Welcome back to the Invest Hall. We hope your breakout sessions were engaging and insightful as we begin our second segment and we return to the dialogue and build on this morning's momentum. So I'm hoping that caffeine break will fuel you for the rest of the day. Now, our next session focuses on early childhood education, the foundation of lifelong learning. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Burhan Shakroun, the Head of Policies and Lifelong Learning Systems at UNESCO.
Well, thank you very much, and I can see that we are warming up for this afternoon session, and I hope you had also a good break and ready for, I hope, a rich session in different panels that we will have. In preparing this presentation this afternoon, I am setting rather a broad perspective on what we see as the challenges internationally, what are the issues that we are dealing with when it comes to UNESCO, and a bit sharing with you some of the perspectives that we are also advancing. So it's not specific to what is happening here in this context, or specifically to the Sharjah. So just first, I think if there is something that joins us all and unites us, is that we are workers in education entrusted with the task of building part of the foundation for the future of humanity. This is not my words, these are the words of Ellen Wilkinson, who's the Minister of Education at the time when UNESCO was launched in 1945 in the aftermath of the Second World War. I think this is something that is uniting us, and this is something that obviously brings us together to advance the right to education, which is what we stand for, I believe. And I have prepared the presentation around 5 elements or 5 moments. One is a starting bit about how we are navigating this turbulence period, and what does it mean in terms of education challenges. A crisis of financing that we see emerging in different ways in different parts of the world. How the transforming education is taking lifelong learning perspective, and what are the challenges in making education lifelong learning endeavor. And then what UNESCO is doing as a responsible and as a custodian of the SDG 4, the Sustainable Development Goal 4, and some ideas for big push on early child education and care, including thinking already accelerating in the next 4 years, but also thinking about the post-2030 agenda. So this is the menu, and I hope in this 20 minutes that we're giving to me, we'll be able to cover those points. So how we are navigating a world in turbulence in a time of global challenges and global turbulences. And probably when we think about those factors, we think about different aspects, and one is related to the sustainable development. Are we advancing in sustainable development, climate change, and challenges that we are facing on poverty, on health, and other matters? But also we see increasingly social and political issues, including issues related to citizenship, participation in society, democratic societies, and rights, human rights, including the right to education. An aspect that is, from my point of view, very critical, and as one historian mentioned, demography makes history, not history that makes demography. So I think demography is a very critical point, and I'm zooming on it because we are speaking also about early learning and lifelong learning. Informality, which is a character of economies in many countries where people who are working in informal economy are rather growing and not shrinking. And we speak about Industry 4.0, sometimes we also speak about Industry 5.0, but obviously We have also economies that are still having a large number of people who are in vulnerable positions, in vulnerable employment, different type of subsistence work. So it's very important that we don't look at the global economy as a homogeneous economy that is all in a way driving toward Industry 4.0, but we take also into account the diversity of economies. Technological change, and I think we already spoke about the importance of digital transformation, about artificial intelligence, and this is a phenomenon that is impacting economies, labor market, but also education system. And last but not least is the still economic recovery and the impact of economic crisis during the COVID on the economic situation, in particular regarding debts, and I will come back to that. So I wanted to zoom on demography because I would like to provoke our thinking. Here is the world in 2023 with rather some aging populations in North Europe, partly in North America, in Asia, in countries like Japan, and young population that is coming in other parts of the world, like in Africa, for example. This is where we are today, and it has implications on how we think about education, how we think about early learning, but also lifelong learning, and who benefits from what type of learning and at what point of time. But the situation will be quite changing in 2050, where we will have much more people elder in Europe and in Asia, a growing working age population in countries like India, but very young population in Africa. And this demographic situation will impact the way we think about education system, the way we think about mobility of people, the way we think about the global economy, and how we are interlinked. And I don't want to do more foresight perspective, but what is obvious is that a few years ago we're not speaking about elders learning, but today we know that elder people continue learning even after they retire. But also that early learning is critical. So the way we think about education depends also on what demography we are having and who is benefiting from what services or what learning opportunities. But at the same time, we are also having immediate problems that we are trying to solve internationally. And these immediate problems are related to the fact that we are off track in achieving SDG 4 and that whatever we will be doing in the next 4 years will be still late in achieving SDG 4, and that in some cases, some of these targets will not achieve them before the end of the present century. And that means that our ambition that we have adopted in 2015 with leaving no one behind is far from being a reality today in many parts of the world. And that as an international community, we have to act much more actively in addressing those challenges. And those challenges are sometimes related to rather regression in advancing SDG 4. To give an example, for example, early child education participation rate, in 2015, we started with around 74%, and we are in 2023 around 75%, so almost no progression. The same for out-of-school children. We are even regressing when it comes to out-of-school population. We have more young people who should be in the school who are out of school. We have reached the peak of 272 million in 2023. So the challenge for us is that we set a very ambitious plan in 2015. We came as an international community to advance an agenda, but we are off track in advancing this agenda, and it has implications on how we look at the education policies, what actions we are taking at different parts of the world, and what we can do together. And we are facing something that is common to all economies in the world is teacher shortages. And in a report we published 2 years ago, we have estimated that we are missing around 44 million teachers to achieve SDG 4, but we are missing 6 million ECC educators to achieve SDG 4, and particularly for pre-primary education. And it's about the crisis of a profession that is less attractive, that is not valorized by societies, and where the level of attrition rate is growing in most countries. So the teaching profession is in a crisis that we need to address if we are serious about addressing education challenges all over the world. And in addition to a situation where people are not learning or they are out of school, and we have 272 million, the problem is that even the students who are in schools, they are not learning. And as you see, the level of proficiency in reading and mathematics globally is very low. It's in some cases less than 50%. That means that students and children are getting to school and they aren't learning. And at the age of 10, many children are not able to read and understand a simple sentence. Of course, the problems can be different in different contexts. Some of them are related to teaching professions, some of them are related to crowded schools, some of them are related to multilingual, and that people have education not in mother tongue but in other languages. But the fact is that across the world, we have a situation where children are going to school, but they are not acquiring the skills and the learning outcomes that they are supposed to do, particularly in foundational learning, which we know very well is the basis for any further learning. So if you don't have the foundation learning of reading, writing, numeracy, you have very little chance to continue learning and to acquire even vocational skills or other skills that will be needed for engaging in employment or in economic activities. And another phenomenon that is coming from this crisis of education is what we call needs. So not in education, not in training and employment. And the need phenomenon is a phenomenon that is also common to many economies. And part of it is about disengagement from the labor market. So basically, young people are no longer even looking for jobs. They are out of the labor market, they're out of training, they're out of education. And this is a phenomenon that you see is affecting almost all over the world with different acuity and different levels, but still it's a phenomenon that is quite important, and it's about 65 million young people who are in a way unemployed and looking for jobs. And that's about economic growth, that's about the impact of technology and another aspect that we are discussing in different panels here. So what is the problem, and I would like to put it in a lifelong learning perspective already, is that it's a leaky pipeline where, first of all, you have children that are not enrolled in pre-primary education, children who are out of school, children who are in school but they are not reading or not able to read and understand a simple sentence, adults who become illiterate, and we have still 763 million adults who are illiterate. And of course, according to the data we have collected now 3 years ago, less than 5% of adults are engaged in lifelong learning activity, and meaning continuing learning. So in a way, this leaky pipeline creates a bottleneck in terms of the capacity to learn, but also the capacity to build citizens, to build economies, to build societies. And this is a matter of concern for all of us, and I suppose this is something that you are also discussing here. So one of the problems we see globally is that we are missing around $97 billion per year as investment in education to achieve SDG 4. And as you are observing the world today, much of resources are going to other sectors, and some of them about defense and other sectors that are attracting more resources than what education is attracting today. And this is a matter of concern, and that's why I wanted to focus on some of the aspects. And I was mentioning earlier the issue of recovery and from the COVID. In reality, through the last 4 or 5 years, we have seen that the public debt of countries has been growing dramatically. And that in many countries today, the service of the debt, the money that goes to the service of the debt is much higher than what goes to education or health sector, so to social sectors. So basically, we are in a situation where many economies today are not able to fund education system in the way we would like them to fund to achieve SDG 4. And that we have seen that many countries are, and now 1/3 of countries are not meeting the benchmark that we have set in 2015, which is 4 to 6% of the GDP, or 50 to 20% of public expenditure going to education. So basically, we have countries that have committed to achieve SDG 4, have set strategies to implement education, but they are not putting the resources and the means to achieve those goals. And in a way, it creates that paradox of globally, we are speaking about education, we are promoting education. In most countries, you have strategies that are set, plans and sector plans that are aiming at specific objective, but the resources that are put in place are not adequate to achieve those plans, and that makes these plans not implementable or implemented partially, and leaving many people behind. And usually the ones that are left behind are the ones who are coming from low socioeconomic background, people who are disadvantaged. And that's the concern that we have. But what we see is that we would like to see more attention to the funding, but also to the use of the funding, and that's important in terms of the equitable use of funding and efficient use of funding. And this is, again, a matter of concern. You may have in some countries high level of investment, but it's not targeted to people who are most in need. And this is how you distribute the resources. It's a matter of a social contract that we call for, a new social contract for education. When it comes to early child education and care, I wanted to mention something that is very important, that in 2022 in Tashkent, we have agreed that countries will allocate 10% of the education budget to pre-primary education. This is a commitment from all member states, but we don't see this followed by action in many countries and many economies. And again, it's a matter of concern for us at UNESCO in terms of how we would like to fund education, particularly fund early child education and care. In a moment where ODA and official development assistance is shrinking, many countries are stopping their program, and most of you know what happened during the last 2 years, where we have much less investment from international partners in education. And again, this is something that we would like to advocate against these reduction and shrinking resources to education. Probably something that is important to take into account, and I'm sharing here a few data from a report that we'll be publishing in the coming month, in November, hopefully, is the challenges in terms of the global inequality in spending on early child education. There is, again, this paradox. I think by now, all of us agree that investing in early learning is critical. But the investment, the real investment in early learning are rather less important than what you would expect. That's not the case, for example, here in Sharjah, where there is an important attention by the government and the ruler to early child education and care. That's why we are here as well, and we are discussing with the government these challenges. But we can see that in many economies, and particularly in low income and low middle income, we see much less attention and much less resources that are coming from other, call them sources of funding, for example, cash benefit or preschool childcare or in-kind support that is needed as an enabling environment for education that is missing in many parts of the world. So what are we suggesting? First of all, we are suggesting that it's important to collect data and to have the right information regarding the investment in education. And investing in good quality data is critical for evidence-based decision. We would like also to support countries to spend more equitably and more efficiently resources in education, and in particular in early child education and care. And also be a voice of reason in education financing in terms of holding partners to account, in terms of building partnership, as we have seen here. Recommend also some realistic solutions for funding education, and keep in a way the big picture, because it's not only about financing of education, it's about fiscal reforms, it's about fiscal spaces, it's about taxes, it's about long-term investment, aid for development, and other parts of innovative financing that government have to take into consideration. So what we should do in this conference today, in this summit, is about impact, and impact from a lifelong learning perspective. And I would like to say that first of all, we have to move from a linear thinking on education. Until a few years ago, and still now in many countries, we think about education as a pipeline. You get to primary or pre-primary, tertiary, then you enter the labor market, and then you retire. But this is no longer the case. Life is much more flexible, much more agile, and learning itself has to be agile and lifelong. And that's what I would like to suggest, to consider a much more complex understanding of the education system. That starts early. Early learning is important. That goes, of course, to primary education and tertiary, but that takes into account, for example, vocational training and skills development. That takes alternative learning pathways. People can get out of school and come back. They can get their learning validated. And of course, I think no longer we are considering job as a lifelong job, that we have to change job, we have to change skills that is in demand, and consider multiple career paths, but also consider upskilling, reskilling, and we do that formal, non-formal, and informal. The question is how we connect the learning settings, how we validate, valorize the learning happening, not only in formal setting, but also in non-formal. It can be in library, in museum, it can be in the workplace. How we valorize that, and how we provide that career guidance and counseling and mentoring for people to continue learning and to transit from different jobs to new jobs, from different moment of life, going on maternity, coming back, going for a sabbatic and coming back. So you have this much more flexible. And what is important that while in the past, when our elders, they retire, we consider them that they need no other skills. But we have seen even during the COVID that our elders have to learn digital skills. They have to learn health skills. They have to understand other aspects that are important. Continuing being part of the society, being part of citizenship. So life skills is also important as part of the learning. So what I would like to suggest is that we change our perspective on lifelong learning from only adult learning or from a linear to a multiple, to much more flexible learning pathways that we need to recognize, valorize, invest in. And that means investing in education is not only investing in schools. It can be investing in museum, it can be investing in community learning centers. So it's much more broader than that. And more education doesn't mean more schooling. It means also learning in different settings. And from a human rights perspective, it's about evolving the right to education. We have adopted the Convention on the Right to Education in 1960, where half of the children of the world were not going to school. Today, the right to education is a right to lifelong learning, is a right to everybody to get an opportunity to learn, to continue learning, to have their learning validated and valorize it. So in a way, it's about evolving our vision of human rights and the right to education into a right to lifelong learning. So what are we doing as UNESCO particularly when it comes to early child education and care, because this is what we wanted to focus the discussion today. First of all, we have engaged in global commitment when it comes to SDG 4 in terms of access. We have also adopted the Tashkent Declaration, which sets some guiding principles for member states to engage in early child education and care. And we are working in implementation of these frameworks that we have adopted a few years ago. And we are providing the technical assistance and policy support. We are providing data and resources around early child education and care. And we are offering also capacities for connecting member states around those challenges. And for that, we have also developed a self-assessment tool that is helping countries look at how their education system are performing within this lifelong learning perspective. What are the elements that they have to consider, and where they look at themselves in this maturity development. It's not a ranking framework. It's rather a self-assessment framework. It's rather looking at where we are and where we want to be, or where we ought to be within a time frame. So this process that we are putting forward is something that we are starting with Sharjah and with other countries that are interested. Yesterday we had an important workshop around presenting the tool, and we will continue engaging with this process, and hopefully get more countries engaging in this development. And it's about UNESCO's family mobilization. We have the director of our Institute for Education Planning sitting here, will be speaking later. We have our Institute for Statistics, UNESCO headquarters, and a network of partners who can be mobilized to support you, to support member states in their effort of reforming their early child education and care systems. So I would like to finish with a few directions that I think are important for us to have that big push in the coming years and post-2030. First of all, I think we have to recognize that we are off track and running out of time, and that means much more mobilization of national policymakers, national stakeholders, but also international community. It's time to think about early child education and care and make it much more visible in the national policies, in regional, international agenda. And it's not the case, unfortunately. It's not yet the case. There is much more attention to schools, to basic education, to secondary in some cases, even to higher education, but less so on early child education and care, because sometimes early child education and care is distributed among a large number of stakeholders and ministries. And that creates kind of a diffused position of early child education and care that we have to be clear about it. Also consider early child education and care as a human right. Learning starts early. And we note with the neurosciences, with all what we know today about child development, we know that learning starts very early, from the first day. And that parenting is important, community is important, schools are important as well. And that alignment of these stakeholders is important. And that we have to start now. And I think this conference is about making this happen. And that we have to make the investment in early years a national priority, a national cause, so that the resources that are required are allocated to it, that we protect that right, that we expand the domestic fiscal spaces to allocate the necessary resources to education, and to strengthen, of course, the efficiency of the budget. There is a lot of concern regarding how best we are using those resources, and a lot of critics to education system that education systems are not efficient. Probably there is some reason for that, and it's a question to us how we can make investment in education more efficient, but also more equitable, and keep equity at the center of it. And build synergies among partnership, and we are in a city and in a country which is promoting that partnership and multi-stakeholder collaboration, and this is what we think is important to build. So colleagues, to finish, we have in a way a journey to travel together. We have to accelerate pace in the coming years to at least address some of the challenges that we are facing regarding SDG 4, but we need to build also for post-2030 and having the early child education and care, education more broadly, at the center of the Sustainable Development Agenda post-2030. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Burhan, for emphasizing the role of policy and investment in scaling equitably early childhood education. Our next keynote focuses on global education reform and system-wide improvement, highlighting how evidence-based policy can strengthen and transform systems at scale. Please join me in welcoming Martin Benavides to the stage.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy to be in this summit. And I will try to complement the presentation that my colleague Boren has done just minutes ago, and try to think about how to overcome those challenges that he identified, and the role of UNESCO, and in our case, the role of the Category 1 Institute, the International Institute for Educational Planning that I am directing. So let me go directly to this idea. Countries are doing reforms. I mean, there are, at the global scale, we can identify different efforts now, in the past, that different countries have been trying to promote in order to change something related to educational systems. So there is this international database that identifies more than 10,000 education reforms between 1970 and 2020 across almost 200 countries. Some of them were related to curriculum, to assessment, governance, teacher policy, accountability, and finances. But yet, things unfortunately are not changing in an important way, in spite that the countries themselves are also trying to set up some national benchmarks. And we can see that those national benchmarks over time are also increasing. So more countries in the world are trying to adjust the SDG 4 indicators to the context that they have domestically. Unfortunately, in spite of those benchmarks, the situation is not changing, as Boren has said. So what's the problem? There is also significant research that is showing that there is what some researchers have been calling the policy practice gap. The idea that there is a gap between what countries are looking as to change and promoting as reforms and what finally is happening in those countries. Since early 2000, more and more reforms have increasingly emphasized on changing data, monitoring, standards, and accountability. Unfortunately, this has not transformed in changing learning assessments. So this, as has been said by different scholars, is reflecting a persistent policy and practice gap. The thing that we need to understand is that this gap is not only technical. No? This is not only a technical problem. No? It's more than a technical problem. It also reflects weakness in governance, trust, accountability, and incentive alignment between governments, schools, and citizens across the globe. No? So reforms, if we can see reforms at a global scale, rarely fail for lack of ideas. They fail when systems lack of capacity to implement, to adapt, and to sustain those reforms. So it's not only a technical capacity that we need to improve, that of course we need to improve. It's also an issue of promoting trust in every education systems, and also promoting good governance in those systems. So what then is possible to do in this case? No? One of the things that we have been thinking at the Institute is that we have to begin to change the way we think about reforms. No? A reform is more than one event, it's a process. No? Education planning, in this case, for example, is a continued process that connects diagnosis, policy formulation, implementation, learning, and adjustment. The purpose of planning is to translate policies into real change in these classrooms. So reforms that we identify at the global level tend to fail when design ignores real institutional capacities, so we design without thinking about the context. Governance is fragmented across levels and actors, and execution is not planned from the outset. So in other words, planning without implementation is not planning, it's only an aspiration. To have aspiration is good, but here the real challenge is to try to implement those aspirations and impact the different classrooms at the global scale. So implementing is governing. It means making decisions, negotiating, prioritizing, and sustaining agreements in the context of uncertainty and conflict. So at the Institute, we have learned different things. One important is that we can also say that when we have linear, rigid models focused only on compliance, those reforms become only bureaucratic reforms. No? For example, when we have only a system of measuring if the teachers are going to classroom, which is good, but if it is only that, and if that idea comes only at the national level and is not accepted, is not legitimized at the intermediate level, this is only compliance, it's not really changing what we need to change. Along the same lines, if we expect absolute fidelity between a national setup of ideas to an initial plan, even when the context change, this is also a reform that is not going to be well adjusted to the countries. And now we have hearing a lot about this idea of to keep fidelity to the ideas that are designed at the national level when those are translated to the subnational or even to the district and classroom level. This idea is not, for us, a good way to promote reforms, no? Because the idea will be to try to understand from the beginning what are the contexts where those ideas are being implemented. If there is a problem of fidelity, if this is related to a design that didn't take into account the context where those ideas were supposed to be implemented. So that's why we are promoting flexibility that is built into the design, to invest in institutional capacity, of course, real-time feedback and monitoring, and also try to align the best we can reforms with the existing systems and local reality. No? This approach is embedded in IAP strategy, planning oriented to processes, not to isolated projects. The idea is to promote what we call adaptive implementation that requires transparency to learn, participation to adjust, and trust to correct course without losing legitimacy. There's a question there, but I need to finish first.
Please develop more the issue of trust, because you can declare transparency, you can declare participation, but trust is a result. This is the crucial issue.
I will go to that following this slide. So we have to promote a leadership that is well distributed across different subnational levels, and to create and to promote social legitimacy in order to support that reforms that we are promoting. No? Trust and social legitimacy are enabling conditions. Trust is built when citizens, schools, and communities can see, understand, and engage with how decisions are made and resources are used. Social legitimacy make reforms more likely to be trusted, adapted, sustained, and resilient to policy transitions. One example, for example, is when we want to do a curriculum reform, which is a change in the way we want our citizens to begin to learn about the state, about the social relationships. That change is a major structural change. No? It's a change that is very important, that is built into a consensus across the society about what kind of future citizens we want to have. When the curriculum reforms are following a national process where we try to build the trust in that reform, those reforms are going to be more sustained over time. And this is evidence. I can talk about evidence in, for example, in the Latin American context, where the most important curriculum reforms that were able to sustain over time were the ones that came after a social legitimacy process that built trust with citizens and community and school and teachers also, to change the previous curriculum that was completely different in terms of the messages that we were promoting historically in the past. No? So another issue that is very important for us is to try to manage short-term and long-term tension. I mean, those who had political positions, you know that it's important always to have what is called the quick wins, but at the same time you need to show that it's very important that those short-term results and long-term change are very well combined. No? Systems improve when quick wins are paired with adaptive implementation and supported by technical capacity, trust, and sound governance as practical strategies to sustain reforms and correct course over time. No? So all of this is related to what we call at the Institute and at UNESCO a system perspective. When we engage with a country, we want to try to promote this perspective and try to go further than only thinking about one specific project to change something, and try to have this system perspective that has this at least 6 different dimensions. One, First is to have policy and institutional coherence. The idea here is to try to integrate curriculum, teachers' finances, governance, and well-being to reduce fragmentation and ensure coherent reforms. It's important that the reforms are well articulated. When we change curriculum, we need to change teacher policies. No? When we change teacher policies, we need to change assessment policies. Everything should be connected, and this is what we call policy and institutional coherence. Then adaptive and forward-looking policy planning. We need to plan planning that evolve with evidence and context, balancing urgent needs with long-term goals and strengthening institutional learning. We have to broad governance ecosystems, engaging teachers, school leaders, families, private sector, civil society, and other ministries to address cross-cutting priorities. I mean, well-being is an issue of Ministry of Health and Ministry of Education. Education finance is an issue of Ministry of Education and Ministry of Finance. There is a lot of internal coordination within the governance ecosystems. Then institutional capacity for implementation, supporting subnational authority and school leaders, strengthening coordination, accountability, and incentive to translate policy into practice. Coherent education pathways and lifelong learning. This is something that my colleague Boren just mentioned. Aligning all levels from early childhood to higher education and Tibet, and enable flexible skill-oriented learning pathways. And finally, a strong data system for evidence-based decisions, improving EMIS, data governance, monitoring and evaluation learning processes, and analytical tools to support coherent planning and adaptive implementation. This is something that at our institute we try to promote when we engage with different countries. I'm going to try to show you some examples of our technical assistance. We support diverse education policies. We accompany countries throughout the entire policy cycle. We integrate technical cooperation, capacity development, and institutional support, and we try to adapt permanently to highly diverse contexts. So we help make reforms implementable and in real context. And let me show you some examples that we have been doing in different contexts. For example, in the case of Yemen, we were helping that country to do the education sector plan for 2025-2030 in contexts that were complicated, extremely limited data, severe constraints of fieldwork and subnational consultation, high risk that the plan would not be completed or only nationally. But at the end, the plan was approved, and we strengthened the technical capacity and empowerment of the national team. In the case of Côte d'Ivoire, right now we are coordinating multiple reforms and finances. We're trying to avoid the risk of fragmentation and overlap, trying to shift from project by project logic to a multi-year portfolio approach. We're supporting different multi-policy cycle functions, sectoral analysis, financial modeling, quality management, gender integration, alignment with the Global Partnership for Education processes, and also we are trying to ensure coherence and alignment with national priorities. No? Then, for example, also in the case of Madagascar and Jordan, we are promoting something that also was mentioned by Boren, is related to our effort to align budget with priorities, trying to improve the execution of those budgets, promoting something that we call education-specific public management, public financial management diagnosis, and we have been able to improve with the countries budget execution rates. There is a better alignment between planning, budgeting, and monitoring, and ministries are better equipped to prioritize and execute education policies. In the case of Jordan, also an example of using data for implementation, We support a highly intensive sequence process, working across 6 different education sector plans domain with 21 monitoring and evaluation focal points and senior leadership. And at the end, we develop a revised monitoring and evaluation framework with the help of course, the official of that country. So now there is greater analytical autonomy and capacity at the country level. Annual ESP reports are produced by the ministry itself. There is more systematic use of data for policy decision, and there is external evidence of improved ownership and quality in that case. No? And then also we are developing technical support to help to build education systems that are resilient to natural disasters. So we are supporting countries to turn educational resilience into evidence-based investment decision, where, how, and when to protect schools and learning. So what we do is to try to identify at country level what are the main hazards that the specific country is experiencing. Then we try to identify what is the exposure that different schools, this is at school level, are experiencing related to those hazards, with hazard maps to identify exposed schools, students, and teachers that are at risk related to those hazards. But also we identify the vulnerability of those contexts, assessing how infrastructure, social, and institutional factors shape susceptibility. So with that, we identify risk. No? We combine hazard, exposure, vulnerability in the risk is index with actionable result at school, subnational, and national level. The idea is to planning ahead and identify the schools and learners most at risk. So just to finalize, according to our experience, so what sustains educational reforms? First, we can say that where evidence and ideas exist, systems often struggle to translate them into institutions capable of delivering, adapting, and sustaining change. We believe that planning only matters if it changes practice. No? A plan that is not implemented is only aspirational, is not strategic. We believe that sustained improvements requires learning while doing. No? Reforms endure when they evolve through feedback, adaptation, and continuity. And we also believe, and this is evidence-based, that trust is a system asset. Reform lasts when they are socially legitimate, when people understand decision, see how resources are used, and can engage meaningful. The goal is to not more reform, but a stronger system that can learn, adapt, and deliver results over time. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin, for this insightful keynote on system improvement and learning at scale. Our next session explores how Korea is preparing students for the AI era through curriculum innovation and national strategy. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Woo Sung-jung, President of the Korea Foundation for Science and Creativity.
Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, every conference is lacking time, so let me do my best to secure our coffee break. My name is Woo Sung-jung, as introduced. I'm the president of the Korea Foundation for Science and Creativity. My organization is a public organization, a national agency dedicated to advancing science, STEM education, as well as AI education. So today I would like to introduce how Korea is building a systematic and sustainable AI education system. As you know, education is sometimes static. Education system doesn't adopt social change rapidly. But you know, AI era, AI technology is totally different story. AI technology actually meets a big change every day, actually every moment. So Korea decided to build up an AI education system in collaboration between public and private sectors. So I already introduced my foundation's role and responsibility, STEM education, including AI education. So our role covers from policy, program, to impact. You know, policy and program are familiar. Impact is also familiar, but we have a little bit different approach. Usually, we measure a student's performance based on paper exam, and we focus on result, like score. But in AI era, we think it's not suitable. So we focus on process. So through this process, every student will make some achievement. The important thing is we need proper digital platform to measure those performances, achievements through the whole process. That's our, we have many key factors, but this is our one key factor. And let me go to government-led support for national AI education. This section usually cover, public sector's efforts. So our foundation, actually Korea has nation-level curriculum, and every textbook should be approved or certified by the government. So we are doing this on STEM and AI education for a long time. Now we add, digital platform like, digital, textbook or electronic, some, materials in school. And also we provide various online AI education contents for school. So school AI contents, this website is the foundation webpage in school, and already, in last year, 200,000 students used this system. And we have online coding party, and more than 3 million students joined to this party in a year. However, more important thing is, private sector. Because, public sector cannot adopt, very rapid change properly. I think this is the public sector's role. I don't say this is wrong, but the role of public and private sectors are led, not identical. So let me go to private sector. We decided to collaborate with a tech company dedicated to ed technology. And I know some Korean edtech company is working in Sharjah. So, public cannot be number one in high tech, including education platform. And, every public school's teacher cannot be number one in technology, particularly AI. So we invite private sectors to classroom, and it expands education market. So we believe the role of private sectors in education will be growing up. So we have a couple of AI education programs. I already mentioned we collaboration with public and private sectors, but every government has many various ministry. So our foundation connect many ministry of Korea. The first one is Ministry of Science and IT, and the second is Ministry of Education. So each ministry has its own role, but we gather every minister's effort and platform to one system and provide it to students. And also we have some collaboration with international organizations like ITU. So this is our first program named Software Companion Project, and this project focuses on UN SDG. And the second one is Digital New Software AI Camp, and this serves nationwide, and many schools, more than 10,000 schools joined to this camp, and around 700,000 students in a year join to this program. And also we have some robotics and coding challenges with the ITU. So I briefly introduced our system, including public and private. But the important thing is education ecosystem. At this point, at this slide, if I should mention only one point, I would like to remark teacher, professional development. So for AI education, we are very serious on teacher, lectures, ability. So our big difference is training program, train the teacher and lectures. It means, we should teach how to educate students, and also teacher and lecturer should understand high-level technology and also how to use digital platform. It's of course a little bit complicated. So we train the teacher using, in collaboration with private sectors. So the government's role is very various, and also in AI education, private sectors, edutech companies' role is also very various. I think I'm successful to secure our coffee break. So let me summarize. Our foundation will continue to make an effort, and also we hope more collaboration with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woo-sung, for your insights on preparing students for the AI era. And I just want to give you a quick story. Yesterday, Mr. Wajd al-Mannai, he was telling me that I'm going to learn a lot about artificial intelligence, especially since I am personally anti-AI and anti-ChatGPT. And I'm not going to lie, I am getting convinced after listening to all these sessions. Now, this concludes our sessions here in InvestBank Hall. We have a coffee break, and then please go to your selected breakout sessions, and we look forward to welcoming you back for the final segment of the day. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome back. Our next session brings the Sharjah graduate profile to life, demonstrating how policy, school leadership, and student voice converge to create a coherent and purposeful learner journey. I hope everybody is once again caffeinated and energetic for the last batch of conversations that we have on day one of this summit. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Khalid Mohammed Sanim, the Arabic language educator, Mahra Al-Balghoni, the Partnerships Assistant Manager at Sharjah Entrepreneurship Emirates National Schools, Sharjah Campus, Hamad Saeed Al-Riyami, who is a student, and moderated by Maryam Bushups, the Manager of Welfare and Activities Department at Sharjah Private Education Authority.
Assalamu alaikum. We're joined here to talk about the ecosystem in action, delivering the Sharjah graduate profile. My name is Maryam Bushups. I am the head of Welfare and Activities Department at the Sharjah Private Education Authority. Welcome. Today's discussion focuses on how the Sharjah Private Education Authority is translating the portrait of graduates from strategic framework into reality. At the heart of this effort is our collaboration with the Sharjah Entrepreneurship Center, Sharjah, our partner in this summit. Through our school-based hackathons and entrepreneurship programs, students are not simply introduced to the portrait of graduate, they live it. Today, we will explore how hackathons translate the portrait of graduate into practical, lived experience for students, and why introducing entrepreneurship and future-ready skills at an early age is essential. I'm pleased to be joined by three voices representing this ecosystem in action. First, we have Mahra Al-Balghoni, Partnership Assistant Manager at Sharjah. Mahra plays a key role in building cross-sector partnerships that enable innovation across priority sectors. We are also joined by Mr. Khalid Salim, an Arabic language educator with 25-year experience. He is from the Emirates National School and have served there since 2018. And finally, we have Hamad Saeed Al-Riyami, a 15-year-old student from Emirates National School who's here to tell us about his experience at the hackathon, and who believes that hard work, discipline, and continuous learning is the foundation for building a strong future. Question number one is directed to Mahra. How important is it to introduce entrepreneurship and future-ready skills at an early stage of education? And what role does Sharjah play in upskilling students through structured, real-world learning pathways?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Maryam, for this opportunity. We've been working very closely as Sharjah with the Sharjah Private Education Authority across the past year, since we highlighted education technology as one of Sharjah's priority sectors moving forward in supporting the ecosystem. Just to give our audience today a little bit of context about Sharjah, the work that we do, and what our mandate really is. At Sharjah, our mandate is to foster the entrepreneurial ecosystem and build it here in Sharjah. We do so through a series of different programs that support founders across their entire entrepreneurial journey, beginning from the ideation phase up until growth stage. And then we bring all of our work together through a membership that we're actually launching very soon to support founders from different ecosystems, from different industries, and different stages as well. Through our different programs, we begin our ideation phase programs through our incubation program called Startup Dojo. However, it caters to university students and recent alumni. So as Sharjah, through our flagship programs, we do not really engage with stages that are earlier than that. However, through collaborations like the one we have with the Sharjah Private Education Authority, we are able to tap into that part of the ecosystem to enrich the younger generations with the skill set and the knowledge that we have here as Sharjah. through the work that we've done with the different students, and we have an example here with us today, is that engaging students from a young age really helps us prepare our next change makers. We're preparing the next leadership here as well today. What we're also doing here today is that we're creating a mindset shift. What we saw is that some students or some schools picked up on this opportunity really fast. They were really interested in entrepreneurship. However, others were more hesitant. They were more reluctant. And so this is what we're trying to change here as well.
Thank you, Mahra. And the point that you raised about having students who are ready to step into the world and know the challenges, which falls directly to the portrait of graduate, where we want students to have a set of skills and prepare them for the real world. My next question is to Hamad, and I want to ask, how important is it, what was the biggest change in your mindset? Hamad, you were part of the hackathon, so we want to know what skills did you pick up during the hackathon, and how did working on a real world challenges help and influence you and your future?
The biggest change was that I started thinking in a more useful way. Before the hackathon, I focused on having just a good idea. After the hackathon, I learned that the most important thing is to have a solution for a problem for specific people. I also improved my teamwork and communication skills, which made me more confident in introducing my ideas. Working on a real challenge is not about just studying and solving an exam. It's about solving real problems and creating useful solutions. It helped me think more creatively and logically at the same time. It also made me more interested in entrepreneurship and innovation in future.
Thank you, Hamad. And can you tell us about the challenge? So what was your challenge and what was the solution?
Our challenge is to bring influencers into Sharjah. Our solution was to make a Sharjah app that shows where are the most famous places and most liked places by people. The name of the app was Sharjah Vibes. The unique thing about the app is that the app has a feature for influencers where they can take nice photos and nice places in Sharjah.
Thank you, Hamad. Mahra will see if it's possible to create this app and bring it to life. Mahra, if you can tell us and walk us through the student journey from school hackathon to advanced pathways such as the startup blueprint and boot camps, and how this supports early exposure to entrepreneurship, and is it possible to bring this app to life?
Definitely. So at Sharjah, we view this student journey as a continuum. It is not a single step or a single time intervention. The hackathon that Hamad went through is only the beginning of the funnel. It is only the first stage. This is where we began the program, or let's go a step back. Remember, Mariam, when we were working last year on the Access Sharjah Challenge, we had a Sharjah need, a gap that had to be filled, and so we had 2 startups winning from around the world to solve these Sharjah-based challenges. And so we both sat and thought, why don't we give the Sharjah students that are actually part of the ecosystem a go at solving challenges they face every single day? These students are not confined by the boxes that we are as government employees or private sector employees. They really can think outside of the box. They face these problems personally and are capable of coming up with solutions such as the one that Hamad's team has come up with. And so this is where we thought, let's give students a go at making a change in their community. And so we drafted together different challenges or different gaps that we faced here in Sharjah across from many different sectors, one of which is the education sector, another is the healthcare sector, the tourism sector, economic sector as well here in Sharjah. And so the students began with a series of hackathons. We had over 150 students sit across 3 different hackathons. These 150 students each went through a 2-day hackathon where they learned the basics of entrepreneurship, design thinking, However, they did not only formulate ideas, they learned how to build their own teams, which is very important when it comes to entrepreneurship. There's a certain art, there's a certain logic behind creating your founding team member, which is something that the school students learned in this journey. Other than that, they were able to pick a challenge that they felt connected to, something that they can pursue. If you give any student any random challenge, they might not have the passion to pursue it. And so they learned how to pick one that they can connect with. And then they moved into the idea or the solution formation phase. After that, now that we've wrapped the hackathons, the students will now go through a Shara' program called the Startup Blueprint. The Startup Blueprint is an online entrepreneurship school. It's self-paced. The students learn a recap, in this case, of what they've learned in the hackathons, and then they learn how to develop these ideas further if they don't move into the next stage. They learn how to validate these ideas, the basics of your entrepreneurship when it comes to further enhancing your business model, the accounting, how to then finally launch in the market. However, the last and most crucial stage is the bootcamp stage, and this is where we funnel down the 150 students. 10 teams will only move on to the last stage, and this is where we'll work with them on a more intensive basis. We will validate these ideas, we'll build prototypes, we'll build go-to-market strategies, and then they'll finally pitch, and winners will be selected. However, the whole purpose of this entire journey is not to we do not expect them to turn into entrepreneurs today. We expect to see them in our future Shara' programs as entrepreneurs, but we want to create this mindset shift in students to make them feel like they can make change in their societies, to open up this new path for them, that they do not have to graduate and become employees. They can become employers themselves. This is the ultimate reality.
Thank you so much, Mahra, for this insight, and we hope to see more entrepreneurs and who are collaborating with Shara' in the future.
Inshallah.
And my next question will be to Mr. Khalid. The question will be answered in Arabic, so you can put your headphones on if you need translation. So the question is, how were hackathons integrated into your school environment? And what shifts did you observe in students' confidence, collaboration, and engagement?
شكرا أستاذة مريم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. طبعا.
So we are of the schools who applied the hackathon idea for the students in our schools, because the hackathon is experience-based learning and learning by doing. So we wanted to transform the student for just being a receptive of learning to an implementer. So we implemented learning into the real world. It was an idea from my students in a lesson in grade 11. So the students suggested to have teams and go and plant things between different homes. And so this idea was very well welcomed from the administration. So this is what we did. This was experimental learning. Each student was able to give their opinion. Some of them said, we don't want to plant just normal things that we see in our Sharjah streets. We want to plant fruitful trees. And this is how we want to change the direction in our school. So they planned for themselves under the supervision of their teacher, because the teacher now here is a partner and not an implementer. So to implement the hackathon as it should be, there should be a connection between different partnerships. And the teacher here is a partner, an implementing partner, and not just a person who just transfers information. So it was a very welcomed idea. And it was a very joyful experience. And the impact measurement, when the students saw the results of their experience and the fruits of their experience. This is documented within the school photos and videos. So when the students were harnessing the fruits, they planted fruitful trees, of course, and another partnership was made with the parents and the society. So the parents helped us, and they planted different vegetables, and they were harnessed later on. And it came from the vision of His Highness Sheikh Dr. Sultan bin Mohammed Al Qasimi, may God protect him. So we presented a small video to the Sheikh where he was going and looking to the plants. And so the students were so passionate about it, and it would attract new ideas. So they got a lot of engagement in the school society. The students who were only working theoretically now have the audacity and the boldness to express themselves. So now they are more excited to engage and give their opinions and interact. They had a very constructive personality who is outspoken and gives their idea in experimental learning. Also, you have innovative thinking. A lot of students created ideas to preserve the environment via water sustainability and also the renewal of the earth that is there. They also had very beautiful ideas related to how to divide the land and the timelines, and some people didn't even know anything about this project, and then they started asking questions, very innovative questions, very critical questions as well, that we are trying to respond to via planting and it was about planting, it was about how to harness, how to take care of the plant. So these skills and this content is not measured to skills, but content is measured by experience. Experience was real for the students. Also, engaging students and integrating students in the national identity projects, and these projects that are implemented by the national curriculum schools, we had interviews, personal interviews with heads of hospitals, heads of municipalities, some doctors related to the different student projects, so that they can plan their projects and to how to pitch their project, how to promote it as well and advertise it. So this is how we got results at the level of different factions of the society. We have beautiful results that come from the efforts of the students. This is the difference between the experimental learning and theoretical learning, because hackathons are based on experimental learning. It is based on invention and critical thinking and innovation.
Khalid, and by saying that implementation is the core, and this is what we want our students to embed their skills by implementation. To conclude, the hackathon is not just an event, it is the portrait of graduate in action. It gives students the space to think critically, collaboratively, with purpose, innovate with confidence, look at real-life challenges, and come up with solutions. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. Thank you, Mahra, thank you, Khalid, and thank you, Hamad, for being part of this panel discussion.
Thank you to our panelists for showing how vision becomes practice. It highlights how a clear graduate profile drives alignment across the system. It is now my pleasure to introduce a distinguished panel of educational leaders. Please join me in welcoming Sarah bin Ammar, the founding school principal at Khalifa bin Zayed Al Awwal School, and Joyce Nicodem, the manager external relation at Al Futtaim Foundation, Vanda Gamo, the school principal at the American Gulf School in Sharjah, moderated by Metha Ali, the strategy and future office at Sharjah Private Education Authority.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. When we speak about innovation in schools, we often think about new programs, new technologies, or structural reforms. But meaningful innovation doesn't begin with a tool. It begins with leadership, with mindset, with culture, with the courage to move forward, even in complex environments. Today, we're exploring what it truly takes to drive innovation from within, especially in systems that are structured, accountable, and sometimes challenging. I'm joined here by three leaders who bring distinct and complementary perspectives to this discussion. Ms. Vanda Gamo, Campus Director of the American Gulf School here in Sharjah, with extensive experience in IB leadership and whole school transformation. And I have to my left Ms. Sarah bin Ammar, founding principal of KBZA in Abu Dhabi, working at the forefront of public education reform and system-level innovation. And Joyce Nicodem, Manager of External Relations at Al Futtaim Foundation, bringing a governance and strategic partnership lens to how innovations interact with systems and policies. So let's dive right into questions. My first question is for Ms. Vanda. From a private school perspective, when we speak about meaningful innovations, what does it truly require from leaders beyond simply introducing new tools and new technologies?
So as school leaders, we need to think first and foremost students. What do they need? How we can make our innovative ideas based on students. If they are the center of decision making, this is how we know we're going in the right direction. What impact this innovation will have on these students? What is it going to build? Is it going to build their skills? It's going to build their knowledge? Is it going to prepare them for world? So as a leader, we need to know, is it student-centered or something I just want to do because I want to do something new in my school? The second part is research. It's really important as leader to support yourself with research and data to understand your baseline, where you're starting from, and where you're heading with your innovation. Because you need ways to be able to support your innovation by research and have the baseline and the data to support the success of your innovation. So these two things come first in mind when a leader wants to innovate in their school. The third part is manpower. You empower your team. This team will run the innovation. So you make sure as a school leader that your team is having the proper PDs, proper equipments and resources to be able to be successful, and give them the power and and see how they're gonna fly them and the kids with this innovation.
I love how you combine manpower, students, and research as well. Sarah, from a public education context, where scale and accountability pressures might be different sometimes, does innovation require something different from leaders?
To add on to what my colleague just mentioned, it's similar whether it's in the public or in the private sector. So when we talk about innovation in education in general, we leaders, we sit in our offices lonely and we think, how can I innovate in a way that I'm not breaking compliances? And we wonder, and then sometimes we become very afraid and scared to innovate or to change. What we do differently when you have a growth mindset is you sit within the framework of the policies and the compliances that you have, and you close the door of your school and think, how can I innovate within this framework? So personally and humbly speaking, I don't think that public schools or private schools, they need to be free from regulation, but they need to think of internal ways to make innovation happen. So for instance, we don't need to change the law if we were to think of teaching and learning, changing the policies internally, how to allow for a structure of meeting of the teachers to collaborate together, or then to think of your internal discipline or attendance policies. All of these are internally to the school leaders, and this is how we can make the change when it comes to innovation.
So innovation, of course, requires trust from everyone at the school level. Ms. Vanda, how do you intentionally build relational trust and psychological safety within your school so people feel safe enough to experiment? Could you tell us a bit about that?
Of course, but before I do that, I want you to take a look at this site. These are all my teachers and leaders coming, celebrating today with us in the summit. You build trust when you build humans, and you build people that believes in your vision and mission as a school. And thank you for coming, guys, today. It's really important to build trust, to make sure that the parents, the students, your team understand that you're doing this for the best of their future. You're building that environment where they believe that making mistake is not a bad thing. Making mistakes will help you learn, will build your skills, and will enable you to understand how to go further from here. So it's really important for us as a team to understand that feeling safe in an environment where innovation is really important. But how do we keep saying safe, I feel safe, you feel safe. But when you say, I want to feel safe to innovate, that's another level of safety where all the team feels it's okay to make a mistake, because this mistake will help me learn and to make it better next time. So that's a culture that we all need to work on to be able to take education and the classroom from the first level to the innovative level, because it starts from tiny thing in the morning until you get to the teaching and learning, until you wrap up your day.
Thank you. I'd like to hear from Joyce. From a governance and oversight perspective, how important is trust between school system in enabling innovations?
Actually, when you talk innovation, you cannot separate it from trust and how it's important to communicate with all stakeholders that are involved in the education system. Like when I talk stakeholders, it's the parents, the students, and the whole school community. And what we need from innovation is like, it's a different meaning for most of us, but it should come for us with an impact, with something that is beneficial for our students and something that makes it easier for our teachers to be comfortable in the classrooms and to like provide what students need and to make it more efficient. This is what we mean by innovation and impact. And the most important thing is to collaborate with all the stakeholders to provide this impact and to create innovative ideas.
Sarah, can you maybe elaborate and give us the public school perspective?
So you were, Joyce, talking about innovation, and I looked at the pen, and some time ago this was an innovation, a technology. And I guess they wondered what policy should be compliant in order to use a pen. So on a public sector, on a public school level, we innovate in different ways. So from the uniform that our students are wearing, to teaching and learning, to assessment, to the non-segregation of females, boys and girls in the school, to the fact that we have different cycles, K-12 all together. So innovation is a belief, it's a culture. And you're completely right. The people that, the leaders that are with you, the people that believe in the vision that you have and the why that you bring to the table. Why should I believe in you as a school? It's about trust. A parent is bringing you their unique child, the most precious person to them, and you've got to be accountable and hold the accountability that you are providing them with the quality education that they deserve. They only have one education journey, one life, and we need to be innovative, but at the same time measuring the risks of our innovation. So yes, we want to promote as many innovative projects and initiatives to lead to a better teaching and learning and a better education system for our students. But at the same time, we need to verify and cross-verify everything we do, that it's providing what is needed for the students. So back to your question on public or private, it remains the same in a way that we are all serving the children of the country. And compliance-wise, we are all under the same framework, if I may say.
Actually kind of took me to the next question. I wanted to ask you about, people often assume that to innovate you need freedom, no compliances and all of that. Have you seen leaders who innovate effectively even when they feel kind of constrained by policy? And what differentiates those who succeed?
I think we all see them every day, almost in all conversations, even ourselves. Sometimes we sit and we wonder, that frustration with compliances. It's a must. Being myself a Finn coming from Finland, we have no inspection framework at all. And people look at us, you have short days, you don't take your overwork to home, and you don't have an inspection. How can you be successful? It's about the accountability. It's about me as a teacher, me as a head teacher in the school. How can I make sure that everything I do is first respectful to the community, is serving the community, and is based on the school values? These leaders that I've seen or inspired me to become innovative and to take the risks are leaders that are having growth mindset, people that think differently, people that think about how can I improve rather than how can I check or tick a compliance list. So it's about the mindset. It's about the restless movement. I am always on a way to think, how can I improve I self-reflect and I improve the practices that I'm having within the school.
Thank you, and I love how you mentioned growth mindset. And I would like to ask Joyce, from your perspective, some people see compliance as a barrier. I'd like to know, what do you think about that from your own experience? And is it truly a barrier, or can it serve as a foundation for safe and sustainable innovations?
So compliance is non-negotiable. And when it comes to compliance, people would think where nothing is allowed, innovation, everything is allowed. But if we think about it as the foundation of a building, the stronger the foundation is, you can go with higher floors. And this is compliance when it comes to rules and regulations. It's the base, not only in education, in every business where you can come up with more stable and sustainable ideas. So for example, imagine you have the most perfect AI application where there is no safety or no guidelines that they adhere to, and then nobody will use it because if it's not safe, it will not be allowed, especially for students and this the vulnerable category, to use it. So I think the compliance is a base, strong foundation for our innovative ideas, and it will allow schools to do something different and to engage, as I said, the stakeholders and especially parents, to give them options, not only the system we have. When we want to create new ideas, parents love and give them the choice for their children to be able to choose what's best for them and give them the best option they have. And UAE is the country where everybody has the same objective to make education #1. So I think this is a safe base for us to be able to innovate and come up with the most wonderful ideas, but within safety and sustainable ideas.
Thank you. And Vanda will come back to the private school perspective. And at the school level, how do leaders create innovation-friendly spaces, even when external conditions are sometimes not ideal? And can you please give us a practical example on how that can be done?
So, looking at policies, looking at regulations, we never look at it from a restrictive point of view. We look at it and say, that's a great foundation to start from. But we always say, what can I do things, or how can I serve my community? Remember, we are in the business of education. We're here to serve communities and serve their needs. So I don't think SPIA or KHDA or ADIC or any entity will be against improving communities or serving the kids. So first of all, what we do is talk, communicate, think. We have thinking partners in SPIA that we sit down with and think with them, take their input, their experience into our equation. So we don't have a ceiling that they have a policy and that's it. We always have to open and treat the educational entities that we have as partners, not as just putting policies in and putting ceilings to what you want to do. The second thing, as a school, I'll tell you, for example, we are the only school in Sharjah and Northern Emirate as an American Gulf school. We are the only school that started doing all IB program. So nobody told us not to, but nobody told us to. But we chose as a school to innovate, to introduce the BTech program, the CP program, the DP program. We decided to serve our community with something that is not mentioned in the policy, but we decided to innovate in our curriculum and adopt all these pathways for our kids. So for our students that we serve, they have 4 options when they get to high school. They can choose the American diploma, they can choose the DP route, the full diploma, they can choose the DP courses, they can choose the CP, which is the career-related program, and we recently have celebrated with our partner SPIA that we added the BTech as a fully vocational. So we have 2 vocational route, 1 half vocational, half academic, and fully vocational route. This is an innovation that we've done that is not mentioned in any policies. Nobody told us not to, but it's not mentioned in the policy that you have to. But this is where the team vision and the board vision to come to life to say, okay, how we can serve the community. It started with serving the kids, as I told you. The second example is all schools, we are an American IB school. All schools do American curriculum instructions in English. However, in our school, to meet the national agenda of the UAE, and one of its biggest strategic goals was the Arabic language, we decided to go 50-50 in our KG, which means our kids are exposed to 50% of their educational time in English and 50% of their educational time in Arabic. Thank you.
I love the focus on Arabic.
Because this is the national agenda. There's no policy that can tell you you can't, but also when you talk to other entities, they will tell you, no, but the government said this hours of English, this hours of Arabic. With a simple communication with SPIA, they encouraged us to go with this initiative in our school, and now we're piloting this in our school for the past 5 years. So what I want to say, there's no limits. And treat the entity, the educational entity that you're dealing with as a partner, not just as a punishing entity.
Thank you very much. And SPIA always loves innovation, of course. We always support schools.
I want to clap for that. We're lucky.
Thank you. And now, in 20 seconds, before we wrap up, I have a question for the 3 of you. If a school leader in this room feels like their environment is too restrictive to innovate, what is one practical step they can take tomorrow to move forward anyway? And we'll begin with Joyce.
The practical thing is for them to choose something that is frustrating, that is they're not happy with, talk to their line manager, and then take it to the SPIA, to the authority or to the education authority, and talk to them about it, sit with them, present the idea, and I'm sure they'll find a way to implement it. This is the easiest way, communication and collaboration for impact, and this is a very, very effective way to implement ideas that you think sometimes are impossible to be implemented, like we did in one of our schools. We're installing beehives now for students, and they will get the chance to have a practical experience and to learn about the bees inside the school. So this is, we sat with the authority, and this was approved when we thought this was an impossible project to implement. Same for the AI sandbox. We started this year, and it became a reality because we communicated and we implemented it.
Thank you, Joyce. Ms. Vanda, in 20 seconds.
In 20 seconds, I want to give schools some points to look at. In the era of innovation, what do we need to look at? First, look at AI-powered personalized learning. These are quick steps that you can think about in your schools to decide how I want to innovate. Second, skilled focused learning for workforce readiness. 3, balancing technology with well-being, evidence-based and experimental approach driven by data and research. So if you follow these steps, I think you will start putting in place some actions that you want to do. In addition to what Joyce said, look at the issues that you're facing that you need to innovate. How can I serve my clients better? How can I focus agency of my kids? Think about your students, then you're going to find millions and millions of ideas that will help you be innovative.
Sarah?
Build a culture. So it's all about a culture of trust, where you bring the community as a learning community together. Bring your parents, let them be your partner. Bring the regulatory entity, whether it's the ministry, the board members, ADEX, PIA, KHGA. Bring them to the table, let them become the owners with you. Let them be responsible on the things that you are serving the community with. Any initiative that you are going to do in the school, if you wanted to reach the students, put it in the timetable. Make it visible and be consistent with anything you bring to the school, because consistency will be then embedded in the routine, and the culture becomes your hidden curriculum after all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So what we've heard today is that innovation is not about waiting for perfect conditions. It's about leadership, about mindset, culture, trust, and the courage to move forward, even with structured environments. Innovation does not begin with permission, it begins with intention. Thank you very much for our panelists for reminding us that meaningful change is driven from within. Thank you very much for attending the session.
Thank you so much to the wonderful panelists for this incredibly insightful and inspiring discussion. Your insights remind us that meaningful change begin within the schools. Now, our next session explores how large-scale assessments can align with valued outcomes while balancing global and local priorities. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Walid Farid.
So, there's supposed to be PowerPoint here. Can someone help me here? Hello? There's supposed to be PowerPoint. So I'm going to start anyway. This session is going to be delivered in Arabic, so please, if you want to put your device on. So my name is Walid Farid. I've been working for Gallup, and I have 14 years of experience in talent development أو التطوير المبني على نقاط القوة.
Strength-based talent management. So now we are talking about Strength Finder. It was known of being a strength finder and how it had a huge impact on the lives of people. So if you look into your potential that comes from your ancestors, from your mother and father, and how this has a huge impact on students and schools and universities in general. In fact, there are two ways of development. If you wanted to develop someone, there are two ways. First one is the conventional development. Conventional development is to look into the weaknesses, and then you have an individual development plan.
And this is very well known and was very well focused on, which is the conventional way of development. Another type of development that we are talking about today, which is the strength-based development, which is the idea of starting with the talent. You assess it, you know what's the student talent, and you turn it into strength, from talent to strength. So the results are insane when you focus on this and you turn this into a strength that you can use. So they are capable of putting themselves in the right places. They have a better choice of their work or their university. And so the strength-based development is a science Dr. Donald Clift created since more than, thank you. So Gallup has over 8 years of 80 years of experience in consultancy when it comes to human interest. They have more than 30 offices in the world, and they look into the right and good meaning of talent, because the word talent has a lot of misconceptions, especially in the Arab world. So sometimes it's considered only being artistic talent if someone knows how to draw or how to act or to sing. And so if I don't know how to do this, it is understood that you don't have this talent, and which is not true. So an assessment was created, which is the Clift assessment, that was created over 60 years ago, that is developed every day. And those people who created the assessment are more than 36 million people. And 90% of Fortune 500 are using this type of development. And I have these 5 strengths. I would like to ask you, if this resonates with you, please raise your hand. Who among us, when they start working on something, they do not wait for the entire instructions? You see yourself starting immediately. Thank you. They don't have the patience to listen to all the instructions. They want to jump into things. Who between us measured twice and cut once? They are very careful before deciding anything and tries to confirm everything before cutting once. Who does that? So many people, yes, in the room. Who can, if you look at someone else, you can feel them. They tell you, for example, your smile is not what I'm used to. Yes, so many people. Okay. Who between you, when he sees a PowerPoint, they notice everything, the grammatical mistakes, the colors, everything that's wrong? If someone hears an anecdote, they know what the results are or what it is going. Who is capable of doing that? Everything I said is a talent for real. What you think, feel, and behave, and you are good at, and it comes to you naturally, whether it's an idea or a behavior, it's a talent. Doctor, he cared a lot about this thing, and he was asking what's wrong about people. So the psychology was focusing more on the problems, the sicknesses. So if you see psychologists accompany always someone who is ill. So the person who did the assessment said, let's focus on what's positive more than what's negative or the problems. And he started working on the Clifton strengths. And there was a new type of development. So we have the conventional development that focuses on improvement areas and the weaknesses, and starts creating a plan based on the weaknesses. This doctor made a strength-based development so that he discovers the talent and started working on that and on the strength. So I will explain the difference between talent and strength. So there is this misconception if you are in the conventional way of development, if I fix my weaknesses, I will be reaching a huge success. But what was proved is that when you fix your weaknesses, you prevent failure, which is good. But when you focus on the talent, these talents will get you to a huge success in your life. So the strength-based development says that each one of us has a set of talents that is completely different from anyone else. It is very hard to see the same range of talents than others. And when you know how to use them, you will have a better confidence. You will be capable of making the right choices. You will be achieving more, focus more, and you will be enjoying the things that you're doing. Gal had a lot of statistics, and so the people who focus on their strengths, they have a better quality of life, 3 times more. The people also are better engaged with the things that they are doing 6 times more if they use their strengths every day. People also at 8% are more productive, and at 9% they are more profitable. They know how to create profit for their organization. This is the quantitative data. And qualitative data, people would love their work better. The students would love their school better. And so people who are using their strength, they are dealing with the people better. They are focusing better. They do not only follow rules, they also develop those rules. What is the difference between a talent and a strength? A talent is a being. It's who you are. Strength is what you can do. Talent is something hidden. So if I ask someone, what's your talent? They wouldn't know. A strength is observable. You know you have a talent somewhere and people would see it. A talent is unconscious. A strength is conscious. If someone has a strength, they know that they do. Talent is a potential. Strength is developed. Talent is unproductive. As I'm saying, for example, I have a good voice. It's not useful for me or for the others. If I say that strength, it is something productive. It is something that I use that is useful for me and for the people around me. So to turn a talent into a strength, we have to make an assessment because it channels everything. It transforms the being into doing. This also requires coaching, so it is not sufficient to have an assessment. But you should make the person know what their talent is. And also, it needs an investment. So you put in it time, effort, skills, etc. So when the students know their strength, they will know what value they add to life. Because talent is God-given. You are given that for a reason, so you know how to use it and put it into action, and you will have an idea how to use it in life. So Gallup said that there are thousands of talents, and it's bundled. She bundled them in 4 categories in 34 features. So when you do the assessment, you will have all those features, and the more you have the capacity to execute, you are very pragmatic. You are very strategic. You like to finish things. You are very active. You want to get up early and do things effectively. And you like putting things into action. If you have strength in orange, which is influencing, you are activator. You would like to speak around people. You would want uh, to talk to people. If you pressure them, they will push back, and they know how to use their strength to people. When you have a relationship building strength, you have feelings. You can create a lot of relationships with others. You are very sociable. If you have green strategic thinking strength, you are analytical. You can input information. You can get information. So everyone have these different domains, but at a different level. So for example, you could say, for example, I have the execution the highest and relationship building is the highest. But when you have this information, the student will know a lot of information about themselves, and the teacher as well will know about them. They will be able to motivate them for a huge part. And in Gallup Clifton Strength assessment, you will have the DNA as the metaphor that is used in the reports on the website. Why Gallup chose DNAs? It's because they want to say that talent is not acquired, it is an innate talent. And that to tell you if there is someone, they have talents so many different than others. So if you see the same strength in a people, if you want to find people who have the same 5 strengths that you have, you will have to look into 33 million people. You are so distinguished. You are so differentiated from others. You are so unique. Also, talents are stable. So if they have the assessment, many times the talents will still be the same, and the changes will not be so significant. So as in Gallup, we have a partnership with SPIA. So we will be using Clifton Strength with the students, and we have this book, which is Clifton Strengths for Students, if you want to look into that topic even more. And through this partnership, I will be showing this video, and then I will be explaining it to you. I will have to skip the video because there is no sound. So Dr. Donald Clifton was saying that the greatest profession of them all is helping people to grow, to teach them, to tell them that they are loved, and you help them find their talents. All educators can be these people, and they are already such people, and we will give them now this tool that will help them a lot to individualize each student in their needs and contributions and the things that they can contribute to the world with them. And that in their class, with their colleagues, or even in the society. So through this partnership and cooperation, we will be helping students in answering 3 questions. How do I pinpoint what I do best? So this phase is name it. Second, it's claim it. What are the contributions that they can make and that are so different from others and that can be useful for me and makes me unique? And third, it's aim it. How can I use my talents to accomplish what is most important to me? How to find a goal and use my talents towards that goal. So we either have a problem or we have a goal. And so when you know all of these, you will be aiming it. The talents encompass passion and competence. Passion in the thing that you want to do. No one hates their talent. And competence, no one isn't good at what their talent is. So you love it, you are engaged in it, and you want to continue doing it. And so when we start using the assessment and help students identify their strength and their talents, it doesn't only reflect on strength, it will be also reflecting on their integration, engagement, their strength, and their well-being. And everything is very well interrelated and interdependent. And if any one of them increases, the other ones increase too. You will see also those details in the book. So you have the portrait of graduate, a framework that SIA has, which is strong skills framework. If the students were able to nail these skills, they will be very successful in their lives. So we mapped the Clifton strength and the framework. The Clifton strength is the how that will help into this. So my strength are different from that of my colleague, but I cannot. But I can use them in a different way on the strong framework. And we are doing this mapping, and we are also piloting that with teachers and students. We are doing the assessment for them, and we will be helping the students to use their talents and find and build the skills to nail them. For example, if a student is an achiever, they love to do lists. They know and they love to do lists. Maybe it's daily, maybe it is monthly, it is weekly. And if you have this talent, you do this for every nook and cranny in your life. So even if you are in your holiday, you will have a list in what you're doing in your vacation or a holiday. If you are good at adaptability, they are so capable and flexible of doing multitasking. So for example, they are able to have sports and they can focus on their studies, and also they go out with their friends. So you don't have to be very worried about them. Don't tell them to focus. They know how to multitask and how to adapt. If you have the input talent, they are capable of gathering information and sharing information, and they will be compared their notes with that of their friends, and that to make sure that they are on the right track. When the teacher knows these talents and they know that these are embedded in the child, you cannot say that this child is weird or they have something wrong with them or if there is any problem to improve, etc. Each one has a specific approach that they can use to reach success. This is the mapping. The strong is the what, and the rest is the what. So students should have 6 touch points in the year. There should be stress interventions. And these are interventions related to strength interventions 6 times each year. So I would like to ask them how, for example, they use their talent each year. What is their bright side, the dark side that they have? If they didn't use their talent in the bright side, the dark side is the one that will go out. And this is how you will say it's a weakness. Thank you very much. I was very happy to listen to you today. Thank you, to talk to you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for highlighting how understanding strength can unlock student potential through the Clifton Strength Method. Now we move on into a dynamic series of sessions exploring the evolving relationship between artificial intelligence and education, which, if you were listening to me a little bit earlier, is my personal enemy, artificial intelligence and ChatGPT, but perhaps our fellow panelists and speakers, keynote speakers, will be able to enlighten us. Coming up next, please welcome our first speaker in this segment, Dr. Ayham Boucher, who is the head of AI innovations at Cornell University.
Marhaba Sharjah. How are we feeling? My name is Ayham Boucher. I'm the head of AI innovations at Cornell University. This is how it looks like in the fall. I'm cheating here because it's covered with maybe 2 feet of snow, which is about a meter of snow right now. So everybody is jealous that I'm enjoying the sunshine with you all here. I'm going to speak about many different topics. They're all about AI and education. But as Cornell is a higher ed institution, I do want to talk about how we think about AI. And we have AI for research, AI for education, and AI for operation. However, this is not a triangle. And you might be thinking, why is it not a triangle? And the reason is because we have AI with research, or there is research for AI, meaning we are building AI models. There is research with AI, which means if you are a researcher, you could use these tools to accelerate your research. So in humanities, in history, in law, you could always get AI to help you accelerate your research. Same thing for education. We are all here trying to make sure that we're building responsible AI tools for the classroom. And that's a part of what we do, research about the effectiveness of these AI tools, but also teaching with AI. So whenever there are good AI tools, we do want to teach and integrate them into the classroom when appropriate. We have operations for AI, meaning we want to build data centers or sustainable computing. We want to make sure these GPUs are available for researchers, so we do research for good. But at the same time, we also want to use LLMs to help us do our work easily. So Cornell, we do have the classroom and we have research, but we also have a hotel. So we have HR, we have finance, we have dining halls, so we're in the restaurant business, we have facilities. So there are a lot of things that we do that we could automate with AI, and we have people that are focused more into our educational and research mission. I feel lucky working in the AI fields because it does connect to everything else. So I do get to work with the humanities, I do work with medicine, I do work with all different disciplines. And really AI is at the core of all of these different things. And these are just examples of a lot of different initiatives in research for AI. Now in education, which is the main topic for all of us here, I'm going to tell you an example of how you could use AI for education and how do you do education with AI. And this is an interesting project because it does touches on both points at the same time. So the first phase of this project is taking all the recordings from these classrooms and trying to use AI to learn different techniques that teachers are using with these students. And we want to use AI to structure this data so it's available of what works and what doesn't work, what different ways teachers are using different techniques with students, so the developers of edtech tools, AI tools, could have a right data set, a clean data set, to build really good, efficient, or effective AI tools for the classroom. So here you can see using AI in both ends. So we did this survey at Cornell, and I'm going to show you a few examples of the responses about what people feel about AI in education. And this one is saying, really, generative AI is changing everything we're doing for the good. generative AI is the biggest threat to classrooms. Or generative AI is, neither. I don't care at all about generative AI. And the answer is yes. It's all of the above. All of these statements are true. This is another result of the survey that shows that students use AI more than faculty, and faculty are less optimistic than students about AI. However, what's important here is both students and faculty think that AI is good and bad for education. Students think AI is less bad. Is it because they're using it more? Possibly. Here's another result of the survey, and you could see here on the left all the good use cases of AI. And then you have few bad use cases of AI on the far right. It's interesting that students said, no, I've never done that when they were asked about a bad use case of AI, right? But what does this tell us? Maybe we don't need to tell students what's a good use case of AI and a bad use case of AI. They already know. They all said no whenever it was a bad use case of AI. So if you're talking about AI literacy and teaching students, maybe they already know what you're trying to teach them. But I want to highlight that there are a lot of good use cases of AI, and people who are saying AI is ruining education, I think you need to understand also that there is a lot of good potential as well, because AI is helping students learn, not just cheat. This is not a Cornell survey, but it's a really big survey. And you could see that teachers today, they're using AI to prepare lesson plans, they're using AI to revise some materials. But then if you look at the bottom, they rarely use it for individualized learning, which is like the pinnacle of what we want AI to do. And the question is why? The answer is the tools are not available yet. So if you're a teacher and you're hearing all about individualized learning and you're like, well, I don't know how to do this, you're not alone and you're not wrong. We just don't have the right tools to do this yet. So all what the tools we have right now available to us is really to generate some text, and that's how teachers are using it. It doesn't mean that AI is not going to do the individualized learning. It's just not available today yet. So it's not surprising that teachers are finding some time saving using AI to generate plans. But if you look at this graph, you could see that teachers are using AI to write an assessment, write a project, and also using AI to grade the project and provide feedback. So our teacher is just the middleman right now. And if you are a teacher and you're doing this, just think that the tools are going to get better where you don't have to create the assessment and ask it to grade. It will just do all of this on its own. So you really want to start thinking about, okay, well, what is my role in all of this? So finally here, I want to show you that teachers actually use AI more in high school because it's really more helpful when the topics are more complex. There's more benefit of using AI to understand deeper topics. I use AI for my own learning. I'm not a student. I use AI to learn every single day. Sometimes I'll write my thought and tell AI, here's my view of this topic. I want you to show me my blind side. Sometimes I say, can you create this topic in an image? I want to see my thought in an image. I don't know what the image is, but sometimes the modality teaches me something new. Sometimes I ask AI to generate a video about my thought. Video generation is not as awesome, but sometimes I learn something new. So there is a lot of different ways you can learn complex topics with AI. The other thing here is that you could see here on the bottom left, it's not surprising, but here is a confirmation that if you're used to teaching in a certain way, you're more resistant to changing the way you're doing things, where new teachers are more flexible and they will be more open-minded about using new tools. So what is our strategy at Cornell about AI in the classroom? Well, one, some faculty wants to lean in. Some faculty wants to use AI to enrich what they're trying to teach their students. So we'll help them. Here's different examples of faculty using AI tools to help students learn. But we're not gonna stop there. We're gonna also help faculty who want to lean out. Okay, AI is not for every classroom. If a faculty is coming to us and saying, I don't want AI in my classroom, we're gonna help them. We're gonna help them build project plans so they can build activities in the classroom and teach without AI. We're gonna help them schedule their exams in person. Okay, it's not one size fits all. So you could lean in and lean out. Here's another example about how you could expand what you could do. I'm gonna actually just briefly say that this is a large classroom where AI will talk with each student individually and kind of tell the faculty what are the topics that maybe they need to revisit that their students are not understanding. But my favorite use case of AI is simulation, and it's one of the most popular use cases because when you're trying to teach a student something, nothing is better than giving them a lot of examples. So here's a tool that is a medical simulation for the medical students on how to deal with difficult patients. Now we understand that AI might be better than doctors in diagnosis soon, but the doctors are still gonna have to deal with the patients. So this is a way to train them in the emotional skills that they need. Another use case of AI that I love is building interactive dashboards. So this is in my class, I teach students how to build RAG system or AI agents. And here I'm teaching them the topic about how you can break down a big text so AI can understand it better. And you can see it, it's visualized, they can play with the parameters. Now before AI, this is very expensive to build. Each one of you, whatever topic you're teaching, just try to go to Gemini or ChatGPT or Claude and say, build me an interactive dashboard to teach topic X. And it will give you a dashboard that you could share with your students and you can just enhance your teaching. Try it. It's magical. You don't need a software designer. You don't need a UI designer. You don't need a server. You don't need anything. It will just build it right there. Deep conversations about translation, but for time, I'm gonna just skip over those. But just quickly, when you have students that are using AI to translate, do we stop requiring students to learn and do assessment in a certain language? Is it okay? These are deep questions. Why do we need them to always learn in one language? Can they learn whatever their language they were born with? So those are really deep questions. Do we trust AI to convey these ideas when it's translated? All right, I'm gonna just give you some information from somebody who builds AI agents of why do I have a job? What is literally my job? So my job is to overcome the AI limitations. And I want you to all learn this very important limitation, okay? AI has a limited, what we call context window, but it's just a limited amount of data it can consume at once. Not only that, but its performance decrease as you add more information. So if you give AI a 2-page knowledge and you ask a question, you're likely to get a really good answer. If you give AI a 200-page knowledge, the answer is not going to be as accurate. So this is a context window limitation and what we call context rot. The more you give AI information, the less it's going to perform. And this is what's stopping us from having individualized AI learning tools yet. We have to build memory. We have to make AI remember what the student learned last month. We have to keep track of their progress. It's not impossible. That's what I teach my students to do. You just need to give them more time to build really good tools. We're not there yet. I haven't seen a tool yet that works that well. Finally, let's talk about the AI and human collaboration. You hear a lot about the human in the loop, keeping the human always in charge. I just want to argue that that's not always what we want. That's not always the case. Sometimes, in a lot of cases, we do want human to be in charge. Not always. I'll give you an example. Would you like this human to stay in charge? This is human on the loop. Bad example of human in the loop. I would much rather not have this human than have this human to intervene only when a disaster is about to happen. This human is not fast enough to intervene. Another example is there was a study in Poland about doctors using AI for colonoscopies. After just 3 months, they were de-skilled by 25%. The more they're collaborating with AI, the worse they are, and you probably just want the AI to make the decision. There's another study that showed that doctors perform better when they're working alone than doctor and AI works better than doctors and AI together. So designing a system is really, really important. Here's a good example of having a human in the loop. The human here is just monitoring all the equipment, and the autopilot is flying the plane. When we talk about education, and you talk about grading, and if I ask teachers here, do you like AI doing the grading? Half of the teachers will raise their hand, and half of the teachers are going to say, I hate AI for grading. And the reason is, if you say, I hate AI for grading, that means you use AI as a feedback. It's a way you know where your students are. You really want to read what the students are submitting so you know what to do. If you have a large classroom and you're doing grading just for the grade, you don't want to waste your time. You want AI to do the grading. You don't care. You have your feedback in different mechanisms. So there is no one-size-fits-all when it comes to AI in the classroom. So here are our principles at Cornell. Teaching is always a story. The relationship between the faculty and the student is at the center. We don't want to just say AI is good for education. We do want to start researching and doing more evidence. You do want to rely always as a faculty judgment, but you do need to respond to the needs. Students want to use these tools to learn. You can't say, I'm not going to invest in these tools. And finally, acknowledging the good and harms, and just remember that we do want to stay true to our core values. And I encourage everybody here, just keep your core values. AI is a tool. AI is not a person. You can decide how you're applying the tool in the classroom. So AI is on tap and not on top. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aham, for emphasizing the importance of responsibility, the adaptability of AI, and the ethical foresight in technological innovation. Please welcome Cherie Santos, the Principal Consultant at Etica Insight, as she examines balancing the promising of AI with responsibility in education.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
شكرا جزيلا. مرحبا جميعا. أعرف أن يومكم كان طويلا ولذلك شكرا على بقائكم معنا اليوم. حتى الآن اسمي شيري سانتوس ولدي شركة استشارية ولدينا شراكات مع المنظمات المختلفة للبحث وتطوير التكنولوجيات التعليمية المختلفة. إذن في رحلتنا التعلمية اليوم سنبدأ إذن بسياق عملي، وسأتحدث عن إنشاء هذا المشروع ومع المواضيع الأساسية للمقالات البحثية التي درستها، وسأبدأ وسأنتهي أيضا بأهم الأمور التي يجب أن نحتفظ بها. إذن كيف أتى هذا العمل؟ أتى هذا العمل مع Human Flora Foundation، وهي مؤسسة ملتزمة بالتعلم المفتوح والتعلم العميق، ولا يمكننا إذن أن نتحدث عن الذكاء الاصطناعي ونقارب التعليم بنفس الوقت، فهذا الموضوع مهم جدا. إذن بدأنا بجمع الحكمة العالمية، إذن بدأنا بإجراء المقابلات، والناس يعملون إذن في مختلف المجالات، ومنها مثلا التعليم العالي والشركات التقنية وغيرها. وسألناهم مثلا ما الذي يحمسك، ما الذي يبقيك إذن مستيقظا طوال الليل، ما الذي إذن يلهمك. هذه هي كانت أساس محادثة لإنشاء إذن سلسلة من المحادثات المتعلقة بالذكاء الاصطناعي، وكان لدينا إذن سنوات من المحادثات مع أهم الأشخاص الذين يتحدثون عن الذكاء الاصطناعي في التعليم. إذن وفي هذه المحادثات نظرنا إلى 3 مواضيع. أولا، أثر الذكاء الاصطناعي على الطلبة من رياض الأطفال إلى الصف ال12، وثانيا الذكاء الاصطناعي في المصلحة العامة. إذن يمكن للذكاء الاصطناعي لا أن يكون منتجا، بل أن يخدم المصلحة العامة. وبعد ذلك تصميم الذكاء الاصطناعي الدامج، لأنه إذا ما لم نهتم بهذا الموضوع سيكون هناك إذن المزيد من التمييز والتحيزات في الذكاء الاصطناعي وفي المدارس. إذن هذه هي المقالات التي تحدثنا عنها. إذن كان الخبير الأول ريتشارد برانيك من جامعة رايس. إذن الذكاء الاصطناعي سيكون أساسيا، ومعرفته ستكون إذن مهمة مثل معرفة الكتابة والقراءة والرياضيات. إذن نحن لا نبحث عن عما إذا علينا أن نعلم الذكاء الاصطناعي، بل قد تخطينا هذا الموضوع. ووضع 4 حجج مهمة جدا على الطلبة أن يفهموا إذن قدرات الذكاء الاصطناعي وحدوده، بحيث نعرف كيف ينجح وكيف يفشل. وأيضا هناك أيضا أخلاقيات الشفافية والتعاون، بحيث يحدد إذن يمكن تصحيح التحيزات في الذكاء الاصطناعي. حين تكون المعلومات مفتوحة يمكننا جميعا أن نجمع المعلومات والمشكلات. ثالثا، إذن فتح ممارسات الذكاء الاصطناعي يتطلب إذن الوصول المتكافئ إلى الأدوات، بحيث لا يمكن مثلا أن نجعل بعض الناس يصلون إلى الذكاء الاصطناعي وبعضهم الآخر لا. إذن الذكاء الاصطناعي هو مثلا قوة الحصان، والمعلمون هم الضوء والنور. إذن الأشخاص يمكنهم أن يجلبوا أمرا لا يستطيع الذكاء الاصطناعي جلبه، وهو إذن الحس البشري والتعاطف. إذن الكثير من الأدوات والأجهزة، وأيضا تطور للذكاء الاصطناعي بمصادره المفتوحة. المقالة الثانية كتبتها آن ماري سكوت من Commonwealth of Learning، وقد ذكرت أمرا إذن الصعوبات في الشركات في استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي. شركات الذكاء الاصطناعي عملت على الكتب والمقالات وغيرها بدون إذن، وذلك بالاستخدام المتكافئ وأيضا الاستخدام الأكاديمي. وذكرت سكوت أن الاستخدام المطول بدون وضع المراجع سيؤدي إلى السرقة الأدبية. وهنا من المسؤول عن هذا الموضوع؟ الشخص أم الذكاء الاصطناعي؟ وأيضا الأدوات القانونية غير كافية. إذن
الأوبن ساكس وأيضا الشراكة بين جوجل وجيميناي لاستخدام فقط المصادر المفتوحة وأيضا استخدام أدوات شات جي بي تي التي تتضمن أيضا الخصوصية. وهناك أيضا إطرا مفتوحة لكافة أنظمة الذكاء الاصطناعي، وهذا أمر مهم جدا لأنه إذا ما لم تحصل إذن على حق النسخ نحن لا نبني إذن على أسس متينة. ولدينا أيضا دكتورة بيث رابت التي تتحدث إذن عن الذكاء الاصطناعي للصالح العام، وهي مثلا تخيلت أمرا جذريا: إذا ما كان الذكاء الاصطناعي منتجا من الصالح العام، ليس منتجا وليس خدمة بل مصدرا مثل الهواء المفتوح أو الحدائق المفتوحة، وهي مفتوحة للجميع وليست حكرا للآخر. وهذا إذن يتحدى إذن تحكم شركات الذكاء الاصطناعي، لأن هناك كثير من شركات الذكاء الاصطناعي التي تهتم فقط بالأرباح وليس بالمبادئ الأخلاقية. إذا نحن نحتاج إلى ذكاء اصطناعي يصل إلى المتعلمين المهمشين وليس فقط إلى الأسواق المربحة. وتحدثت أنه يجب أن يكون هناك نماذج مفتوحة ومجانية يمكنها الوصول إلى أنظمة في السوق، وأيضا نحن بحاجة إلى أنظمة للمسؤولية وبحيث تعلم كيف يمكن إذن أن يتم استخدام هذه النماذج. وبعد ذلك ليس القدرة على الوصول على الإنترنت بالأجهزة المناسبة، ولذلك لا يمكن لأي ذكاء اصطناعي أن ينفع إذا ما لم يكن هناك قدرة على الاتصال على الإنترنت. إذن هذه سردية معاكسة مهمة جدا لجذب انتباه العامة. وأيضا سننتقل إلى مقاربات تصميم الذكاء الاصطناعي، وهذه مقالة كتبتها دكتور سارة جونسون، وهي المديرة التنفيذية لمختبر التعليم The Teaching Lab. وقد طرحت سؤالا مهما جدا: ما الذي يجعل الذكاء الاصطناعي أداة مهمة للتعليم؟ وقدمت إطار الاستخدامية. إذن على الذكاء الاصطناعي أن يكون فعالا، أن يحسن تعلم الطلبة، وعليه أن يكون أيضا مناسبا، وكل منها أمر مهم جدا، وكلها إذن من الأدوات التي يتخلى المعلمون عنها لأنها لا تنفع ولا تساهم إذن بالتعليم. إذن شاركت 3 دروس من المجال. إذن الذكاء الاصطناعي هو أداة يتم بناؤها للمعلم وليس للحل محله. وثانيا علينا أن نبدأ إذن عن المواد التعليمية المفتوحة، لا تخترعوا البارود من البداية. وبعد ذلك إذن التعاون في البحث والتطوير على مستوى القطاعات المختلفة، بحيث يمكن إذن إعداد العمليات ويمكن إذن من إعداد منظومة تقييم، وأيضا الالتزام بديمقراطية أو حرية التقييم. وهكذا نعرف إذا ما كانت المنظومة نافعة جدا، وهكذا يمكننا أن نستفيد مع الطلبة الحقيقيين. لدينا أيضا دكتور ديفين فوديكا، وهو المدير التنفيذي لليرنر سنترد كولابوراتيف، وهو يقدم أمرا عمليا 4 نقاط تفتيش واضحة في استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي ودمجه. أولا الفهم، أي فهم الذكاء الاصطناعي الأساسي، ما هو الذكاء الاصطناعي، ما يفعله ما لا يفعله، وما هي حدوده، ما لا يمكنك أن تعلم ما لا تفهمه. ثانيا التفاعل مع الأدوات، إذن على المعلمين استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي قبل تعليمه للطلبة، اللعب فيه وكسره وتعليمه للطلبة بشكل مختلف. بعد ذلك تكييف هذه الأدوات بحسب الاحتياجات والقيم المؤسسية. إذا لم تكن هذه الأداة مناسبة في التعليم، ليس من الضروري أن نستخدمها. وبعد ذلك بناء الذكاء الاصطناعي الخاص بكم والأدوات الخاصة بكم، وذلك بحسب فلسفتكم العلمية الخاصة. فكروا مثلا تصميمكم لعصر الذكاء الاصطناعي لا يمكنكم القيام بذلك في مرة واحدة، بل فكروا في أين أنتم وأين ستتوجهون. وبعد ذلك لدينا بحث من دكتور يوتا ترافيرانز، وهي من مركز أبحاث
التصميم الدامج. وهذه المقالة تقدم إذن أكثر مقاربة عملية، وهي تتحدث إذن عن التمييز الإحصائي وليس فقط التحيز. حين يستخدم الذكاء الاصطناعي التحليل المنطقي الإحصائي يهمش مثلا الأشخاص الذين هم مثلا من المجتمعات المهمشة أو الأقلية، لأنه يعتمد في بياناته على ما هو اعتيادي وطبيعي. إذن الاختلاف عن هذه الأنماط الموجودة يهمش الطلبة الذين يفكرون بشكل مختلف ويعيشون بشكل مختلف، ما يؤدي إلى أذية أكبر للطلبة الذين هم يعانون أصلا. ولكنها تعتمد الذكاء الاصطناعي على أنها نوع من العدسة المكبرة، وهكذا يساعد الطلبة على طرح الأسئلة، بحيث هل نهمش الطلبة الاعتياديين أم نساعد الطلبة على الازدهار بطريقتهم الخاصة. استجابتها هي تدريب الطلبة استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي بشكل آمن، ومساعدتهم على دمج مساهماتهم، وأيضا تشجيع ازدهار الطلبة بتميزهم الخاص بدلا من أن يكونوا اعتياديين. إن لم نفهم ذلك ليس لدينا تكنولوجيا سيئة فقط، بل لدينا تكنولوجيا مؤذية أصلا للطلبة وللأطفال. وبعد ذلك لدينا دكتور مها بالي، وهي من الجامعة الأمريكية في القاهرة، وهي تتحدث عن كيفية التعامل مع الذكاء الاصطناعي في المدن المفتوحة، وكيف يمكن سد الثغرات بين المبادئ وبين الممارسات. وهي تعطينا إذن مثلا التطبيقات المناسبة والتوجيهات المناسبة، مثلا القدرة على النقد، إذن فهم الذكاء الاصطناعي قبل استخدامه وليس بعده. أيضا الشفافية وفهم وضع مثلا إعلان أن هذا ذكاء اصطناعي. المسؤولية والمساءلة، المستخدمون مسؤولون عن كل المخرجات، لا يمكن أن نلوم الآلة، فأنت هو المسؤول عن اتخاذ القرارات. أيضا خصوصية البيانات وهي أمر مقدس. أيضا التكافؤ، فالذكاء الاصطناعي يجب أن لا يوسع هذه الهوة. وأيضا استخدام الأثر البيئي. وأيضا هناك استخدامات ممكنة، مثلا الذكاء الاصطناعي لدعم القراءة، بحيث يمكن مثلا للذكاء الاصطناعي أن يختصر بعض النصوص لبعض الطلبة الذين يعانون صعوبات. أيضا الترجمة للطلبة من ذوي الإعاقة، القدرة على الوصول إلى الصور وإلى النصوص وغيرها. أيضا الترجمة طبعا بتأكد البشر، وأيضا التغذية الراجعة الأساسية من القواعد وغيرها. لدينا دكتور جاش ميتشل من جامعة تورونتو ومركز جامعة أوكاد ومركز الأبحاث الدامج. إذن نقول إن هناك حصان لماع يدور في صفوفنا، وهذا الحصان ليس لديه أي قدرة على الوعي بالذات، ويمكنه أن يأتي ويدمر كل شيء وبدون أن يترك أي أثر. ولذلك علينا أن نفهم ذلك في التعليم العالي. الجميع متحمس لهذا الحصان، ولكننا لا نفهم كيف يعمل. إذن الذكاء الاصطناعي قد يعزز إذن الأذية المتواجدة، وأيضا هناك وقد يعزز أيضا الطرق التعليمية والأساليب التعليم السيئة. وأيضا هناك مشكلات متعلقة بالأخلاقيات، خصوصا مثلا الثغرات في الوصول وخصوصيات المعلومات. إذن استخدام الهيكليات والسياسات المناسبة لاستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي، وأيضا والتركيز على العلاقة مع البشر، فالتكنولوجيا عليها أن تدعم الترابط ولا أن تقوضه. وأيضا طرح الأسئلة فنحن في عالم حيث يكون طرح الأسئلة أهم من أي موقع آخر. أيضا استخدام الأدوات مثلا لميزان استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي. إذا هذا الحصان لن يبتعد ولن يذهب، بل علينا أن نبني المهارات لتربيته وترويضه. وبالنسبة إلى الإمدادات لدينا مثلا دكتور باتي رويز وسيرا نواكس من ديجيتال بروميس لوجل. إذا أمر مهم جدا في الذكاء الاصطناعي وهو التوريد. إذا يجب أن يكون هناك منظومات توريد بحيث على الأقسام المختلفة أن تتحدث مع بعضها. إذا أحيانا يتم استيراد أمر ما وبعد ذلك طرح الأسئلة، وأيضا استخدام الأدوات بدون أي تفكير ناقد. ولذلك يجب أن تكون هناك بعض العوامل التي تساعد على اتخاذ القرارات الخاصة بالذكاء الاصطناعي وجلب هذه الأداة. مثلا إن لم تكن الشركة تريده لا تستخدمه. وبعد ذلك هناك مثلا مسألة التحيز، يجب أن النظر في ذلك. تدريب البيانات أيضا أو بيانات التدريب، هل هي مثلا تعكس إذن الواقع بشكل حقيقي أم لا؟ أيضا البشر الذين هم في قلب العملية. إذا حددت هذه المقالة 5 سياسات مهمة: الأمان والأخلاقيات والشفافية والتعلم المهني وأيضا التقييم والأثر. إذا ما كان لديكم مثلا أداة يريدون شراءها بدون النظر فيها فستقوضون كل قيمكم، ولذلك على كافة الأقسام العمل معا بدلا من العمل بانعزال عن الآخر. إذا ما هي الدروس التي سنتعلمها من هذه الأبحاث ال9؟ أولا، أن تكون المقاربة مرتكزة إلى البشر. الذكاء الاصطناعي يجب أن يرافقه حكم البشر. بعد ذلك الأولوية هي للمساواة. ثالثا، الشفافية والمساءلة، وليس هناك أي أمر يتم إخفاؤه. بعد ذلك الإنشاء مع المعلمين، وهو يتم إنشاؤه مع المعلمين ولا يكون مفروضا عليهم. بعد ذلك الفهم يجب أن يأتي قبل الاستخدام. ما هي الخطوات اللازمة؟ ابدأوا إذن بتطوير فهم الذكاء الاصطناعي للموظفين وللمعلمين. اجمعوا الجميع معا. ضعوا إذن سياسات واضحة للذكاء الاصطناعي. لا تبدأوا إذن بكل ما هو مثالي، بل أعطوا الأولوية للإنصاف ولوصول الجميع، ليكن هذا إذن معيار لا يمكن إذن المساومة عليه. واجعلوا أيضا الطلبة يتحدثون عن المشكلات التي يرونها وجدوا الحلول لها. إذا انظروا أيضا إلى المصادر المفتوحة. لستم مضطرين لشراء إذا أو دفع الأموال لشراء الأدوات. هذه إذا المصادر المختلفة الإضافية. إذا ما أردتم أن تعرفوا المزيد عن هذه المقالات يمكنكم إذا أن تمسحوا رمز الاستجابة السريع هذا. إذا نحن على مفترق طرق، والقرارات التي نتخذها في الذكاء الاصطناعي والتعليم حول العالم سيؤثر بشكل كبير. إذا يجب أن نؤكد إذا حكمنا المهني. أنا أؤمن أن بقدرتنا كمعلمين على أن نقوم بالعمل الصحيح. هذا كله يتطلب منا نحن كمعلمين وطلبة كادر مدرسي أن نعمل معا حتى نصل إلى هذا الهدف. شكرا جزيلا على وقتكم اليوم، أتمنى أنكم استمتعتم بهذه الجلسة.
Thank you, Cherie, for illuminating both the possibilities and responsibilities that accompany AI integration into education. Now, please welcome Mazen Abdullah, the head of Google for Education, MENA, as he explores AI's role in supporting students, teachers, and leaders.
Test, it's working. First of all, thank you for your time. I know it's in the afternoon. I have a lot to offer you. At least you expect a lot. Thank you for staying that much. My name is Mazen Abdullah. I'm the head of Google for Education in MENA. I'm going to skip the video. Also this video, which was generated by AI. My team goes to communities, ministries of education, schools, basically with one mission in mind, not to leave any learner behind. This is what we do on a day-to-day basis, and I believe I'm very lucky to lead such an amazing, passionate team. Now we're going to talk about AI, of course, but before talking about AI, I felt like I should share with you a holistic view of 2025, what my team told me as challenges. We sat in a room, challenges from school leaders, from ministers of education, from school communities, and the number 2 things that we heard from those school leaders and education leaders is the teacher abundance and excellence. This is one. Second, student performance. How to predict student performance, how to support students in their journey, personalized learning. These are the solutions that we think about, but these are the big 2 challenges that I think AI can solve in a way or another, and we'll talk about this. Teacher abundance is very important. It's going to continue to be an issue for us. We don't have enough teachers to teach future classrooms. Now, I think there's a reality that we want also to share in addition to those challenges, and I think it's the effect of all the challenges that were shared by ministers of education, is the promise is unfulfilled to cater for all students. In fact, we have 85 million students in the world that do not have access to any school. Thanks God, we live in the Gulf, and we can say, okay, this number doesn't exist in the Gulf. Makes sense. However, I'm going to give you an example that we're part of the 234 million school-aged children are going to be affected by a disruption that's happening around them. One example that we had a couple of years ago in the UAE when it rained, some schools were prepared to continue school as usual, other schools were not prepared. And this very simple example disrupted the learning activity of some students. And actually, it took them, there are many studies and statistics that if you disrupt the student journey with no expectations for the student, it will take him 3 or 4 days to adapt and to recalibrate and to get back on track. Now, I believe that basically before finding solutions for all of these things, and I think we have solutions and we're privileged, I want to first of all thank you for being here. I want to acknowledge the people. Most of you are educators. You're coming here to basically share your experiences together. I want to acknowledge this space. SPIA is my 2nd year here. It's the 5th year it's doing that. But it's really important to have such a forum with all these changes that are happening at us. This comes with a huge privilege and responsibility. And the 4th thing that I want to ask you is please meet someone. It's very easy to sit next to people you know. Meet someone you don't know today or tomorrow and have a conversation with. I had a conversation with a professor in sociology, and he told me about many new things about Arabic, and it helped me think about how we Arabize our Google training. And we discussed this. It was a 5-minute discussion that I learned a lot from this gentleman. Now, this is what I ask you to do, okay? Don't sit only with people you know, share experiences with others. I thank the people who came before me, especially Dr. Sherry, okay? She shared a lot of research that resonates with what I'm gonna talk about. So you made my job much easier, okay? She spoke about a lot of stakeholders, but in all the research paper that she mentioned, there is one common denominator. Who guesses what's one common denominator? About all the stakeholders, parents, students, etc., tech providers. It's the teacher, okay? And I wanna just recalibrate, do 2 steps back. You are the inspiration. You are the leaders, not if you are a teacher. I always feel humbled. We can be the most responsible tech provider. I'm gonna talk about this. But if we give a tool to the classroom, we're overwhelming the teacher in a way or another. This is a fact. And teachers, especially when Gen AI came in, whoa. You're bringing something extra to my day-to-day operations. And I'm working 50 hours a week. And I want to learn something new, and it will replace me also. Like there's the hidden objections of replacing me. It will never replace. I know that. But teachers, I would like to thank you. You're inspiring our beautiful minds. You're shaping the future. You're navigating all of this change. I'm humbled every time I speak to a teacher, and every time I speak to a teacher, I learn something new. Now, as a teacher, I believe you need to have a responsible edtech partner. At Google, and here I'm going to pivot, talk about AI in a bit, okay? But at Google, we believe we are a very responsible edtech partner. We are very bold, but also responsible. And I believe in you that you're going to adapt with us to this change. You're going to guide us how to navigate this. In fact, it's not the first time history throws something at you as teachers. Who knows the calculator? In 1986, it was thrown in a math classroom. In New York, basically teachers objected about it. These riots were in 1986, and math teachers are, what are you bringing to my classroom, guys? But now, guess what? Calculators are part of the classroom. The teachers guided us how to adapt to those things. Okay, so net, thank you, teachers. Now I'm going to tell you the story of AI from Google's perspective. Now, when it comes to Google, we believe we were a very responsible partner. When Gen AI came to the world, the easiest thing as an edtech is to provide it to the students and tell you teachers figure it out. In fact, Google, and this is a fact, we blocked Gen AI in a classroom. Anyone under 18 is not allowed to use it. And I believe this was a very responsible decision that we've made. And it was reflecting on everything we do. Learning is very central in what we do. And when we looked at YouTube in a classroom, okay, we adapted that YouTube before throwing it in a classroom. When we looked at Gmail in a classroom behaves differently as well. My only ask here, who, with a guess, what's the second search engine in the world? The first search engine is Google. Any of those tools is the second search engine? Since we are a small crew, I'm going to ask, with a raise of hand. YouTube. YouTube is the second search engine in the world, and it's the first education engine in the world. Every time, if I want to do, basically fix my faucet at home, I go to YouTube, I try to learn it, and then I hire a plumber. I failed at that. But every time we want to do things, we go to YouTube or Gmail, or Google.com. And this is why it's very essential for us to get it right from the first time. So what we did, instead of throwing this Gen AI to the classroom, we retrained our AI models. Gemini, basically, we retrained it on pedagogy and learning science principles. We stayed for 6-7 months, and our amazing DeepMind team that I follow and I'm very passionate about, they said the Gen AI in a classroom should behave differently. And it's grounded to learning science principles, but what does this mean? If you ask Gemini, in a classroom, what's 1 + 1? The worst answer that it can give a Gen AI tool is 2, because it killed the innovation of the student. Our Gemini, in a classroom environment, it will take the student on a journey. And basically, we sat with teachers at the core, and we started designing the Gemini in a different way than others. We retrained Gemini 3.0 now. And what does it mean to a teacher? When you build a lesson plan, it's going to understand what does a lesson plan mean. It doesn't just give you any random lesson plan. So now, going back to the problems that we have, I believe that we are the first time, if we compare calculators to AI, it's the first time in human history we have something, if we get it right, we can overcome a lot of challenges in education. Teachers' abundance, we spoke about it. Student, meeting them where they are. If a student wants to learn about history in a different way, they want to listen, read. I reflected to that one day, and the story that I will reflect to is about history, how to teach history in a different way. And we are at a unique stage in human history where AI is a great equalizer. Every government now is thinking about AI. And every ministry is thinking about AI. Every school is thinking about AI. And students have access to AI, most of the students. Of course, there's a lot of inequality that we cannot address with AI at this point. But in general, majority of students have access to AI and can equalize a lot. I'll give you a very simple example. A student living in a very low-cost country, his parents cannot basically give him a teaching assistant at home, versus a student who has a lot of money and they can get him all the private tutoring in the world. AI can play that role in a way or another, in a responsible way as well, because our AI can be grounded to the schools, to the lesson plan, to the lessons at home. Going forward, I'm going to give an example. I'm going to give one example and then we can talk more about it. It's about a history teacher that I've met 1 year, 2 months ago. And she was one of those teachers who told me, like, this is ridiculous. You cannot get it there, etc. And then we got our Google educator to the classroom. And she gave her an example of how to prepare a lesson plan. She was totally objecting AI. And this teacher, I met her flash forward 9 months after. And she's one of those teachers that's influencing others how to use AI. And she gave me an example of a baton. You know the baton of the, basically the orchestra? She gave me an example. She told me before I used AI, I taught history for 28 years. And every time she wanna like orchestrate the classroom, she has one student who likes to learn using his ears, for basically to listen to something. Another student, he likes to visualize. A third student, he loves to read. And she gave me an example of 2 students. I changed the names for privacy. For example, and I reflected on my history. When I was a child, I did not like to read that much. And it's not a problem with me, but it was a problem with, no one identified this in me in a way or another. And when I became in university, I started listening to things. I did my DBA doctorate 2 weeks ago using listening more than reading. By just uploading documents and listening, it resonates with me. I'm sure every student in Miss Reed's class, her true name it's not Reed, but Miss Reed's class, every student learns differently. And before AI, Miss Reed could not even adapt to Kareem or Ryan. Ryan likes to listen, he got distracted, and guess what? The we call him traditionally smart student who likes to read and gets it from the beginning. He was ahead, he got bored. We heard this a lot, and Miss Reed, the orchestrator, single baton was working for everything. Now she told a quiet revolution, she told me that, I'm quoting her, AI is a creative partner. So what Miss Reed did, she used Gemini to create something called Google Vids for one student likes to visualize. And even she gave the tools to the student to create their own lessons. And the lessons were around Einstein and the relativity theory, its history. And she had an Einstein project, for example. One student was interacting with Einstein. One student was traditionally opening the book. And she measured the outcome of this process. 40% of the students who were left behind have done better than the students who were top of the class. This gives us a lot of reflection on how AI can be used in a classroom. Going back to Dr. Sherry's comment, we need to collaborate with educators. Our AI is amazing. It went into a classroom. This is a teacher that used it to attract new students. And guess what? 40% of those students are doing much better. I have examples of school leaders as well. I will share with you. I'm done with the slides, by the way. School leaders. I was meeting a school leader in Abu Dhabi. Who knows the KHDA reports and all of those reports? A lot of pressure, right? A lot of work. It's taking them 20 minutes to generate the first report. okay? And if you reflect on the 20 minutes, while it might have a lot of errors, the 20 minutes, which is true. The good thing about those tools is that the first attempt of any email draft you're gonna create, if it's 100 hours, if it takes you 100 hours to create the report, 70% of this time is for the first draft. Anything that you create from scratch. Now you have something that is created within 20 minutes and you have 30 hours to perfect it. So you saved 70% of your time as a school leader. Other things about equalizing AI, we have a student with a lot of blindness, color blindness. We used AI, we uploaded YouTube videos from the teacher, and we changed the colors. AI was able to adapt and change the colors in that YouTube video, and now it understands that student in a way or another. I'm not saying AI is gonna be the magic wand, I'm saying you are the magic wand who's gonna guide us how to use AI. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mazen, for your forward-looking perspective on how AI can enhance human leadership in education. Now, please join me in welcoming Roz Parskevas, who is the founder and CEO of Teaching Blocks, as he explores how intelligent learning tools can enhance human guidance in education.
Of the remote for the PowerPoint. Okay, thank you very much. My name's Ross Parskevas, and I'm the founder and CEO of Teaching Blocks. And this is an AI teacher that learns about you first. Let me start with an observation, a very simple observation. We have never ever lived in a time where information, so much information is more available. And yet, for some reason, confidence has never been more fragile. Global data shows from OECD, from WHO, from UNICEF, that youth anxiety and youth depression is at record levels. But why? Answers are instant, yet purpose seems increasingly unclear. Intelligence is everywhere, yet learning feels harder. This is not an accident, because education is memorizing information for a grade. It was always meant to shape individual, personal, self-unique identity. And now AI has arrived, and it hasn't arrived as a little tool. AI has arrived as a full force. A full force that's going to change everything in an unprecedented way. It's going to reshape how we think, how we learn, how we define even ourselves. So, the real question here tonight isn't whether AI will change education. AI will change education. The question is how. Will we use AI to automate humans out of relevance? Or will we use AI to help humans become more focused, more confident, more creative, and more deeply aligned to their own sense of meaning and purpose. And that decision is being made right now. So today I want to show you why the wrong use of AI will fail education and why the right use of AI can and probably will become the greatest learning breakthrough humanity has ever seen. So, education was never ever about information or even knowledge. Because if information transforms lives, then Google would have solved that problem 20 years ago. And if instant answers, getting instant answers, instant research was better for learning, ChatGPT would have solved that 5 years ago. What transforms lives is not information. What transforms lives is how you feel about learning, how one feels about their own learning. So AI forces us to confront this reality. And in a world where everything, all the answers, all the research, we get it instantly, in seconds, humans have this one advantage. We have a capacity, a human capacity to feel emotions. By doing this, we can deeply act, we can deeply adapt, we can deeply apply, we can deeply create using our feelings and emotions. Because AI will never have feelings and emotions. AI does not have consciousness. And so if we use AI to our personal strengths, then we can create an AI, an education system that helps build identity, self-identity. Because education was never ever meant to produce identical outputs. It was meant to always reveal individual, unique brilliance, and everyone has it. And so the defining skill of the century in this era is the ability to be able to learn deeply. Learning how to learn deeply is the skill set of the century. So for generations, education prepared people for a predictable world, and they did an amazing job. Jobs were predictable. Values, culture, familiar future was predictable. But something unprecedented has happened. AI has changed that environment faster than anyone ever imagined. Now, I've been involved in AI for 15 years, and I can't predict what's going to happen in the next 12 months. So, no one can predict what's going to happen in the next 12 years, especially when a child enters the school system. So, if AI can memorize, can recall, can automate, can execute better than any human, my next question is, what will the human do? And the answer is not more information. The answer is not more memorization. The answer is deeper capability in someone's individual self. AI operates in patterns, in models, in numbers. And again, humans operate in meaning, in emotions, in consciousness, in lived experiences, in creativity. So the real opportunity is this. Let AI do what it does best, and let humans finally develop what humans can do best. And the result isn't replacement. The result is the rise of the deep learners. Curious, creative, fearless, growth mindset deep learners. And when learning remains exciting long enough, obsessive long enough, deep thinking and meaningful action follows. So every child that enters the school system is quietly building their own story, subconsciously. It's not deliberately, but emotionally. And it sounds like this. I'm not good at maths. I'm not academic. I'm good at science. I'm below level. I'm above level. I'm smart. And this is not formed in one lesson. This is formed over years through repetition, through experience, through emotion, through how learning actually feels. And this is the thing, how learning actually feels. And over time, that story hardens into a fixed mindset. And they self-label themselves. And once that hardens, it shapes how someone approaches their life, their learning, their risks, their mistakes, how they approach themselves for life. And that identity doesn't stay in school. It follows. It follows them into adulthood, into their careers, into their relationships, into their confidence, into their life. It shapes who they believe they are. But here's the real problem. Most children never chose this story. It was written for them by how learning felt. So the next question I asked, what if we change how we feel about learning? And so this is very personal for me because I've been involved in AI for 15 years. And it stopped being theoretical for me when I became a father, the education space. I have 2 daughters, but they were not excited with school. In fact, they were more excited about dancing, about singing, exploring, playing games, but not school. Homework was a chore. And then 4 years ago, I nearly died. The doctor said I was 25 minutes away from death. And in that moment, only one thing matters. My daughters. Who will teach them how to think deeply? Who will teach them how to learn deeply in this AI era? Who will teach them to love learning with a passion, with an obsession? Who will teach them to discover their own unique brilliance? So I knew AI was going to change everything, and I knew it was going to change fast. And I feared that my daughters would be left alone. So that night in hospital, I asked for a pen and paper, and I designed this AI tutor. Not an AI tutor that gives answers. That's not what I want. But an AI tutor that learns the student first. One that detects their excitement, that adapts to them in real time, that makes them feel alive when they're learning. an AI tutor that helps parents and teachers actually see how a child learns best. And that night, Teaching Blocks was born. And then something magical happened. Now, I can see now it's late and people are going to think, what's Barbie got to do with education? Well, I'm going to say here everything. This was a turning point for me with my daughter. And my daughter, my older daughter, she was 11 at the time, and she hated maths with a passion. I mean, I could not get her to do her homework. She would cry, she would stress, she would run to her room. It was very frustrating. And then one time when I was building Teaching Blocks and I was testing it, I asked her to try maths here. Try it, it might feel like a game, it might be fun. But she didn't believe me. She thought I was trying to trick her. Eventually she agreed. So I left her, and after 2 hours, I found her, and she was smiling, she was laughing, she was giggling, she was completely absorbed. I thought she was playing some kind of game. And I asked her, did you finish your homework, your maths? And she said, yes, and now I'm talking Barbies with Teaching Blocks. I froze. I thought there's something not right. I said, you're talking about Barbie dolls learning maths? And she said, yes. Now, I thought at that point the system was broken. But the system wasn't broken. Because what the AI teacher did was it found a moment she got excited. It found a moment when she was highly engaged and highly focused, and it used that pattern to transfer the maths in a subtle way. So as she was having fun, learning and talking about Barbies, it was bridging the maths. And not only did she complete the homework, not only did she spend an hour on it, she spent an extra hour on it. She went beyond the homework. She changed how she felt about maths. She produced the best maths work ever, but she wanted to keep going, which was amazing for me. Because in a funny way, the AI tutor tricked her into thinking we were talking about Barbies, but what was happening, she was doing maths. And so maths became her new excitement. And so the biggest win was not so much that she became better at maths. The biggest win was that she changed how she felt about herself and her learning. And at that moment, learning turned from a chore to an obsession. Now, almost every single AI tool out there is built to automate. And we've seen some AI talk here. They do everything for you. They write essays for you. They write assignments for you. They can do lesson plans. They can do everything. But here's the other question. If the AI does all this, does everything, writes essays, writes assignments, what will the human do in the meantime? If AI does everything and the human doesn't do anything, or the human just, for example, it writes an essay and the human just goes to the social media and does nothing, the human race regresses. But if AI does what it does best and the human strengthens what humans can do best, and I'm talking their deep learning skills, their critical thinking skills, their creativity skills, their confidence and resilience skills, then AI does not replace humans. It amplifies them. Now think about it. AI does information, AI automates, humans does feelings and emotions. Deep learners with AI used to create something beyond, something further, the unknown unknown. So, the next question, the next real challenge that I ask myself, how do we actually make learning obsessive and not a chore? And the answer is in games. I found it in games. Games actually understood something that the education system didn't understand. They understood that the feeling of winning, the feeling of progress towards a goal creates and gives a huge dopamine that allows the brain to be highly alert and highly focused. And so, think about games. What do? You start, you fail, you make mistakes, you start from level 1, and all of a sudden you try again. You start, you fail, you try again, and then all of a sudden you get to level 2, level 3, level 4. But by the time you get to level 3, level 4, your knowledge, your skills, your resilience, your confidence, they have all grown and developed. And that is what we also introduced to teaching blocks. So, I just wanted to leave you with a final observation. AI will no doubt be part of the education, but how we use it will determine whether we succeed or fail. If we use AI to replace thinking, we weaken humans. If we use AI to strengthen deep learning, we elevate them. And that is why this is the most exciting time in education, because for the first time, we can design learning to be personal, adaptive, emotionally intelligent, and built around human growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ross, for this insightful exploration of how intelligent systems can complement and strengthen human instruction. And we're not done yet. We still have a bunch of speakers who are here to share everything about artificial intelligence. Please welcome Lenka Baswedan, the founder and CEO of Arabi, as she shares innovative approaches to Arabic language learning in the early years.
Good evening. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Oopsie. Thank you to the Sharjah International Summit on Improvement in Education for convening us today under the theme, Collaborating for Impact, because the challenge I'm speaking about today can only be solved when we work together. Today, many nurseries face the same reality. Teachers are overwhelmed, parents are concerned about their children's Arabic, and too many children begin to lose interest in the very language that connects them to identity, culture, and heritage. At Arabi, we believe this doesn't have to be this way. My name is Lenka Baswidan, and I'm founder of Arabi. And before I go any further, I want to address a question I often receive. Why is an ajnabiya, a foreigner, involved in Arabic language learning? The answer is quite simple and personal. The UAE has been my home for the last 25 years. I am married to an Emirati, and as we raised our children, helping them love and value Arabic became my personal mission, a mission that grew into Arabi. Today, I'll share why Arabic learning matters early, what research shows works best, and what we are learning through our Sharjah pilot. Arabic is not just a language subject. For millions of children, it is a cornerstone of identity and belonging, a rich literary tradition, and of course, faith. Arabic is the language of the Quran, connecting over 1.9 billion Muslims to spiritual heritage. When children feel confident in Arabic, they gain more than vocabulary, they gain connection. And to support children properly, we also need to understand what Arabic means in their daily life versus school life. For the non-Arab speakers, let me explain. Children in our region grow up with two realities of Arabic. Modern Standard Arabic, the MSA, which is the standardized form used in education and media and understood across the world, and Arabic dialects spoken at home and in community life, which are deeply cultural and region-specific. The key point is this: MSA and dialects are not competitors, they are complementary. But here is the challenge. When children start school, many suddenly feel like they have to speak different kind of Arabic. That transition can be difficult even for native speakers. So our goal is to make children comfortable with MSA early, not intimidated by it later. Which brings us to timing, because when we build that comfort matters. If we want confident Arabic speakers later, we need the right foundations earlier. Early childhood is not too early. It's actually the most strategic moment when children are naturally absorbing language through the environment, play, and relationships. Let's look at what science tells us about this window. In the first years of life, the brain is building at extraordinary speed. In ages 0 to 3, children form about 1.1 million neural connections per second. The peak capacity for multiple languages is strongest between 0 and 6. In the UAE, many children grow up multilingual. This is normal here. The opportunity is to give Arabic, especially the MSA, the same early advantage and comfort before primary school begins. Now the question becomes, how do we embed MSA in a way that fits how young children actually learn? For young children, language is not learned through lessons. It's learned through experience. So instead of asking children to adapt to the language, we adapt the language experience to the child through play, stories, music, and movement. That's how Arabic becomes joyful, natural, and age-appropriate. And the research is very clear on the power of this approach. When play is purposeful and guided, it doesn't reduce learning, it accelerates it. Evidence shows around 1.5 times progress rate compared to traditional methods, and strong growth over a relatively short period when early language programs are delivered well. The takeaway is simple. Guided play creates more opportunities for children to use the language, to talk more, and interact more. And two tools are especially powerful for making language stick, and these are stories and music. Stories and music do more than teach words, they create emotion, and emotion drives memory. Music and movement can be highly effective for language and social development. Using multisensory learning, visual, auditory, and physical create multiple pathways for acquisition. When children think, move, repeat lines from a story, act things out, Arabic becomes something they feel, not just something they are tested on. So how do we translate this into something teachers can actually use every day? At Arabi, we built a learning program designed for nurseries and early year classrooms. We support all 4 skills: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. And we designed the classroom flow to be realistic for teachers and engaging for children. We introduce a topic through a short, high-impact video, which is about 90 to 120 seconds, to capture attention quickly. Then we reinforce the vocabulary, letters, grammar, and concept through hands-on activities and physical resources. We've seen time and time again that blending digital and physical resources works best for children. Children meet the same vocabulary in different contexts, and that repetition builds real retention without boredom. And now we are testing this approach in a real Sharjah setting with our partners. This is where collaboration becomes practical. As the Access Sharjah Challenge winner, Arabi is piloting this approach in collaboration with Sharjah Education Academy, Sharjah Nurseries, and Shira, bringing research, implementation, and outcomes into one shared effort. Let's start with the problem we are solving. Nurseries are facing clear pain points: lack of engaging Arabic materials for young ages, difficulty meeting curriculum requirements, the transition from dialect to MSA, and teachers being overwhelmed with preparation and delivery. At the same time, the goals are also clear: strengthen Arabic foundation early, preserve cultural identity, boost outcomes, and build confident speakers. This is exactly the gap we are trying to close without adding extra burden to teachers. So what does the pilot look like in practice? We have worked with Sharjah Education Academy, nursery principals, and teachers to create a curriculum that meets the expectations and outcomes for the youngest learners. We are currently in the 4-month implementation phase. The teachers are using our program together with physical activities. At the end, we will measure impact in multiple ways, not just one score. We will look at student progress, teacher and parent engagement, and also time saved for teachers. We assess the children at the beginning of January, and we will repeat the same assessment at the end of April, inshallah. But equally important is that what teachers and parents are telling us along the way, because sustainable change must work for the adults supporting the child. This brings us to a bigger picture. Lasting change needs an ecosystem. This pilot is not only about content. It's a demonstration of what happens when the system collaborates, when we align what research recommends, what regulators expect, what teachers can deliver, and what families can reinforce. Here is how we think about that ecosystem. We see 4 essential groups, each with a distinct role: regulators for policy framework and quality standards, content creators for engaging age-appropriate materials, educators for implementation in the real classrooms, and families for reinforcements at home. The principle is simple: shared ownership with distinct roles. We all want what's best for our children. The breakthrough comes when we stop working in silos and start building one coherent journey for the child. So what are we ultimately building toward? Our goal is not short-term performance. It's a generation-level outcome: children who grow up seeing Arabic as a natural part of life and who carry that relationship beyond school and into school and beyond. This is what success looks like. When we create joyful connection, confident speakers, curious learners, and capable communicators. This is a language as part of identity, confidence, and access, not just a subject. And that brings us to the journey forward. Arabic language learning in the early years is not only about education, it's about identity, connection, and the future of a rich heritage. Through innovation and through collaboration, the themes of this summit, we can raise a generation of confident, curious, and capable Arabic speakers. Thank you, شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you so much, Lenka, for reminding us that innovation must serve identity and language. And finally, last but not least, please welcome Andy Coxell, the Managing Director at Evolve Careers, Sharjah, as he explores how we measure and close the future skills gap.
Good evening, everyone. I am the last speaker, so I firstly wanted to say a massive thank you for staying for this final session. I'm genuinely grateful. And I also know I'm the last thing in the way of you and that beautiful reception out there, so I'm going to keep this as brief as possible. The last but the luckiest, I like that. That's what my mum would say, so thank you. Evolve Careers, we are a future of work ed tech company who are focused on helping to bridge the gap between education and the world of work. We see a world of work that's rapidly changing. Young people going through school, into university, and out into the world of work are hitting a workplace and a workforce like none before it. And we know from the research that we do with our network of employers around the world that the majority of employers say students lack the professional work-ready skills needed to be able to transition successfully into the world of work. They have the technical and academic skills and knowledge, but they do not have, I hate the phrase, the soft skills, those durable core skills needed to be able to transition into work. And so that's why we exist and what we look to support them with. And we do that by partnering with employers to ask them, what are the skills that you're looking for? What are the biggest gaps that you see? What are the transitions that young people are struggling with most? And how do you think they can use their time in education to best prepare themselves, to develop and practice and hone those skills, and then crucially to tell their story to employers to help them to understand how they have those critical skills and can be a part of the workforce in that way. We have a whole range of courses, I won't go into huge depth about it, that we design in partnership with employers, and then we work directly with educational institutions looking at future skills, future pathways, work simulations, AI literacy, mentoring, and work shadowing to support students as they go on that journey. But today I really want to talk about skills assessment. So we have a skills assessment tool that uses thought leadership pieces like McKinsey's Future Ready Skills Framework that can be aligned to NAFSA's International Education Professional Competencies, to a whole range of different skills frameworks and competency bases to help students to measure and assess how they're developing against those competencies. We're very lucky and honored to be alongside Arabi, Access Sharjah winners in 2025. For our side, we're working on the Future Skills Gap with Sharjah Private Education Authority to look at Sharjah's portrait of a graduate. So this innovative, forward-thinking strategy outlines the core competencies that young people in Sharjah need to develop so that they are future ready, that they're ready to graduate out into university and then out into the world of work. At the center of it is a strong framework, 6 core competencies to support students on that journey. Stewards, thinkers, resourceful, open-minded, navigators, great communicators. And beneath that, 10 competencies that support and drive and enable those skills and competencies. For this challenge, we're working with 3 schools in Sharjah, the American School of Creative Science, American Gulf School, and Al Sedra Private School, to help them to baseline and then measure and track students' development of the strong framework and of these future-ready competencies. So the work that we're doing with SPEAR at the moment is to then map that against our assessment tools. So I'm going to go into a bit of detail about what that looks like. So at the top level, we took the strong competency. We then looked to align them to the 10 competencies that sit beneath that. We then wanted to go a level deeper. Because those competencies are still pretty high level, they're not necessarily going to make sense to students in their day-to-day as they're in the classroom, as they're working on their co-curricular and extracurricular programming. So what we look to do is build a skill base of everyday skills that students are putting into practice that they can reflect upon and understand as key strengths that support them on their journey through education into work. So, to do that, we've created a set of positive statements. So this is all built on a positive psychology approach to help students to really understand what are their preferences, their natural preferences and predispositions when faced with a series of statements. Students go through the platform, they answer which statement resonates most with them. On the back end, that responds to a skill. We're then able to tally that up. We're using inter-rater reliability by getting parents and teachers to do that as well, so that we're able to get a full picture of what that student's strengths are and then display that to them as a top 5 strengths that they have, so that they build that self-awareness and understanding of the skills and strengths that they're bringing to the table, but it's not scored. This isn't about hitting a percentage. We don't want to make this a competitive process. We don't want them to over-assess themselves and to give themselves a higher score. And that's why we don't tell them what the skills are. They focus on those positive statements. But it gives them that self-awareness so that crucially then, their teachers can understand that student better. They can understand, if I want to build on the strengths that that student has, how can I do that? How can I work with them more effectively? They can look at their class and they can ask themselves the same question. What are the strengths of my class? And how do I play to those and help drive them to further excellence and development against those strengths? But it also gives schools insight into students, into classes, into what's happening across the school. What are the strengths? What are the interventions that are driving the biggest impact? And how can we do more of those good things and to support our teachers and our students to excel? But then, of course, at a SPEAR level, it gives SPEAR the ability to look at an individual, a class, a grade, a school, a curriculum level, to look at what is best practice, what's driving the best development of those strengths and competencies, and how can we ensure that now that knowledge is passed from school to school and make sure that everyone is benefiting from the amazing things that are happening within the system. And this is all driven through the portrait of a graduate. As we work through this process of SPEAR and with Sharjah, we've been asking ourselves, well, where does that get us? It gives us a unique data set. As far as we can tell from the research we've done, no one is looking at this level of skill assessment and strength assessment at a system level. It's happening in pockets. But to do it at a whole system level creates a unique data set where you can look across all schools in Sharjah and look at the skills and strengths at each of those different levels. It also then enables us, in theory, to then start to think more longitudinally. Why would you stop there? When a student graduates from school, why would you not continue to track them through university? Why would you not continue to track them when they hit work? So that you can look at the full education to work life cycle and really understand at each age group, what are those strengths and skills that are coming through? And then, with the right AI interface, it becomes a tool that employers can look at to say, well, in 2 years, if we know we're going to need this skill, what does that pipeline look like? In 5 years, if we think these are the kinds of capabilities we want to see from graduates, what does that look like? Where can we find them? What curriculum, what school, what grade level? What interventions are needed at an early stage while students are still in education to support them, rather than when they hit the workforce? So we think, through the Sharjah's portrait of a graduate, that we're at the start of something hugely powerful for Sharjah that enables system-wide change, tracking of skills and competencies, and enables schools, universities, and ultimately employers and Sharjah society to benefit. So I wanted to thank you for staying for this last session. I'm deeply grateful, and for your attention today. And let's go and have a wonderful evening at the reception. Thank you very much.
A big thank you to Andy for highlighting the importance of aligning education with future workforce needs. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our sessions on day 1. Thank you for your engagement, your time, and commitment. We now invite you to join us for the networking session. And if you have used the translator headsets, we kindly request that you return them to the table behind. And we look forward to welcoming you tomorrow morning, inshallah. And I hope you're not too tired of seeing me and hearing my voice, because we have a long journey tomorrow as well together. This is Aisha Al-Mazmi. Have a wonderful evening.